He's pushing. Quinton Marquetos takes it. Second's Max Escort. And third's going to be Robert Hershen from Sachs. And the fast finishing, so in Auburn Scullers with Jack Riccardi from St. Benedict's bringing in that tough, hard race. Well done, Quinton Marquetos. Well done, Kez. And the next race that's coming down is the Junior Women's Under 19 First Pairs. This is scheduled for 7:12 a.m. and it will start more or less around that time. Lane 1 from Somerset, Lisa McDonald, Teresa Adendorf. Lane 2, St. Andrews, Dana Dick, Kendall Taylor. Lane 3, St. Stithians, Renee Goos, Zana Skumans. Lane 4, Justine Swingler, Zia Guamanda from St. Mary's. Lane 5, Henri Moore, Mackenzie Lamont, St. Andrews. And lane 6, Isabella Shaw, Anastasia Clark from St. Mary's. And the race has started, I think more or less spot on time. You can see the flashing of the blades coming down. Boats out on the water already. It looks like St. Mary's Swingler, St. Stithians Goos are keeping an eye on each other. St. Andrews Lamont still in the running. Some of the other boats just struggling ever so slightly to keep up the pace. It is a hot pace. Great to see our scullers coming in. Quinton Marquetos, having worked all season for this race, getting ready for SA Champs. He's shown what he can do. Gauteng Champs, Buffalo. He's the man to beat at SA Champs. Great racing. Out on the water at the moment, it looks like St. Stithians Goos and St. Mary's Swingler. They seem to be slowly moving away from the rest of the field. And now a lot of action happening out on the course. Boats are changing lanes. I think the wind's playing a bit of a factor up front Marshall's trying to keep an eye on all the boats, keep them separated. And there is some severe changing of lanes at the moment. It looks like St. Mary's Swingler and St. Andrews Lamont have decided to exchange lanes. St. Stithians Khoos, Rene Khoos and Zana Skumans, they seem to be in the lead, controlled, got this race there, but behind them is a lot of changing going on. You've got to remember, a lot of heats were done to get to this final. So they're laying it all on the line. And it shows the conditioning of the athletes, especially after hard racing at Selborne yesterday, and keeping yourself in good nick for today's racing. Our St. Benedict's crew waiting for Jake Riccardi, who seems to have gone out to sea at the moment. And St. Mary's Swingler have changed lanes, and it seems like they've done a tactical move because they've found a little bit more power, and they're slowly catching up to St. Stithians Khoos. Behind them, Henri Moore, Mackenzie Lamont, just a little bit off pace, but the first two boats coming down, St. Stithians Khoos, St. Mary's Swingler. And they're coming up to the finish. They can hear the roar of the crowd, and they're starting to pick it up. This is where holding the boat straight is the hardest thing. A lot of power, trying to keep your concentration and trying not to pass out. This is a St. Mary's and St. Stithians race. St. Stithians Khoos pinking it up. Nice, good blade work with the white blades. St. Mary's on the outside lane, going very hard. Seems like they've moved over one lane to take advantage of that sheltered side. And they are picking up the pace. Those two boats are going for the victory, and they're moving away from everybody else. And Henri Moore, Mackenzie Lamont have found second wind. They're pushing ahead, but St. Andrews, Dana Dick, Kendall Taylor, still not out of it at the moment. So it looks like St. Andrews is going to take third. Who's going to take first and second? Justine Swingler and Gomanda from St. Mary's are pushing away. Can Rene Khoos and Zana Skumans make up the distance, but they don't have momentum on their side. St. Mary's are going to take this. Oh, and very tough racing. They are pushing hard. St. Mary's is going to take it. St. Stithians is second. Third race is going to be between St. Andrews. The two teams, Dana Dick, Kendall Taylor, they've got a bit more momentum than Lamont Moore. Dana Dick, Kendall Taylor coming in for that third medal. Well done. Then St. Andrews, Lamont Moore are through. Lisa McDonald, Therese Adendorf, Somerset. And finally Isabella Shaw and Anastasia Clark from St. Mary's. Good racing. The next race that's going to be coming down now, lane 1, St. Benedict's Matthew Jasson Bluchnote, the Jasson Express, after their victory yesterday at Selborne Sprints. Lane 2, Troy Jarvis, Logan Root from Jeppy. Lane 3, I've just heard disappointing news that Laban and Rollins may not be making this race, so leaving lane 3 vacant. Lane 4, Liam Batley, Zane Newman for St. John's. Lane 5, Ryan Delbridge, Joshua Keys, Rondebosch. And lane 6, Nicholas Judelson, Ryan DeFoss, St. Stithians. At the moment, all the boats seem to be touching up to the large red buoys, signaling the start. The great thing about looking up the course, you can see a lot of the boats going for the 2 kilometer. They're up to the 1 kilometer. They need to wait for clear instructions, and they move right across the course to wind their way up on the right-hand side all the way up to the course. So they are zigzagging across. Got to be very careful about that crossover. And the wind's going to be making quite a big difference to this race. I think going up to the start is always tricky. You can see the blades just scuttling across the water, but they are flying down this course. And the crossover point at the rocks is about at the 1500 meter mark. So you'll see there might be a little bit of congestion there, but as soon as the racers come down, they will then allow those rowers to cross over the lanes and make their way to the start of the 2000 meter course. And the junior men's under 19 first pairs are on their way down. We see the swishing of the blades. Everybody holding a straight line. The umpire boat is just between Jeppy and the St. John's boat. I don't see St. Stephen's, but I think they are out. I do see some of our top Masters rowers lurking about here. They will be racing later. And that's the difficulty about Masters rowing. You've got to watch your child and then quickly run and go get the boat before your race. And looking out on the water at the moment, although they might not be in the fastest lane, lane 1, the Jessen Express, they are the winners from yesterday's race, so it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to sustain that pace down the course. But I think Liam Batley, Zane Newman from St. John's could do something over here if they just focus. And at long last, we've got one of our other commentators, Ben Bernand, double Silver Skulls champion.
Good morning, everyone. Just all parents, any coaches, anyone here, just take a second to look down that beautiful course. And again, I know I've said it a couple of times this weekend, but just appreciate the organizers, the people running behind the scenes. And again, when you were getting up at sort of 6 o'clock and thinking that was early, if you were down here at the Buffalo, you will have known that the organizers, the administrators were all here, at 5 o'clock in the morning, making sure this absolutely fantastic and fabulous regatta can run like this is. We've already seen some fantastic races. Yes, I am absolutely biased towards the scullers. Seeing the young Danny Price-Hughes take out the scull. It was great to see that race between Ledley and Hannah Ritko, that crab just at the end. That's racing. Hannah, maybe have a look at champs. And then seeing Mr. Marquitos take it out in the scull. So fantastic days racing ahead of us. Parents, have a look around, say hello to the parents. The school's next to you. We compete on the water, we don't compete off the water. And then, again, parents new to sort of the various formats at the Buffalo. In the next 5 or 10 minutes, we're going to start seeing the silver scullers going out. This year's format is all the scullers are in the same heat. So whether you're a B sculler or an A sculler, it's one set of races, and then they'll have an A and a B final. That A final will be for the silver skulls. And if you look towards sort of the middle of where everyone's getting on, you'll see a couple of nervous guys going through their stretch and warm-up routine. Nothing's given on a course like this. So they're all there preparing, getting ready for the race. Out on the course, we have the junior women's under 15 sculls. Lane 1 is Buffalo Unduzundu. Lane 2 is Somerset Cook. Lane 3, Clarendon Hen. Lane 4, Clarendon Sutherland. Lane 5, Somerset Wilcox. And lane 6, Clarendon Coleman. What is this? This is still a pairs race, eh? Sorry, apologies, I'm going to take that back. This is the men's pairs race. This is the big one, so sorry, apologies for that. This is the men's under 19 pairs. St. Benedict's Jason, lane 1. Lane 2, JP Jarvis. Lane 3, St. Sidians Leyburn. Lane 4, St. John's Batley. Lane 5, Rondebosch Dalbridge. Lane 6, St. Sidians Jandalson. At this stage, it does look like it could be St. John's has got a good position there, but just ahead of them on their inside, it does look like it's Mr. Leyburn. But on their inside, we've got St. Benedict's who've come across the lane. Okay, so we've got St. Benedict's in the lead here. I understand that Leyburn is scratched. That is a pity, but we've got St. Benedict, the flash of the blue blade. You can see the red, and they're up at least by half a length at this stage on JP Jarvis, who are a length up on St. John's Batley, and that is Zane Newman and Liam Batley. It does look like St. Benedict's at this stage. Cleaner blades in and out. You can see that the sort of the tide going out, wind coming in, really chopping up the water, but they're able to get their blades clear above. That's a good length. They've probably got clear already. St. Benedict's, and that is Matthew Jason Blignort, rowing to their victory. This is a Buffalo, first pairs, first sculls. JP Jarvis coming, Rondebosch. Let's hear the Rondebosch parents. Is it JP Jarvis or Rondebosch? But Jason, that looks like Jason all the way. Jason, nice and clean, a length all the way through. Rondebosch looking for that silver medal. Rondebosch looks to steal the medal. JP pulling up third place. St. John's fighting it out there with St. Stidians. Great race there. Well done, very mature race there by the St. Benedict's crew. Nice and controlled in the water. Definitely something I'm sure various of national guys will be looking at. They're very controlled in that St. Benedict's pair. Nice to see the Rondebosch guys there with those yellow caps fighting it out with the JP boys in the black and white, and no one giving an inch between St. John's and St. Stidians. And now out to the rest of the course. So up at the top, we have the junior women's under 15 sculls. I'll repeat those names again. It's Buffalo Rowing Club. This is their hometown. That is Aloto Unduzundu. Lane 2, Somerset Cook, Jessica Cook. Lane 3, that is Alara Hen from Clarendon. Lane 4, Kelsey Sutherland. Lane 5, that is Amber Wilcox from Somerset. And lane 6, Phoebe Coleman from Clarendon. So 3 Clarendon crews in this race. Speaking to the Godfreys earlier on, and I'm sure there's a bunch of coaches feeling like this, really, really tired, been on their feet all day. I was discussing last night, it'd be interesting to see how far people walk, especially the coaches. Coaches having to walk up and down, grabbing boats. I would guess they must be doing somewhere between 10 and 15 Ks a day, just walking up and down this hill. Another interesting thing to watch is watching over the course of the regatta, is just seeing coaches pulling crews aside. You know, crews have done well, crews have done badly, crews have had a bit of a fight in the boat. I really do think these coaches do a wonderful job in shaping our children. As we see the St. John's crew paddle in with the infamous Rod McDonald, we should say Kirsten's husband, pulling the crew in. He'll start getting them ready for later on. They'll be rowing the coxless 4. So he'll be getting them to clear their minds, getting ready for the coxless 4. And another little thing for the parents, the coaches who like to play with rigs, so that's sort of how heavy you set the blades. So it's akin to riding a bicycle and going in a heavier gear. With a tailwind like this, and again, I think the current's going out, I'm not an expert, there'll be a couple of coaches moving the blades a notch heavier, just so that the guys get enough grip in this tailwind. Also, as we look later on to the sculls, Rika was mentioning yesterday, with the tailwind like this, you've got to be a whole lot sharper, you've got to be quick, you've got to be onto it. Take a second now to watch this yellow pair come past. That was incredibly mature pair rowing. Nice and long, contact in the water, setting up the boat. Great rowing from this young pair. Doesn't make a bad chocolate chip cookie either. And out on the course, we do have those under 15 scullers. So if you're from one of those schools or clubs, Buffalo, Somerset, Clarendon, that makes it easy. Let's hear your voices. It is the distinctive colors of Clarendon out there in front again. So nice to understand how big this young girls club has become. I was estimating with Bill that I think they must have about 60 or 70 young girls rowing down here on the Buffalo. And this is a fantastic sight to see. For all those hours of coaching, setting boats, getting boats, organizing boats. Great to see Clarendon coming down. I'm going to have to guess who's in which lanes at this stage. I think that could be Kelsey Sutherland. And on the far side, that is Phoebe Coleman. So Kelsey Sutherland lane through. Oh, hold on a second. That could be Alara Hen. Apologies. I'm just trying to check the lanes here. That is Alara Hen. Nice rowing all the way down, pushing out. Great row, young ladies. And I think we could get a Clarendon first, second, and third here. Keep pushing through. You can see how fast the river's running. You can just see how the girls have stopped rowing on the line and they're already sort of 50 meters down. Coming through here, we have Buffalo Rowing Club. Let's cheer Olato on. Coming through. Not sure if this is one of her first Buffalo Regattas, but there you go. Well done, young lady. And we can feel that wind pumping. Next race, junior men's under 16 sculls. Lane 1, it is, we've seen this name before, that is St. Benedict's, that's Michael Texera. Lane 2, I've seen this name before, Mr. Olaf Muller from St. Albans. Lane 3. Have I skipped one? Oh shit, sorry. Oh shit, sorry. Thanks for catching me. Oh shit. Apologies, I'm getting the race entry. Sorry. It's the men's under 15, boys under 15 sculls. St. Benedict's, Nokia, lane 1. St. Albans, Muller, and that's the younger brother of Olaf, that's Luca Muller. He's in lane 2. Lane 3, St. Benedict's, Diego Ramos. Lane 4, St. Benedict's, Robeck. Look out for this kid, incredibly tall, used to be a swimmer. Lane 5, Alex Holmes, St. Benedict's, and out on the far side, the man who rows with his head, not the thinking wise, he will throw his head around, and that is Mr. Hugh Price Hughes from St. Stidians. Don't get confused, there's some scullers coming down. I think these might have been girls from the previous race. And you'll see what they've been asked to do. I'm not sure if they missed their start or what happened there, but oh, shame. So the two girls on this far side, we can give them a cheer anyway. Unfortunately, they went all the way to the 2K instead of going to the 1,000 meters. So they're rowing down the course. They stay on the outside. They stay out of people's way. One Miss Jessica Walsh will know she took a Masters crew all the way to the 2K, only to find out it was a 1,000-meter race. And Masters have only 1,000 meters in them. So if we look out 300-400 meters to go, Mr. Robeck, and that is Michele Robeck out in front. This is one of the unfair things. Nothing against Michele, but this is a sport of levers. And Michele, I think, is already 6 foot or something. And that is one of the challenges. You'll sort of see that the kids who have these long levers have that advantage. but it doesn't take the fight out of the rest. On his inside lane, that looks like it's Mr. Ramos, sorry, apologies for keeping messing up that name. So we got Robeck, Ramos, and Nokia. Also St. Albans, that's Mr. Muller. He's putting in a good fight. And on the far side there, it's St. Stidian's Price Hughes, youngster. This is his first year down at Buffalo. Robeck, and again, just a nice thing here. He's able to get his arms nice and long out there. Even though he's bobbling around a little bit, he's able to clear the blades. He just goes forward. He goes confidently forward, and he's able to get a nice grip and drive those legs down and keep that boat tapping along with this tailwind. So that is a great row from a young man. And again, another one we should look out for. And as we see Greyhound, that's the grey boat, and that's Mr. Nokia coming through. And on the far side there, that is Mr. Ramos. I think Ramos from Nokia. Come Mr. Muller all the way to the finish. Come Holmes. And come Mr. Price Hughes. Use your sister as the example. So this is the younger brother of the lady we affectionately call the squatter. Nice one, Hugh. And for his dad up in Senegal, hopefully watching live streaming, both your kids down before 9 o'clock in the morning. And I'm joined by the Olympian. Good morning, Rika.
Good morning, Ben. What a surprise to see you up here.
There's so many people who like to commentate, so when there's a chance, I'll come help. What's funny this morning is, of course, all the Masters mixed doubles. So any parents who are sitting there going, I wonder what it's like to row, in about an hour, we'll see the mixed Masters doubles, and I think that's really a cool race because one man, one lady, so it sort of evens things out, but really nice relationships built from people just getting in a double together and racing. Your partner let you down, and that's really unfair.
Which partner are you referring to? Because last year at Buffalo I had two. I think it was me and Wynand, but we entered the men's race. And then, if you know some of the Westboro umpires, Lionel de Nicola, the Frenchman. Yeah, so Lionel didn't come this year. We were talking about it. Because me and Lionel's only been in the boat twice. And once was, our first time was here at Buffalo. And the second time at World Masters. And we haven't lost a race.
I was going to say, you're showing off saying that you entered the men's race. But I was initially saying Wynand because the two of you together just looked like a combination that was very powerful. But you're saying that the Frenchman slightly quicker, better. Poor old Wynand, if he's watching stream, you've been dropped. Just to give you a quick heads up, so we just had the men's, the boys under 15 sculls. The next race, it's another good one, junior women's under 19 second doubles. We have the Walshinator and Mrs. Pasha in lane 1 from Holy Rosary. From Somerset, we have that name we've seen a couple of times this weekend, Barnfather and Geong. In lane 3, we have St. Mary's, that is Welchman and Kingwell. Lane 4, we have St. Andrews, and that's Hannah Sykes and Liana Marketzelis, I should know that name. And nice to see our friends out of Germany, the Lower Saxony crew, and that's Frieva Dupree and Annie Ehrlis. And lane 6, Holy Rosary, and that's the Molefa crew and Matabese crew. Can't see them at this stage. I think they're still right up at the start. And just a quick heads up, we'll have that women's second double, followed by the men's second double, and then we'll be getting into the men's second pairs. Yeah. Just here's a little tip. So for any of the scullers or the younger kids, once you've rowed past the bridge, turn quickly. This current's going to take you all the way to the second bridge or maybe out to sea. Here's another question, Rika. Have you ever seen a shark come up this high?
What do you mean? On this river?
So I've got to find. No. I've got to find out from the locals. Sorry, I'm going to tell some old stories again. So I rode in a University B8, and our tradition was, if we won, we rode across whatever waterway it was, and we went for it, skinny dipping. That was our tradition. And then we were told here at the Buffalo they had a sighting of a shark come up this high. So we didn't do it here.
How much truth in that story, or were they just protecting their eyes from not seeing university students? Thank you. Definitely not the 2K in these conditions. Do I scratch my name from here?
Yeah. In front of us, Mr. Jason with his 2 laptops open, having a very healthy breakfast. 4 laptops open. That's impressive. 4 laptops and his muesli yogurt. Whoever the organizers were, those muesli yogurts have gone down like a bomb. They sell out in a second. That's a winner. So I think for all the other schools, regattas, muesli yogurts. Around me, I can see 5. Very impressive. Maybe it's our age. We're looking for fiber. Yeah. Again, for those coaches who tweak their blades, this is a big tailwind. What we say? Would you? Okay, so Rika, in the skull, would you change your rig for these conditions? Sorry, I just caught her with a mouth full of. She didn't go for the muesli and yogurt.
No. Ben, there are people that are really into setting boats. They can spend hours and hours with this. Are you even listening? Who are you waving to?
No, I was saying it's me.
Right, is you? Are you? No, Ben. Are you tweaker? I am not. I put the people that like to rig boats and tax consultants in the same group, and I'm neither of those. Oh dear, I'm sitting next to a tax consultant and a tweaker on the boat. I'm just going to put the mic down and go downstairs now with my bacon and egg roll. I did not go for the muesli.
Yeah. See, no, I'm a tweaker. So I always like to just check the boat. So let's put it that way. But I just think with these conditions, just a little bit more feel purchase. This is big because I would estimate over the 2Ks in a skull, this could be 20, 30 seconds.
20, 30 seconds faster with your normal rigging or after you've been tweaking it? Or maybe you go slower after you're tweaking. That's a disaster. I personally did not like to change my rigging. I know the coaches sometimes put those donuts on and then you can change it, which is also another nightmare when you're in a windy condition trying to take those things on and off. I would rather adjust my stroke rate.
You just remind me, and as we see, so parents, have a look onto the water. These are our silver scullers. So having the luxury, quite a few of them have got their Filippi's. We got the coach from St. Andrews there. There's Mr. Vincent. I think, and sorry, I haven't got the binocs out, but just looking at posture, I think that's Bale Smith. We've got Howard. And these guys are going to make their way up to the top. And funny you said that, Rika. So yes, I would typically tweak. The only problem is you tweak for the tailwind coming down, and you've got to ride to the start. And so now you're super heavy all the way to the start. And there's nothing worse as a coach if you have tweaked it and then the conditions turn. And you suddenly rigged up heavy. But parents, seriously, have a look at these colors. This is the top level. We are going to witness a great race just now. Tough conditions. They're going to be preparing their minds, settling their nerves, trying to feel out this water. These guys aren't only sort of incredibly fit and strong, but it's just a feel for the boat. So, you know, they're not going out there just to row. They're going to try to feel out what the speed is, how quick they need to be. And we're going to see a proper race just now coming down with these young men. today. Amanda? Yeah, it's okay. I was going to chop here.
Been talking about tweaking your boat. I would not change the rigging on my boat, but I would maybe put up a sail, like take his big blades out and just sit, holding, squaring the blades and getting blown down the course.
What I haven't seen for ages, and I only ever saw it at Ruderplaat, so on some of the Philippes and Impakas, especially the 8, you can actually there's actually an attachment just behind the barman. And that at least takes the splash off. So if there's a major wind, you're actually keeping water out of the boat. So I thought that was pretty good. And then back in the day, and we're talking a long while ago, we used to take the packaging tape and we just put a bit of tape right next to the hull along the rigger, and that would just stop the splash up. So we're joined by the VLC ladies getting ready to get for their Masters double sculls race. So just tell us, are you nervous?
We're racing the mixed double now. Gaynor is identifying as a woman, and I am identifying as a man.
And that's the reason for the tie?
Absolutely, and the moustache is following shortly.
Well, good luck. Enjoy the mixed doubles race. Rig up heavy. You're going to go fast. Just about the 1,000-meter mark. And again, roughly, if you have a look at the big set of pylons out there, it's not exactly 1,000-meter mark, but just as a reference point for parents, you can see there's activity. Now I've got to get back to sort of figuring out what race we're looking at. This is the ladies under 19 second doubles. So parents, listen out for your kids' names so you don't miss their race. So that is Holy Rosary, lane 1. Walshers, your daughter's coming down. The Pushers, your daughter's coming down. Lane 2, Somerset, that's Barnfather and Geong. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Lane 3, that is Welshman and Kingwell, and that's from St Mary's. Lane 4, so that's Mrs. Sykes and Coxless, and it was her dad's birthday the other day. The Saxony crew obviously out from Germany. There is a set of parents, but I'm not sure which kids they're attached to. So that is Freya Dupree and Annie Aylis. And then lane 6, that is Holy Rosary Molefe and Matabisi. Just doing a sound check. Anthony Taylor, can you hear us? No. So I think that speaker's off. There's a green speaker over there, and I just think it's off because I saw them like fiddling there, and I think it's off. And would have been a guy listening. Mr. Sykes? No. So out on the course, pretty hard to tell at this stage. It does look like that familiar color of red. Hi, so I think that speaker might not be working at the top there. Yeah. So again, now we're probably getting closer to the 500-meter mark. And I think that is the red of St. Mary's. That is Welshman and Kingwell. Young girls coming down. And it'll be tough conditions. Just to put into perspective, they will be bumping around. There absolutely will be a couple of crabs, people hitting the water. And this is what creates the metal in these young kids. You've just got to keep, get the blade out and go again. Can you remember like an atrocious row you had to do, Rika? Caught her with a mouthful of food again.
I think you're doing it on purpose, Ben. I can remember a couple of atrocious rows. When I just started sculling, we trained in Switzerland, I think, and a big lake. And you would go out flat water, and then you start seeing flashing lights. And it's the weather system that is picking up the forecast or the cold front or something coming through from, I think, Zurich. And when you start seeing those lights, you better get off the water pretty much immediately because a big windstorm is coming through. It's a slight problem when you're 6 kilometers down from where you need to get out. So flashing lights still have a little bit of, instill still a little bit of panic in me because I have nightmares of practically rowing underwater. Like you just your oarlocks are showing. And I started singing songs. That was the only thing that kept me calm. I started singing songs as you battle your way down. In the eights, they shortened the race 1 year. Ben, what do you see on the course?
I was just feeling sorry, the crew out in lane 6, and I'm not sure what the umpire boat had to do, but they were sort of on the lane. But it looks like St. Mary's here are commanding lead. And even from here, you can see their blades in and out a little bit cleaner. So just clearing away from that rough water. You can see how it's sort of chopped up. But then it's the rest of the course. Looks like Holy Rosary doing nicely there. The other St. Mary, it's the Holy Rosary crews on both sides. And it looks like at this stage, for my money, obviously quite clearly out in front is the St. Mary's Welsh crew. St. Andrew Sykes doing nicely there, but I think just on the inside, that could be Somerset. Somerset looking for a silver medal here. So at the moment, St. Mary's well in the lead. Nice to see Somerset. I always talk about the Croatian type tri-suit. Somerset doing fantastically, and then St. Andrews, Hannah Sykes and Liana out on the far side in the yellow boat. And then closest to us, we have Walsh from Holy Rosary. In the middle lane there, we have the Saxony crew doing fantastically out from Germany. And on the far side, that's Holy Rosary Malefe. But again, nice to see great rowing here from the girls under 60, under 19 second doubles. Great rowing from St. Mary's. Clear winners, 5 or 6 lengths. That's a medal later on. Can we hear the Somerset parents? Somerset girls coming through here. Going to get the silver medal. Well done, girls. The yellow boat, St. Andrew's Cross. You're almost there. 10 more strokes. Somerset, you guys are done. You can rest. There you go. Well done, St. Andrews. And here comes the German crew. Can we have a round of applause from them? Lending a boat from Clarendon by the looks of things. I like that tri-suit, the white with the red. And we have the Holy Rosary crews coming through here. Again, distinctive maroon and blue. Coming through, nice row all the way down. 10 more strokes. Brilliant, thanks very much. There you go. Well done, Walshinator. So with the boys under 19, with the girls under 19 second doubles out of the way, this is now the boys under 19 second doubles. St. Benedict's, we've got Gonzalez in lane 1, lane 2 St. Albans, Adalima, that's Johan Heymans and Africa Adalima. Lane 3, we have Salborns, Kumkani Simpale and Uyavile Soyakoya. Lane 4, Luke Forsyth and Avuzwa Ndunzu from Salborn. Lane 5, St. Albans, and that is Russell Branch and Amos Sotule. Lane 6, JP, Kino Carrison and Milan Mudley. If you look out on the water, some of our Masters doubles pushing out. This is the third prize Hughes on the water this morning. Pavlov and the lady we affectionately call Tanya Ronell with the yellow and blue blades of VLC, so they're paddling out to the start. Be interesting to see if their kids are as supportive as the parents are. Just behind them, probably one of the favorites in the mixed doubles. I know people are supposed to stay neutral, but definitely that double, the other VLC double, that is a strong double going out. Seeing the old Ed's double push off. Lots of support there. Tom Price has been rowing for about 100 years. His dad was previously schools sort of head of rowing. So 3 doubles out. We haven't seen our co-commentator Robbie out as yet. So parents, I know we've been celebrating the youngsters, but here are our masters going out, brave enough to get up this early, get in a double, and go up to the 1,000-meter mark. So if we can hear some encouragement for our masters doubles. Nice one, Hannah. Nice one, Liana. And great spirit from the St. Mary's coaches helping them in. Congratulations to the Somerset double coming in here with the silver medal. Silver medal position. Out on the course, 500 meters to go. Men's under 19 second doubles. Looking across the course at this stage, it looks like it could be on the far side. It could be the Lower Saxony crew. I think they're tucked in the middle. Sorry, apologies. I think that is St. Albans or the JP crew on the far side. Again, I think we've got a couple of crews that have switched lanes there. A little bit of a crab as they go past the umpire's boat, but it also looks like the crew closest to us. That could be St. Benedict's Gonzalves. The young man had a little bit of a problem with his finger yesterday. That seems to have sorted itself out, but it does look like this is a race that's coming down between St. Albans and St. Benedict's. St. Albans looks like it's that sort of white, what you'd pick up as a white blade from this far. And they are 2 lanes out. So St. Albans, and closest to us you can see the blue and red of St. Benedict's, and I think that's where the race is coming down. Bit challenging to see, but actually that looks like it could be Selborne. Sorry, apologies. That looks actually like it is the black and white. So this could be a good one. Where the Selborne parents, where the Selborne supporters. Home ground advantage, but St. Benedict's up at this stage. I would say probably by a length. Interesting to see if Selborne can come back here. But St. Benedict's, they're up. They've got the rate up in that yellow boat. They're running along those boys, but that's fine. They're just going under their rigger. If they keep it there, they know that the blades can't hit. And you can see them right along those boys. They'll come off them, keep them under. Selborne's going to have to put in a big push here for the finish. Bring the gold medal back to the Buffalo. St. Benedict's holding on. They'll be counting the last strokes. They've pulled back into the lane. Those arms will be burning. Heads are down. Legs are down. Well done, St. Benedict's. Great win. Selborne pushing all the way through to the finish. St. Albans on the far side. St. Albans on the close side. And the other Selborne crews coming through. Nice race, all those boys' crews. Good morning, Jessica Walsh. Are you cheerful? No. Now, this is going to be a challenge. Our next race is the boys under 19s second pairs. The reason I say it's a challenge is it's for the umpires. In that, you know, you can see how hard it was for the double sculls to come down the lanes straight. With the pairs, even tougher. The wind is all out. We've had a scratch for St. Benedict's McDonald. No, they were in the under 16s early on. Sort of caught myself there a little bit. So let's find out who's in the race. In lane 1 from Rondebosch, that is Lucas Scott and Liam Hunken. Lane 2, it is Kez, so that's James Milne, Matthew Bradbury. Lane 3, St. John's. I'm going to guess at David. I'm seeing D.A. Teeling Smith and Mikhail Sadovnik. Lane 5, that is Gray, and that's Luke Probart and Oliver Eckley. And lane 6, Benjamin Pretorius and Seth Smith. Coming up after those races, parents just to prepare, we'll have the women's under 16 sculls, the men's under 16 sculls, and then the women's and men's under 16 pairs. Straight after that, we'll have 2 masters races. It's good watching. Mr. Sykes, can you just give me an up or down on volume? Too loud, too low? Is that okay? Thanks. Cheers. Parents, especially if last night was a big one. I don't know if Mr. Dick has made it to the Buffalo yet. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. And it's worthwhile, let's just see where all the parents are. Where are, not St. Andrews girls, where are the St. Andrews boys' parents? Can we hear you or see you? And are the Grays parents up there yet? Also, where are the Selborne supporters? I'm trying to find all the Eastern and Western Cape supporters and parents. As we see the next Masters double go out. I think this is, I haven't looked at the draw, but I'm guessing that's Buffalo Rowing Club. So kids, if those are your coaches, off to do the Masters double, give them some encouragement. There we go, there's the encouragement. What's the barman? Who's the barman?
Enzo Vicente.
Oh, okay, it's easy. Bit of gusting coming down. Always trying to find the upside. With the tailwind, the regatta will be slightly quicker. So even though it's going to be a challenge, you can imagine now, just have a think about this. Within the umpires, we have aligners. They sit on the bank or they sit in a boat, and they obviously try and make sure, like at an athletic start, that all the boats are in a line. You can see, if you just look at one of the boats that's on the water at the moment, how quickly the boats move. So getting a bunch of pairs on the line and trying to make sure it's even. In fairness, we might as well put it out there now, you're going to get them roughly aligned and you're going to say go. It's just really difficult on a river with these conditions to get everyone perfectly aligned. That does mean, as coaches, tell your crews to be ready. A little tip or trick for rowers, especially with conditions like this. Parents, if you ever want to give the kids a little gift, get one of those cheap sponges that they had in the baths. You take that in the boat. It weighs nothing, but obviously if your boat picks up water on the way to the start, you put the sponge in, you can probably lose about 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms of water that's collected in the boat. Two more of the Masters doubles. As we said, we have the mixed doubles, so that should be a man and a lady. So in Gainer's crew. One of them is identifying as a male today. If they win, I'm sure someone's going to object. Gainer's them over there. Sorry, that's robbing them. Lots of support for the next sculler going out there. Just trying to see from my eyesight who that is, and if it is a previous Silver Skulls winner there. Yeah. Again, a little bit of a delay. As I said, it'll be a challenge to line these pairs up. And remember, if they're holding them back, it's to try and ensure that they have the fairest race possible. The amount of sort of investment of time and effort to get here, umpires will try their utmost to make sure it's an even, fair race.
Speed.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Wait. Stop. Go back to the jetty.
Those hair guys are pretty good.
Well, it's in the master ground. What's the story?
You're gonna wait forever. Yeah. Right? You want to just wait till the jetty for minutes?
Oh, they just try not to have too many boats up there. Just a little bit of communication. Obviously, with them battling to line people up, and it looks like something's happening roughly at the 1,000-meter mark. We can just see some umpires' boats. Tough conditions. So just a little bit of a tip to the masters going out. You can probably hold on to the jetty for a little while. It just means we have less congestion at the start. You forget there's only so much space for people to maneuver at the top. So the jetty marshals just encouraging the masters to come in. If someone can just get a little gin or pims down to them before the race. Still a little bit of a challenge to get the crews lined up at the start. Again, the message is to coaches, just have a look at we're on race 109, and that is the junior men's under 19 second pairs. So that was scheduled for 10 to 8. So we are running 25 minutes late. So just time, if you're coming down to the jetties, you can actually time it a little bit now. And again, I think they're just trying to manage congestion up at the start. Again, the reason of holding back the masters is they actually have to cut across the course at the 1,000-meter mark, and it doesn't leave a lot of space on either side of the lanes when the race is coming down from the 2,000-meter are coming down. You can see sort of also about at the 1,000-meter mark. So take a reference point if you're looking up the river and you look on the right-hand side as you look up the river and you see the houses and then those pylons. So just down from them, and again, it's not accurate, but it's roughly 1,000-meter mark. You can see there's some umpires' boats, and I think they are just managing some crews. So I'm not sure if this is what's being seen on live streaming, but I'm guessing, not the greatest way to see this, but I'm guessing what's probably happened there, there's a double or a boat that might have tipped and gone in, and that could be a boat helping out, or it could be a lane. But we've got the safety boat, and we've got an umpire's boat there helping out, trying to sort of get, or it could be, yes, oh, sorry, no, I've actually worked out, sorry, I think I've worked out what's going on here. From the wind, I think what's happened there is the lanes have crossed. And so what they've got there is they've got two boats, and what they're doing is they're untangling the lanes. And that's great. That's good for making sure we've got a fair race. You can imagine when you're racing in one of these boats, if you're doing the steering as a sculler or coxless boat, you're facing backwards, so you look at how the boys are running and how you're sitting in the middle. It's like reversing out of a driveway. So of course, if those lanes have crossed, you're going to sort of row right into one another. So everyone, go get yourself a drink, get yourself some coffee. That is a 10-15 minute exercise to untangle the cables, and then they'll need to pull it straight a little bit. So I'm guessing those are lanes 3 and 4. They'll take a little bit of time to untangle the cables. Bit of a challenge. They'll untangle the cables, and then what they need to do, obviously they're under tension, but you can imagine the forces that apply when you're stretching. I'm guessing it's a Kevlar cable under the water, and they're going to have to pull them straight, but you sort of got to pull it, let it come straight, pull it, let it come straight, bit by bit. So coaches, parents, just manage your time now. This is good 10-15 minutes break. If your crews haven't gone out, if you're the master sitting on the jetties, take a little bit of time, rest, recover, and the team out there are doing the best job possible to get these lanes sorted out. While we're here, let's actually meet the crew that are bringing us the television. So it's Eagle Sports Live, and who am I with?
You're with Lyle Hansen from Eagle Media, and yeah, we thought we'll jump in here on Wednesday afternoon. We spoke to Kate, and obviously we found out that there was no live streaming being done, and we thought that we'd offer our services to obviously get the community out there and get the live streaming out there as best as possible.
So I'm then going to punch you guys as much as possible. So rowing, we've got some parents and you've got some influence. I'm going to try to find a way we can get Eagle Sports Live Media. Yeah, is that correct? Media, yeah. Eagle Media. So please, everyone, just go Google Eagle Media. These guys have come to the party, and I love the words you just used there, you know, the community and the spirit. It really is cool this end of the world to see people who love the outdoor sports, you know, just coming together and making it happen. So really appreciate it, and especially the parents watching this live, being streamed. And as I said, I actually happen to know 2 parents up in West Africa, you know, and they're sending through WhatsApps to say they want to watch their kids. Really appreciate sort of all the effort you do. What other type of stuff do you do? So you know, if there's corporate guys here, tell us the types of things you do so that more people are aware and we can find a way to sort of pay you guys back for this.
Well, for us, it's anything to do with live streaming, web seminars, anything to do with media. We are obviously involved in that. We're very much in close with sports. We do a lot of work for super sports schools. So we travel the Eastern Cape a lot. So anything related to sports, we do hockey, rugby, cricket, netball, and obviously now we got into the rowing. But obviously anything related to our community where live streaming is needed. We'll be doing the Surfers next week. So we'll be covering the Surfers Marathon for the first time. So yeah, we love to be outdoors. We love to obviously give back to the community as best as we can, and obviously we love being involved in the youth and sport, because we want to make sure that they can be recognized as much as possible. That's what we do.
Brilliant. That's such a fantastic spirit. So I'm actually going to plug someone here quickly. Toomey from St. Andrews. I think you work for Mercedes-Benz. They're down here in East London. I think you need to send a bit of a message into head office and say Eagle Media. If they're using any media supporters, Mercedes-Benz, come on, give these guys a hand. And anybody else who's got any companies down this end, Eastern Cape, these guys have come to the party, streaming the obviously the pictures. And as I said, you know, some parents are very fortunate to be able to come down, but there's a bunch of parents sitting in front of laptops, you know, back home. And as I said, around the world, I can imagine, I hope the crews from Saxony, if their parents are in Germany, Eagle Media is bringing that to them. And I do really enjoy your wording that, you know, the kids and the spirit, that's fantastic. Anything else? Tell us about your crew and your team here. Who's the worst behaved? Who are you firing tomorrow?
Unfortunately, there's no one firing tomorrow, but one of our crew members is actually going to be rowing later on today, so we might just focus on his boat the most. So good luck, Ricky, for later on in your race. And hopefully his parents also not in the country, so hopefully they'll be able to watch it. But for us too, we just need to explain to the parents at home, we only had a day to do a recce on site. Obviously with that it limits our production in order to be able to get up the river, so we were limited in order to do what we would like to do. So obviously going forward we would then see how we could improve on the production for next year. We had I think a half a day to get involved and to set up cameras and to find the best position. So that's why we've only got the one camera where it's situated, and you can see the wind at the moment is causing a bit of a problem to get further down the river. But in future what we would like to do is use the equipment that we have got, specialized equipment, to get down the river, to get closer to the starts, and then obviously along the river as we go down. So that's would be our goal to do next year, is to do a little bit of a bigger production for people so that they can see exactly what we're doing. So yeah, just to note that please note that we only had a half a day to get involved, so we're doing the best that we can with the time we had. And obviously you can read with the valley, the network is a bit of an issue here too, so we are trying to work through all those problems. But first time around we do that, second time around we'll produce a better product.
Please don't apologize. You guys have come to the party. You're doing a great job, really. Eagle Media. And just quickly, what is your website?
Our website's under construction currently, but you can find us on YouTube under Eagle Media Live, at Eagle Media Live, or on Instagram under Eagle Media Live as well. So we are there, yeah, just get in touch with us either via YouTube or via our Instagram page, and we'll get in contact with you guys.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. On that note, you can see if anybody's actually looking at their phones or looking out onto the water, great job by umpires and everyone associated. So what they've done is they've unhooked the lanes. I believe they're going to try just tension them now to get them straight, and we should be off. So for coaches, we're probably looking at a 35-40 minute delay. So if your timing crew's going out, be ready for that. Did I just lose? I'm just trying to check if this is a race coming down or if this is just some of the girls coming down in their pairs as I lose my draw. We've got some crews coming down, but I think these are crews just having a row down. I'm not quite sure. I'll try to find out from the Clarendon crew. This is a pair. I'm just trying to figure out who they might be.
Is this a race?
That's, no. No, I don't think so. Clarendon. Kate. 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 And again, we are making the assumption that this crew is not racing down. This is a pair or Rowing with Selborne colours, but I'm not sure where they fit in the program. As we have a pair all coming down. And it looks like we are back on racing, so thank you very much to the umpires. You'll see there's a boat just sort of idling in, trying not to make wake. I don't know what that gentleman's name is, but he was one of the team out there untangling those lanes, getting those straight. Mr. Manson, how's the headache? So here's an interesting one for the coaches. Okay, we're getting hand signals there. Bright lights. Is Mr. Michael Dick up and present? No, missing in action. So for all the other schools, I think there should be a fine system. So any parents still missing in action after last night, we'll start instituting fines at about 12 o'clock. Okay, so we have all the crews online. This is the boys under 19 second pairs. Rhonda Bosch, lane 5. Lucas Scott, Liam Hunkin, lane 2. Kez, that's James Milner, Matthew Bradbury, lane 3, St. John's. And again, I'm guessing the name is David because it's DA.
Already, they on the line.
Cool, perfect. So off, and that's coming down the course already. So St. John's, Teeling Smith. Lane 5, it is Gray Probart, Luke Probart, and Oliver Eckley. And lane 6, that is Selborne, Benjamin Pretorius, and Seth Smith. They're on the way down the course. And behind that, already lining up, is the women's under 16 sculls. Michael Jackson Beat It playing in the background. Interesting challenge for obviously all the top crews up at the 2,000 meter mark. That was at least a 20-minute sort of delay. And these guys, you know, obviously have to be ready, so they will need to restart their warm-up. They'll probably go around the corner at the back, right at the top. And they'll need to make sure they're fully warmed up and ready to come down the course again. Those pairs are coming to about the 1,000 meter mark now. This is where they straightened out those lanes. Nothing in it at this stage. Rika, with your young eyes, what are you seeing up there?
Younger eyes.
It looks like doubles, but it's supposed to be the pairs.
Yeah. Well, it's now 3 people with younger or different ages eyes trying to figure out if it's doubles or pairs, and we're not even successful with that. So I'm not even going to try and call any race leaders at the moment.
Just as a quick heads up, again, all coaches talking to your crews, especially the younger crews, just a reminder, you cross the course at the 1,500 meter mark. Something we didn't think about is obviously if you're crossing against this wind, it's going to push you, going straight into the headwind. It's actually a lot easier than crossing it. So just prepare your crews. We had one of the young crews come in saying, they almost flipped turning. So very rough. So try again, steer your boat into the wind. Instead of being sideways to it, and just sit as relaxed as possible. I'm not a surfer, but I do know the idea is that you just sit and you let the waves sort of run under you and relax as much as possible. Are you a surfer from Elgin? No.
The waves are sometimes so big. I think I should invest in a surfboard. But Ben, I've attempted some surfing. It was great fun. Tiring, of course, and of course a little bit more arms at the beginning.
Okay. So just as a heads up, the weather apparently at the top is very, very challenging. That is life. That is what we dealt with. So again, coaches, just speak to all your crews. Just prepare them for that up at the top, and then everybody else, it is what it is. Let's support sort of the umpires, everybody else managing it, and we'll try and make sure we get through the races. Also, it's a nice one for mentally, just get your crews ready to say it is going to be rubbish, and you just got to learn that's how you got to row. Trick is get away from the rubbish water as quickly as possible. At this stage,
A trick question, where would that be on the course today?
I genuinely have a belief in that it does get pretty rough right at the top. And I think it settles round about where that pylon is. It is still rough, but I think if you can look right at the top there, it's almost brown. Versus a little bit further down, I believe it settles. I think it always settles a little bit just after that pylons. As we look out, this is a great race. We've got St. John's. Who look like they've moved across a couple of lanes, but I recognize the color of their blades. St. John's having a fantastic race against Kes there, Milne. So Kes are closest to us. They're in the red and white, so let's hear the Go Schools there. And then on the far side, looking fantastic. That is St. John's, that's Teeling Smith and Sadvonik. With a name like Sadvonik, you can only be a good pair or Roseman. And even with those tough conditions, look at these two young men dominating the second pair. Nice and dynamic, keeping it going, smooth around the turn. Well done to their coaches, well done to these guys. Those forearms, those legs will be burning, but a bit of glory here. They're going to grab a win there. Well done, gents. Here comes the Kes. I really enjoy the fact that they put the white skins under the red tri-suits. Battling through, battling down the course. Kes are going to sneak second position there. Here's a race now. Let's hear the great parents. Rhonda Bosch with the familiar yellow caps. Good race, gents. Coming down, we now have the girls under 16 sculls. It is Mrs. Niakalo from St. Andrews, lane 1. Miss Manson from lane 2 from St. Andrews. Lane 3, St. Andrews Benand. Lane 4, St. Andrews Lum. Lane 5, St. Stidian Simpson, and that's Kenya Simpson. Lane 6, Holy Rosary Robin Farity. Coming through probably about the 1,000 meter mark at the moment. And again, parents, I know we were watching this as a race, but just think about these young girls, 15, 16 years old. That is tough conditions. You are trying to stay in the boat. So mentally, you're just saying, take another stroke, stay in the water, don't catch a crab. Just the fact that they will have come down these conditions. Sorry, not at the 1,000 meter mark. I see we're already 200 meters to go. A great race here across the Buffalo. It looks like it could be first, second, and third at this stage to St. Andrews. And again, great racing. Some young girls I really look forward to in 2 or 3 years' times, you know, when they're the under 19s. Let's hear the St. Andrews parents there. Mr. Manson, who was showing us his stomach just now, there's your young daughter. This takes proper guts to be out there and racing like this. Miss Simpson and St. Stidian's crew there. Holy Rosie Farity on the far side. Nia Carlo fighting. Mrs. Nia Carlo, can we hear you shouting for her? St. Andrews taking first position. Nice race in there. Miss Manson coming through here for the second position. Not sure if she will have been shouted at to get that rate up. Come Miss Simpson from St. Stidians all the way through to the finish. Push it. Come young ladies, let's go. Great stuff there from Gabby. Great stuff there from Kenya. Kenya Simpson from St. Stidians. Nia Carlo coming through. Push all the way through to the finish. Megan Lum on the other side there. And Robin Farity. Well done, girls. I can only imagine what that's like at the start. That's it, you're done, Nia Carlo. You can rest. Nia Carlo. Well done, girls. You're going to have to come and tell us some stories about how tough those conditions were. White flag, all clear for that race, and that's under 16 girls done.
That one and that one that came in, it was, I think it was.
So it went Bernard, Manson, no, not Lum, Sia Carlo. So Simpson then, third, Nia Carlo, fourth, Lum,
I just see the two
fifth.
St. Andrews that came in after these two. I've got
So
the
Manson and then Nia
I think it
Carlo.
was
Yeah.
her, yeah. Okay, so it was because they're missing bar numbers and then Lum.
Oh shit. And Lum
Must have
came
been
in
one
just
four.
before Hadiraj, yeah. Well done to the St. John's crew, who've just pulled in, and the Rondebosch gents. Great racing. Out on the course. This is the men's scull. Look at that. We've got a race on our hands here. This is Funda Z, and it looks against Texera. I look forward to 2 years' time. I saw Mr. Texera come through the ranks. He is in a tough age group at St. Benedict's. You've got Mr. McDonald and Mr. Walsh. And Texera is an absolute fighter. And Funda Z, I know his dad, he's been around, and he too is a great racer. So these guys are going to bash it out the whole season. Last 200 meters to go. Texera, Funda Z, who's it going to be? Let's hear the parents. Funda Z is pushing. Texera is still holding him off. Texera ups his rate. Funda Z goes. Funda Z, keep your head in the boat. Texera, Funda Z. It's going to come down to the line. Long strokes versus fast strokes. Texera, Funda Z. Texera, Funda Z. My money says Texera, but that was a great race, young men. All the way to the line. Potential under 19 national double in the future. Here comes Jeppy. Fantastic performance there. That's Jeppy Ruitt. We've now got St. Albans Muller coming through. Olaf. This is a great age group. On the far side, Rondebosch. That's Sean Ford. Look forward to seeing these young men in 2 years' time. Keep it up. Well done, Manson. Mrs. Gabby. On the far side, we have Gray Allen coming through. I assume he probably got caught up on some boys or something at the top of the course.
Morning, Ben.
Morning, morning. How you
Pretty
doing?
wild to find my voice this morning.
Just in front of us. Again, just think about this as the future. So these are our under 16 boys and girls scullers coming in. Kenya Simpson from St. Stidians. I can remember her first ergo trial up in Gauteng. A great fight as she went under the 7-minute barrier. Got Megan Lum here from St. Andrews as well coming in. Robin Farity from Holy Rosary. You're going to have to come up to us and tell us what the conditions are like up at the top. Yeah.
There's a break in the calendar. I've been told to tell you. This race here, 119, will go off at 9:20.
Okay. So quick heads up from the head of South African Schools Rowing. Coaches, please listen up to this. There is a break, so there's usually a bit of a rest period during the regatta. The umpires are going to jump that. So from race 119, we're going to try bring 920. We're going to try bring the regatta back on time. I'm going to repeat that. Sorry for the parents who are hearing this twice. Coaches, I'm going to repeat that. They're going to take out the little gap. We had a little bit of contingency in the schedule there. 119 will run at 9:20. So do not say we thought the regatta was running late. That is no longer an excuse. 119, 9:20 coaches, make sure your crews are on the water.
Good morning.
Very Barbie. The message was
Sorry, apologies.
920.
I've just been moaned at for talking too much. 119, 9:20. Nice one, Olaf. Great race.
Good morning, Ben.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well. It took me a while to go find my voice this morning after the excitement from yesterday, but it's good to be back.
Funny that I did hear someone shouting for their son.
Willem, Billy. I had to do double duty.
Who won the double?
Who won the double?
Was it a double or pair? One of your sons won the double or pair yesterday. It was a nice race.
St. John's was the pair, but that was Zane and Liam, and then Billy and Jason were in the third place position.
Oh, sorry, I thought I saw them win one of the doubles or something. Are you sure?
The double was Willem.
Yes.
They were in third.
Oh, I thought they had a.
I don't know, but you know what?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
It's sort of shameful because I sort of there were so many races that I get so excited about everybody from everywhere that I forget everything.
Who's the POJ?
We are. We. The royal we.
And Jade had some good racing yesterday.
Yep.
I kept an eye on her.
More concerned if we're getting her phone.
Yeah.
She comes down and wins the race. Mustn't be?
Yeah.
Mustn't be disadvantaging us.
You just asked me about my kids.
We saw that.
Nice to see the support here from Ronda Bosch coaches. We've got to understand why the Ronda Bosch coaches, one of them has red hair or purpley pink hair.
Is he a UCT
Yes,
rower?
I think he rows for UCT. So I don't know if that was a remnant from boat race. I can remember back in the day, as I said, Rhodes University, they went through a couple of years where they dyed their hair purple for boat race.
I used to have purple hair.
And I'm not surprised in the slightest. What were you as a youth? So what did you sort of associate with? What sort of music? Were you a grungy person?
No,
rock?
grunge was post my youth. I mean, that was more my university years, so I didn't really quite get into that. I really liked the music that my parents listened to, so I got into the Beatles and Peter, Paul, and Mary. But, you know, I mean, like every red-blooded teenager, the pop music scene was under my skin, so that would have been Cyndi Lauper and not so much. I mean, I was, you know, Madonna was on the radio, Phil Collins, Genesis, those guys, but I also started getting into, you know, like Creedence Clearwater Revival, Grateful Dead, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd,
CCR was
Simon and
my first
Garfunkel.
CD.
Really?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
one?
I think it was the greatest hits.
All right, fair enough.
We got the first CD. Makes us sound old.
we
My
are
wife and I,
old.
we were boyfriend and girlfriend. We got a CD player. Went into the record CD store, and I think it was on special. But CCR.
What was your?
Unfortunately, South Africans, because you see, there was the Creedence Clearwater Revival. IC is in South Africa is pronounced Hasi, so Hasi. You know, those are the lyrics this end of the world.
Okay.
On the
If you
course,
say
we
so.
have the women's pairs now. So I'm just going to get this confirmed. We have St. Stithians, Shipalala. Out in front, let's call that quickly. That looks like the St. Stithians crew.
How's your night?
Just trying to double check who we've got here. Is that, it's not St. Andrews. It's not Clarendon. That could be St. Stithians, Chikwatamba, and indefinitely that's it. So we've got the two St. Stithians crews here fighting it out. So I've got Chipalana and Chikwatamba. So Chikwatamba out in the lead, great racing, and again, just think about the conditions these girls have come through. Well done to their coach. Good pair oars rowing there. Elisa's keeping it together. And that's what's important in this boat. On the far side, we've got St. Andrews, and that's Zazie and Anu. And you'll hear their mom upstairs there with the drums. Zazie and Anu fighting it out there for third place. As we see St. Stithians, great racing there. That is Chikwatamba and Van der Brechen. And closest to us, we have St. Stithians, and that's Chipalana and Meyer. Well done, girls. It's a tough race racing a pair down this course. Nice to see Anu and Zazie there coming through. Not too far. 5 more strokes. Well done. And we got the other St. Andrews crew here coming through. And that is Zoe Dos Reis and Mrs. Deertlifs. Well done, girls. That's a tough race, but you've done it. You can rest now. Well done.
I'm not sure. I just asked the guy.
Yes, as soon as I'm finished here, I'm going to go check out.
Eagle Media, and then you'll find it there if it's not the same one. So YouTube Eagle Media.
Under 16 men's pairs. We'll be heading down just now. We're going to have St. Andrews boys. That's Jarvis, James Jarvis, Christopher Jarvis, assuming those are brothers. And then we got an interesting one there, lane 2, James McDonald, Sam Walsh. Lane 3 is going to be St. Stithians, Daniel Pierce, and interesting first name, Serrington Breton. And then another set of brothers. We've got the Van der Wefer brothers from Kes in lane 4. Lane 5, Rhonda Bosch, that's Joshua Smith, James Demisi. And lane 6, Bradley Taylor and Alex Christie from Kes. Proper knife. And then straight after that, we're going to get into the Masters races. So again, if you look roughly around the pylons, Masters, we've done the long yard, so we only have to race 1,000 meters, but it's still far. So after we see the under 16 pairs come down, parents, let's get to the side. Let's cheer on the Masters mixed doubles.
Ben, are you rowing today?
I am going to row.
Are you rowing with your wife?
Never.
No, I think that is what you will be doing.
No, mixed doubles coming down now. So Kim will be rowing with Robert Riccardi, and just some of the crews that are going to be out there. We've got Samantha Johnson rowing with her husband Ian Johnson. Look out for that crew; it's going to be strong. We've got the double female crew of Gaynor and Anne. They're racing in the mixed doubles
for VLC.
That's it. Yep. And then for VLC, we've also got Tracy Williams and Alexa Marquitos. I also love it here. There's so much pressure. Alexa's son just came through and won sort of first sculls earlier on.
Quentin.
So, yeah, Quentin.
Yeah, well done to
no
Quentin.
Pressure there. So Alexa's under pressure. She's a previous rower. Her husband is obviously part of the Kes setup, and also an author, published author. Go look him up. So Marquitos, and I'm trying to remember what the book's names are. We also had Buffalo, so we got Dwayne and Karen Jevon. We saw them go out. They got some applause from obviously the kids that they coach. We've got, I didn't see the Wemmer Vikings crew go out, but then another bit of pressure.
Ben, there's a drone flying around. I got to go away now.
Then we've got another bit of pressure there. So we've got Renelle Price-Hughes and Pavel Tabritsky. So Renelle's daughter earlier on won the first sculls. And then Buffalo Rowing Club, so we got Lunga Makwetwa and Heather Purden. And then Wemmer Pan, again, I didn't see this crew go out, but that's Maxine and Alra. And then Old Eds, I did see this crew go out, so that's Graham Baker and Katrine Tandler. I've got this idea though.
Like that might be as a sidewalk.
I've got this idea that it's could be getting grown, really getting close with the racing.
Like right in front of
Yes, because I just think it brings rowing to life.
What about a GoPro and a bow ball or something?
You need to table a drone to either the umpire boat or one of the boats.
Out on the course for those people interested in the boys under 16 pairs. Again, from here, it is, for me, it's quite clear. We've got some Benedicts. You can see the blue blades there. So that's Mr. McDonald and Mr. Walsh. They're holding their line, and just behind them, I think it could be St. Stithians who've cut across. So that's the St. Stithians crew, and that was the major competition. But it does look like McDonald and Walsh are clearly ahead at this stage and just powering through. This would be their conditions. Having a little bit more muscle in the boat, being able to just put those big cleaver oar blades in the water and driving through these tough conditions is suiting them. Even though they're bigger, heavy boys, you might think lightweights would do well, but they are just stable. They're in the water, and for my money, they definitely have clear water on the St. Stithians crew, who are in second place. But we've got Rondebosch on the far side. That's the yellow blades and yellow caps. Kez in the familiar red on the far side. St. Stithians just tucked in behind some Benedicts there. And I'm just trying to check there quickly. I think it's St. Andrews boys. And then it looks like we must have had a late entry there, because for my eyes, that could be, it's either a second Kez crew, that's what it is. So that's the Van der Pfeiffer crew from Kez. At this age, some Benedicts have this under control, and it's almost bittersweet. I can imagine the conditions are terrible at the top, but by the time they're hitting here, they can rev now. Sam Walsh, when he was about 10 years old, he used to play hockey for me. We used to call him the man with red miss. But nice to see him. We saw Texera early on taking the scull. Here comes James McDonald. His dad will be back at Joburg, probably shouting at the screen. And again, great racing. St. Stithians, so that's St. Benedict's taking the gold. High five for the two young gentlemen. Nice to see St. Stithians. Great race. St. Stithians crossed the line, and this is a close one. Kez and Rondebosch. I think that was Kez just from Rondebosch. Here comes St. Andrews. Nice Felipe Skull. Pushing all the way through. And we have the young Van der Pfeiffer brothers coming through here to finish off that race.
Ben, as I look up the river, up the valley, the wind patterns and the current patterns on the water, it looks like silly string.
Yes, so looking down, and I suppose that's the magic of obviously being on water. It isn't like an athletics track. There will be movement, but again, it's how you apply your mind. A quick shout out, I mean, this is an interesting thing. I'm not a big social media person, but there's a YouTuber, so parents, if you ever want your kids to watch something, it's a guy called Cameron Buchan. And he runs a YouTube channel. He's sort of a GB Squad member, but he's very authentic, very open and honest, and he talks about everything from fueling up, eating, but you know, he always says rowing is a rowing sport. You know,
rowing is a rowing sport.
Rowing's a rowing sport. Play the cards you're dealt, and I think reminding ourselves that, you know, maybe one of these kids here today might go on to an Olympics. So the rest of them are just getting a fabulous education. And I think that's an important one. When the conditions are like this, you can go, oh, the conditions are bad. Or you go, those are the conditions.
Those are the conditions.
That's it. Put your
Can't change it.
No, put your blades in again, take the next stroke. Well done, Anu and Zazie.
Seriously, I'm like...
So up at the 1,000-meter mark, we're looking for the Masters. In lane 1, and they deserve full mention. So this is Old Eds, this is Graham Baker and Katrin Tandler. Tommy, if I pronounce the names incorrectly, just correct me. Lane 2, we have Wema Pan, and that's Alra Diaga and Maxine Luck. Lane 3, Buffalo Rowing Club, nice to see them there. Heather Burden and Lunga Makwetibwa. Lane 4, that is Ronald Price Hughes and Pavel Dabrutsky. And lane 5, that is the Wemapan Viking crew, and that's Madison Bannon and Mal Cruiser. For those not familiar with the Masters rowing, if there are, so like in this case, we have 10 crews. So in order to split them, they do it by age. They start at the oldest crew or crew in the race. So they start with the oldest crew in the race, and then they go down. So they try to keep you in your age bracket. But then the interesting thing is the winner is not necessarily the person who crosses the line first, but it's actually after they do the handicap for age. So someone could end up coming second or third, but if they are 55 years old, they'll get another somewhere between 6 and 8 seconds. But it just sort of, it makes it sort of a little bit more even as you get older. We always joke there's an old man, Mr. Price, up in Gauteng, and I forget his actual age. I want to say Mr. Price is late 80s, early 90s. And basically on the handicap system, it's almost impossible to beat him. But it's great that he's still rowing and he deserves to get the medal. Yeah. I should do this
Helps a
one.
lot.
Yeah. Out on the course, the doubles, Masters doubles, still look to be having a bit of a challenge. You can see their boats are sideways, which is not how they should be. They should be pointing straight down the course.
Is the wind pretty much just coming as a tailwind?
It does, yeah. So they don't, unlike a river partner, it tends to come right down or right up, which is synchronous. Yeah, it's very hard for it to come into the valley and
I would imagine.
follow up.
I mean, I could see that it would like from the creek come in, and swirl a bit. But.
And it's funny, the creek is why we used to only have 4 lanes. So it was a silted area, so all those lanes, 5 and 6 didn't exist. And it was a big sandbank there. And then one day they decided some guy had a valley accident, he was ready to pick it up, but next morning. Again, little recommendation. I know all the kids like to wear the tri-suits. It's a bit nippy. Not a bad idea to get a warm top on straight after your race. So get the hydration, but also stay warm. It's not only this regatta, but we're probably 2 or 3 weeks out of SA Champs, so stay healthy.
Yeah, they're so far away. They're quite a distance out. Okay, steady. Crossing over to you in 3.
Okay, quick change of plans here. So the umpires are getting it exciting for us. So the reason the Masters, I thought, wow, I was going to give the Masters fines for not being on the course straight. What's actually happened is we've set off the Masters sculls, senior sculls. Just so everyone knows, if you go have a look, the big trophies in the clubhouse, this is one of the ones they're going to be racing for. This is the silver sculls. So this is rate 116. In lane 1, we have George Deploy from UCT. Lane 2, we have Matthew Ward from Tux. You've got to look at this young man's legs. Lane 3, for me, the favorite, because I just think he's a phenomenal rower. We have Tux Murray Bale Smith. Lane 4, this is the dark horse. We're not quite sure what UCT have brought to the party. They have a couple of guys out of the UK. So we have UCT Matthew Emmett. And nice to see in lane 5, we have Lutando Matwa. This is the first heat of the senior sculls. At this stage, too hard to tell. I'm going to have a look at the screen maybe just now. Just have a look again, parents. This is the pinnacle on the boys' side. This is the pinnacle of the men's sculling in South Africa. I know we don't have sort of the Olympic squad down here, but just so we understand, Murray Bale Smith, just a bit of background. He is, I think, South Africa's top lightweight sort of national rower at the moment. And the only reason he is battling to get into the Olympics is there isn't a sculling, there isn't a single sculls event. It has to be a double sculls. And so they're trying to find him a partner to see if there's any chance of qualifying, but there's only 2 positions left in the world to get into the Olympics. But the great thing to see is we've got some youngsters coming through. So Exon Albans boy Matthew Ward, really top-class sculler. And in the next heat, again, we have Braden Howard. He just came back from Junior Worlds where he had got a medal in the pair. But again, another fantastic sculler to look out for. And as I said, there's a bunch of sort of dark horses in the UCT sort of squad. And it's going to be interesting to see who comes down here. Yeah, so Tux Bale Smith, that's in the middle of the course. He's a lightweight. He's going to be relishing the conditions, not necessarily the bump, but the fact. And in fact, we've got lane 4, looks pretty strong here. That could be UCT. It's very tough. This is a tough one. UCT and Tux this far out both look like they're wearing white. But it's definitely those crews in 4 and 5 or 3 and 4.
No, they're both Tux. That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand.
Kaz tells me she believes they're both Tux. I actually agree. Actually, sorry. So I'm just picking out UCT is back there. So this for me is Tux. And this could be Ward and Bale Smith.
So dark hair is in the lead and blonde hair.
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay, so they're both quite light head. Now, just so we know, it's the first 2 are automatic qualifiers. So as much as they would want the bites, again, just a reminder, it doesn't matter where they position in this race. The lanes are an equal draw. They will come and draw the lanes later on in the next hour. That is, at the moment, I think that is Ward slightly up on Bale Smith. Bale Smith in the middle of the course there. And the only reason I say that is looking at technique. No, I'm wrong. I think that is Bale Smith. Sorry. Looks like they've changed lanes. And what you're seeing as dark hair, I think, is a cap. Or is that dark hair?
That's you, but he also has brown hair.
Yeah. So I think that's Bale Smith. Nicely in ahead. They'll know that they don't need to do too much.
Number 3, lane 3 in the lead.
Murray Bale Smith, South Africa's top lightweight. If you ever want to see a good catch in a scull, as I say that, he hits a bit of wake. That is great. Mr. Ward just holding off UCT. First 2 are automatic qualifiers. UCT is going to push through to try and get the fastest 3rd. And these are serious watts that these guys can put out. Nice racing. That is the first heat for the Silver Skulls. I see the Marquitas is on the jetty. Quinton, maybe in a couple of years' time, into the Silver Skulls. As we see UCT coming through here to finish off this race. This just tells you how fast those guys in the front were going. And it's really good for all the crews to have a go at this. If you don't have a go, you can't win.
Morning, Captain.
Coming up in the 2nd heat of the men's Silver Skulls, we will have
Any fun for people taking your lanes up?
What is WSURC?
Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club.
Okay. Quick education. So in lane 1, Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club, or WSURC. And we've got Nkube, who will be coming down in lane 1.
But Ben, I don't know if you were listening yesterday to the commentary with Rika and me. We were speaking with Kate Godfrey, and Kate said we should guess how many rowing clubs she's either started or sort of resuscitated. And we got up to about, I think it was about 8 or 9, even possibly 10 plus if you count some of the slightly more, giving a little more latitude on that. But Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club is one of those clubs.
That's brilliant. It's actually amazing to see, as much as we've heard, there's been challenges down this end of the world. Again, hearing that Clarendon have more sort of girl rowers than any of the other girls' schools, and then seeing Buffalo Rowing Club, Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club, it's great to see all of that, and then seeing DSG back. That's good signs for rowing down this end of the world. As I said, Walter Sisulu in lane 1, lane 2, that is Buffalo, and that is Makwetia. Lane 3 then is going to be UT Flesh Ellie. Interested to see how this man goes. And then Great Sculler in lane 4, another Exon Albans boy, and that is Braden Howard. He'll be coming down. And then lane 5, we have Sven Clausen. And on the far lane, lane 6, we will have St. Andrews coach Vince Jackson. So let's see the St. Andrews parents supporting that one. The skull is just turning around. Go get rid of a bit of lactic acid. Flush it out.
We're on the skulls, 117.
Yeah.
So the thing is that
Again, we will have 117 come down. That's the skulls race. And then the masters will be out there. That's some stage. Yeah, I think I'm about an hour-ish.
I think we're good. She was just putting one of her kids on the water. And I think it'll take them like an hour.
You're just 2 kilometers down the line. And this little bit of...
Yeah, that's fine. I totally understand. You can tell me.
Again, message out there. So as much as the water's settling a little bit in front of us, up at the start, it is still pretty hectic. But again, rowing's a rowing sport. It's not pretty, we're told by Graham. But it's almost, that's part of Buffalo. You've got to learn to race in all conditions.
Accept the conditions.
Accept the conditions.
Accept the things you cannot change.
There we go. So any parent who can tell us where that line comes from. It's an Irish, I don't know if it's an Irish saying, fable, or poem.
accept
God
things you
granted
cannot
us
change,
serenity.
change the things you can, and what's it? Isn't it that whole have wisdom to
Have the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah.
It's a prayer. There we go. You see, we've got someone with a proper education in front of us.
It's the Serenity Prayer.
Serenity prayer. You think?
Oh, there we go.
T, I hope you're Instagramming.
And Caitlin is also doing some Instagramming for Rosa today. Or yesterday, well, the weekend.
It's actually it's an important part. Again, I mean, I wax lyrical about how much I love the sport and how I think important it is for all these kids. But I think at this time in Rosa's sort of period of where we are, really social media, any of those parents, kids who are really good at it, getting those stories out there and the backstories. Not only is the great photos up and down the Buffalo, but just the backstories and the interesting things that go on.
You never like a backstory, Ben. Not at all. You are an incredible weaver of tales and you know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Yeah. And just on that again, we're going to plug parents, Eagle Media. Please go search for them on YouTube. If you are anywhere in the Eastern Cape or companies in the Eastern Cape, let's support Eagle Media, and let's never forget about RMB. They've been a long-term sort of sponsor of South African rowing and helping our guys get to the top end. As we see Mr. Ward row past us here in his Felipe Skull in the Tux tri-suit. I think that's Alex from Holy Rosary, head coach, and then Tata Mokwena, who is our under-23 national coach, having a quick chat to him. It must be pretty tough for Tatu. He's got three scullers who could make the final. So he's got to give each of them a strategy and a plan. Not sure how he does it between that. Oh, sorry. That's Murray. I was wondering why Alex was bringing in one of the other rowers. Murray Bell-Smith in front of us with Tatu. Can you imagine how many miles these scullers have done, dreaming of sort of winning one of these races? Since October, November last year, cut open his arm, and that he's going to be in the Silver Skulls going for it in about 2 hours' time. Out on the water, Tux, Braden Howard looks like he has this in command. Again, I think Tata will be happy about that because that gives him a reference point about where the UCT crews are. I can imagine Tatu's trying to work out that coxless 4 and the 8. UCT or tux?
So far lane. So Howard. It might be UJ. That might be Vince Jackson out in the. I know it's Vince Jackson, but I
Vince
think that's
Jackson's on the
in
far
second
side, I can
position
see
maybe,
him.
and then inside lane.
Nice to hear the drums, even for a coach. If one of your coaches is in this race, they do a lot for you, so it'd be good to give them a good support. We think that is on the far side, and we think in second place is Vince Jackson.
The St. Andrews coach.
St. Andrews coach, and he's an interesting character because he also does, I'm trying to think what it's called, but the bagpipes and the drums and all that type of stuff. Sorry? Pipe band. And he's the guy in the front with the stick thing. So we've got to find out what the correct term is there. But interesting, he almost got a scholarship to go to Scotland for that. But in the middle of the course here, it definitely looks like that is Braden Howard. Incredibly determined young man and a fantastic sculler. I mean, this is his first year out of school. Last year we saw him here at the Buffalo winning the first sculls in under 19. And a year later, he's going to be competing for the Silver Skulls. Sticking way ahead there. I think it's great to see Vince there. That is an impressive performance. He found a boat. He came up to the tower yesterday and said he's thinking about entering. So that is a proper long arms. He's connecting with those legs. Super strong in the hips and just pushing through. Even with a bit of bump, a little bit of a bird there.
Look at that.
But he's well in control. Well done, Vincent. Long torso there that he's able to get those long arms out there. Doing his St. Andrews under 16 goals proud. Great race.
row, gentlemen.
Has the ability to look left and take an instruction from Tatu. Well done, Vince. Great race.
So Braden and Vince automatically go through to the finals, along with the next fastest 2 from these heats.
And for me, that just looks, it's you, Jay, but looks like they're in tux colors. So I think that's Clausen. And it looks, I know, we've got out there, is that
That's
UJ?
Walter
That could be UJ.
Sisulu.
Or that could be Walter Sisulu. It looks like we didn't have the UCT crew there, or the Buffalo crew.
That looks like Walter Sisulu has sort of like a. That's. Oh, he's got a camouflage tri-suit. How cool. It's like black, white, gray.
Yeah, that's Buffalo.
Oh, Buffalo.
I think in my money this is Buffalo. So this is Lunga coming through here. Just put into context, this is the best of the best. So to enter this race, and again, just a little bit of sort of background here, background story for you. This year what they did with the sculls, instead of having A, B, and C sculls, everyone was in the same sculls race, and there'll be an A and B final. So we see Mr. Matthew Ward carrying his boat up. Well done.
So Ben, the grand is going off at 1:30. We need to get the crews up here for their live draw, their manual draw. What sort of time must we get them?
At least 12:30, an hour at least. Oh, no,
So we need to get on here to get, there's 5 votes.
12 o'clock? Or earlier?
Gareth, how much time do you need to put the crews into their lanes for the grand? Because they've got to do a manual draw.
Big G!
11 o'clock thing's good. Well, do you think I'll be here? Because it's tax and UCT.
Tatu, if you can hear us. Tatu? Oh, goodness. I'll see Braden Howard almost T-boning his Felipe into the jetty, but pulled in there by Tatu Mokwena. And we actually have a UCT sculler still out on the water. I'm assuming some sort of breakage or an issue with the boat there. And what you've got there is you've got an umpire, I think, just asking if he'll move out of the lanes. Give a thought to our masters. I think they pushed off about an hour ago. I think they'll be wanting to get back to the bank to get to the toilet. But up at the top, I can see the doubles lining up. This is the masters doubles. Well done, Vince. Great performance. Vince representing UJ, St Andrews. Yeah. And nice to see the change in roles. So as Vince, one of the coaches, he's got all the young girls that he coaches at St Andrews helping him in, taking his blades. Back to the Masters doubles.
So what race to set off, please? Thank you.
So race 114, Masters doubles. Give it a go there, Kaz.
All right, so out in lane 1, the Tandler crew from Old Eds. From Wemmer, De Jocher in lane 2. Buffalo Purdon in lane 3. Price Hughes VLC in lane 4. And out in lane 5, Wemmer Viking crew of Bannon.
155. There's a St Albans boat. 150. There's a St Albans boat that they say was a late and hasn't been. Sorry.
What's behind you? As we see the Buffalo Rowing Club Sculler come in, getting pulled in by his teammates there. Congratulations.
I saw people out to dinner last night, a couple, and they were like, oh, I was coming back from the bathroom to go to my table and pass, and they're like, hey, hello, how are you? Like, they knew me, and I was like,
Did you recognize the voice?
yeah, maybe, but I wasn't talking. I think they must be from, I think they're from Platang, but I didn't ask who they were, because I thought that I knew. And I was like, oh, so their daughter, they said this is their daughter's last year. My son is rowing, but not sure if he's going to continue when CC matriculate. So it's like, trying to wrap my brain around it. She did. I said, no, I know the sailors. They're not here. No, it's I don't think they officiate probably because they didn't. This is their first year at Buffalo too, so but that doesn't mean the kid hasn't been quite a good rower, but for whatever reason, this is their first year.
So Tom says after the silvers,
okay,
then that'll be a better time then, because I'm sure they're all in the grand also.
Yeah, sorry, because Val Smith and Howard are in the grand. So like all of it, all three of their scullers, tax scullers are there.
So what is that, Buffalo and Purdon maybe?
So I think 10:30.
Buffalo and Old Eds.
Out on the course. So again, we've got the Masters doubles. Come on, parents. These are people your age, and they've decided to go out there. It looks like we've got Buffalo. So the way I'm saying that is you can see the big gent in the back. That's the black and white. That's Buffalo, and they've got a great tussle on with Old Eds. So this is a great race. Old Eds, Buffalo. Who's going to take this? And it's great to hear the rest of the parents get behind this. Graham Baker, Tanner from Old Eds, and look at the Buffalo Rowing Club. That's a V8 in the back of that boat.
Wow, I was going to say, like, and super diesel.
Yeah. If that is your coach, let's hear your voices. Now, if the guy in the bow of the Buffalo crew could just row and keep up with his stroke, that'd be awesome.
And these heats are straight finals.
Yes. Great race there, Buffalo Rowing Club.
Well done to Buffalo.
That's it, nice win. Old Eds, Mr. And again, just a reminder, some of these Masters crews are novices. This could be, second, third race. We've got Wemmer Pan, this is the combination.
The Johnsons.
This is Diaga and Luck coming through. Outside, one of my favorite crews. So first of all, we got the VLC crew who are not appearing on here. And then I can see Tanya Ronal coming through there. Tanya Ronal was trying to get out of the race earlier on. She hasn't realized she's crossed the finish line.
So the guy in the bow.
Ronal, you can stop. Awesome. Great racing by those Masters crews. And we've already got the second heat coming down. They're catching up. VLC, we've got Tracy Williams, Alexa Marquitos. Again, Marquitos won the scull early on. Lane 2, VLC Detroit, Gaynor and Ann. VLC Johnson, Ian and Samantha in lane 3. Lane 4, that is Roberto Riccardi and Kim. Lane 5, we have Buffalo Rowing Club. Again, that's Karen and Dwayne. At this stage, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the quality of this rowing. This is VLC, and this is Ian and Samantha Johnson. I don't even know how many medals Samantha. Oh, Ian. Oh, sorry about that. The commentator's curse. This is probably the best Masters mixed double rowing in the country. I don't know how many medals Samantha won at Masters. Too many to count. And Ian is a phenomenal sculler. So that combination was always going to be difficult to beat. Fantastic race. On the far side, we know these two. This is Robert Riccardi and Kim.
Kim Bernard.
Kim is definitely looking for that finish line, hoping for that beep. And then
way to go, Rob and Kim!
And the buffalo is Karen, it's English pronunciation.
Karen, okay, sorry, Buffalo. Sorry, I said Karen. It's Karen. And here we go, the most interesting mixed doubles. Fully female crews, the two VLC crews here.
Gaynor and Ann coming in.
Gaynor and Tracy and Alexa.
Yeah, VLC.
Well done. Well done. And then coming in here, we have, this is the, should be a Wemmer. Oh no, this could be Buffalo Rowing Club. So Karen and Dwayne. Sounds like a rapper name.
Speaking of Buffalo, Kate Godfrey just said to me that Lunga, from that first heat of this event, he's also one of the coastal competitors.
Oh, there we go. So Lunga, who was in that first crew,
the beach sprints,
is part of the beach sprint squad. Nice to see there.
So Shane, that double was meant to do Masters and had got sick. She picked up a running, they couldn't race. I think they would have done
Just a reminder, coaches. Next race is 119, scheduled for 9:20. We are jumping the break, so 119, 9:20, we're going straight into it. No minute. They're already off. So ladies and gentlemen, this is how good our umpires are. We have lanes cross, we lose 25 minutes, and we're back on schedule. Coaches, please. I'm going to say that again. We are back on schedule. So the 9:20 race, 119, has been set off, and that is the women's under 19 second sculls. So regatta is back on time. Make sure your crews are at their boats early, onto the jetties, and coming down. Now we're sure, so I'll start it.
He's going to come up and clock you for distracting him.
Quick changeover of commentators as one goes off to race. Having just watched one of the other commentators racing.
Oh, this one is dying.
So we have race 119, which is junior 19 second singles, St Mary's Karuma, St Mary's Stead, St Mary's Pestana, St Stithians Boying, Somerset Barnfeather, and St Mary's Welshman.
How many heats? Oh, these are finals, right?
Yeah.
They're on their way.
And although there seem to be quite a lot of St Mary's scullers in here, it looks like the St Stithians sculler in lane 4, along with the St Mary's sculler in lane 2, have pulled out a little bit of a lead, but there's not much. I'd say St Mary's has got about half a length on St Stithians, so that's St Mary's Pestana in front of St Stithians Boying.
I would say probably.
They've just passed the 1K, coming up to the 700 meters. We've also got a sculler sneaking up there on the outside. It looks like Somerset Barnfeather is doing a great job as well, and she's currently lying in third, but only just.
They're pretty much in the same lane. St. Mary's and Barnfeather seem to be.
So yeah, so Mary's Welshman has decided that she doesn't particularly like lane 6, and she looks like she's, or maybe she's trying to slipstream Barnfeather.
Let me just hop behind you. I'm going to go get them to put in your batteries.
But St. Mary's Pastana in lane 3 looks like she's got the bit between her teeth. She's got a nice glue between her and second place. And it's funny how once you break that contact, you can often push a lot more distance between you and the person behind you. But it looks like Barnfeather from Somerset is giving St. Stithians, Boying, and I'm not sure if that's the right pronunciation, a really good run for her money. They're really dicing it out for second at the moment. That look like they are putting a little bit more into the water, a little bit more rating than St. Stithians. They've lifted their rating as they go past Second Creek. Rating 38, yes, she's pulled slightly ahead of St. Stithians now. She's got about 3/4 of a length, and she's still keeping that rating. She's decided that she's going to go after St. Mary's Pastana.
Start spending on it, kicking your phone. Ding, ding, ding. Shot.
And Barnfeather from Somerset really is meaning it. It's at rating 38. The St. Mary's Scull is still looking very relaxed at about 32. The St. Stithians lady around 34, but Barnfeather's really going for it, and she's got a nice little bit of a wind shadow, which is going to really help, while the other lady from St. Mary's Pastana has got a bit of a gust that she's just hit. Oh, now the Somerset lady has now hit the gust. I don't think she's going to run out of river to catch Daniela Pastana from St. Mary's. But it's still a very close dice between St. Stithians and Somerset. For my money, I think Somerset has got half a length. But it's close. That rating has dropped a little bit from Barnfeather. And St. Mary's Pastana is about to hit takeaway. She's lifting the rating, and off she goes. This is the Buffalo Regatta, after all, and we want to be winning.
Can you ask very gently if the master scullers for 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 4, we know it's a tight turnaround. 1, 2, 3, they start launching. We really need.
And Somerset Barnfeather doing a great job. She's now broken the contact. She's got a length and a half clear water.
Okay.
Great job, ladies.
Kate, we just have a quick announcement to the Masters Scullers in events 123 and 124. If you could please get to Control Commission now and get checked in and out under the water. We need you to launch as soon as possible, as it is a quick turnaround. Again, the Masters in events 123, 124. Please get your launch process underway right away. Thank you.
And that's a nice second for Somerset. And here comes St. Stithians for third.
Shame they look.
Followed by the 3 Somerset ladies. Nice racing in these tricky conditions. Next up, we have the J19 men's second single. Selborne Everts in lane 1, St. Albans Branch in lane 2, Kes Claro lane 3, St. Albans Miller in lane 4, Jeppy Moodley lane 5, and Jeppy Carrison in lane 6. Looks like they've just passed the 500 meters, and it looks very close at the moment. I'd say that Selborne has just dropped behind a little bit in lane 1.
Kate, I'm so dialed in from yesterday's 500-meter races that I keep forgetting that I have to look way up the river. I think we were quite spoiled.
At
but
least
they
it's
do.
a tailwind.
But I think they do a lot of hard work to get up to the start line. Again, just a quick reminder to the Masters in events 123 and 124. Due to the very quick turnaround, we need you to please launch your boats as soon as you possibly can. Get down to Control Commission and get out on the water. Thank you. Who's phoning me?
If there's a problem, we want to know about it, and otherwise not.
So the gents are just coming up to the 1K mark.
Okay.
They're getting through the roughest part of the river because between the so 200 meters in to about the 1,000, the banks narrow very quickly after they widen at the 1K. Then it flattens out a little bit, but they've got a nasty gust of wind to get through, which they're heading through at the moment. And it's all going to be about boatmanship and who is best through that. It can make a big difference to your placings as to how well you manage the gusts and manage the waves. Very close racing. Still put it at St Albans Branch and Kes Claro and St Albans Miller up in front. I'd say that Jeppy Moodley has just dropped back a little bit, but Jeppy Carrison is doing a great job and has overtaken Jeppy Moodley. And about a length behind that is Selborne Everts. I'd say that now it's Kes Claro and St Albans Miller who are batting it out in the front. Albans has just a little bit of a lead, about a length lead on Kes. So it looks like it's currently St Albans Miller, Kes Claro, St Albans Branch. And St Albans Miller is pushing out that distance. He's broken the connection. He's got clear water. And he's about to hit a wind shadow, which I'm sure he's going to take advantage of. And I see that on the outside, that the Jeppy Carrison has had a great piece of rowing. He's obviously hit a nice piece of water. He's taking full advantage of it to try and pull himself back into contention. And he is pulling himself back into contention because I'd say he's getting close to that Kes Claro and St Albans Branch. So I'd still say that St Albans Branch and Kes Claro are pretty close, second and third, shortly followed by Jeppy Carrison. But St Albans Miller looks like he's got a lead, but Kes has done a brilliant push and he's pushing through. He's hit a lovely piece of water. He's taking fully advantage. I'd actually say he's got his bow ball in front now. He's picked up the rating. He's taking full advantage of that gust that St Albans Miller has just hit. And he's now got a length up. He's hit, and you can see that Miller's about to hit another gust of wind, which is now going to give opportunity to the Jeppy Carrison and St Albans Branch. And Kes has got himself out nicely, so when he hit that last gust, he's not in any risk anymore of being overtaken. And Miller seems to have faded, and St Albans Branch is doing a great job of tackling the conditions. Say he's now lying in second, but Carrison from Jeppy has got a nice wind shadow, and you can see he's picked up the rating. He's taking full advantage of that. That better water could make a huge difference to the boat speed, and he's going. He's lifted his rating. So Kes Claro is still having to work to make sure he stays in front because Jeppy Carrison is still giving it horns. And St Albans Branch is also, they're not far off him. They could regain contact, but I think they might run out of river. So you've got St Albans and Jeppy dicing it out for second. St Albans has just hit a wind shadow, so he could take advantage of the nice flat water. But it's going to be Kez, Claro, unless something disastrous happens. And it's dice for dice, Jeppy Carrison and St Albans Branch. Bow ball for bow ball as they come up to the line. I think St Albans have got the boat speed. And it's St Albans followed by Jeppy. Good rowing, gents. And here comes Selborne Everts, who handled the conditions beautifully and came right up in the field.
How the hell are you supposed to see that bubble number?
Which one?
The one right there at the end. It looks like 6. Can anybody see that?
This one's 5. That's the other Jeff.
These guys are not serious.
Sorry?
No, I'm saying that bubble number, you can't see it.
Some of these bar numbers are so far.
And the next race is already going, and it's junior men's 19 second coxed fours. In lane 1, Kez Edwards. Lane 2, St Benedict's Scullard. Lane 3, St John's Carnelli. Lane 4, St John's Hreling. And lane 5, St Benedict's Zietsman. Lane 6, St Andrew's Murray. And my fellow commentator is quite excited about the St John's boat in lane 4.
Yes, I am, Kate, but I'm excited about all of the races, actually. I was just saying this morning that I've taken such a soft spot to all of these rowers because you see the names time in and time out, you watch them race, and then you just get so excited for them because you begin to know them, you know their style, you know what they do at the finish line, and you become very vested in all of the rowers.
Okay, Masters women's coxless quads, please launch urgently. Quick turnaround times, you need to get on the water. But it also helps if you have a son in a boat.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Or 2.
Yeah.
But in this case, one of them.
Yeah. I can see that. Okay, so it looks like Benny Zietsman and St John's are dicing it out hard. So it looks like St John's has got a length on Benny's. So St John's, Hreling. But remember, in this patch, and the water conditions change dramatically from moment to moment, and you don't know when that gust is going to hit. And it's all about who handles those gusts, who handles the waves. You saw how much it changed in the sculling race. And your cocks can play a big difference in here, because if they can place your boat in a wind shadow of flat water, they can gain you a couple of extra lengths without you having to work any harder. And they're hitting a big gust right now, so we've got St. John's and Benny's hitting a big wind gust as they come up to Second Creek. But St. John's is handling, and they're actually pulling away. So they're using that gust to take advantage of it. They're trying to break that contact, and they're giving themselves clear water. Come on! And once you do that, once you're the following crew and you can't see your competitors' puddles anymore, and you know that they're pulling away, it is very demoralizing. And it takes a tough-minded crew to forget about that, carry on rowing, and pull it back again. But St. John's look like they've got the bit between their teeth, and their cox is placing them into a very nice wind shadow, so he's on the buoys, but aiming for the wind shadow, which is fantastic, because that will give his rowers a much smoother ride. St. John's have now got about 2 lengths clear water, so they really handled that gusty bit in the middle well. You can see the crews at the back now hitting that gust, and almost coming to a stop.
They look like they really are battling that wind out there by the umpire's boat.
So lying in third, I'd say it's Kez in lane 1, followed by St Andrews in lane 6. The St John's know they've got this. Still rating fairly high, 32. It is the Buffalo, it is a final, I don't blame them at all.
You might as well go for broke.
Benny's working hard. Kez, unfortunately, is hitting a nasty patch of wind, while
look at that.
Benny's has hit a nice flat patch.
St. John's still in the flat water, out in the lead. St. Benedict's a couple of boat lengths behind them.
So that is going to play into St. Andrews' hands, the fact that Kez is hitting a windy patch, because St. Andrews has hit a flat patch and they're pulling their rating up. They're taking advantage of it. I'm sure the Cox has noticed that they're pulling the Kez boat in.
Kez and?
It's Kez and St. Andrews. And St. Andrews are going for it. They've lifted that rating. Kez have noticed, they picked their rating up as well, but coming out the front we've got St. John's and then Benny's, who are at no risk of being overtaken at the moment. Kez has still got their a length on St. Andrews, but St. Andrews has got a nice piece of flat water coming up, and Kez has hit a gust. So that gust is slowing them down, and St. Andrews is pulling up now. There's no clear water now between St. Andrews and Kez. And St. Andrews is picking that rating up and going for it. I think they started their takeaway at about the 700, and it's getting close, but St. Andrews might run out of water to get that third. Now Kez have a wind shadow, and they're going to take advantage of it. They're lifting their rating. And I'd say Kez are going to get it. They've got that boat speed, but St. Andrews gave it a really good go. And I think that early takeaway has taken it out of them, but that's a really great shot for trying. Well done, well rowed, gents.
And the St. John's Carnelli crew bringing it in, almost in the home stretch, almost over the line. St. Benedict's Scullard crew just behind them.
And just passing the 1,000, we've got the junior men's second coxless fours, which is a dice out between the Western Cape, Rondebosch and Bishops. And it looks like Bishops have a length clear water on the Bosch crew. So often in the Western Cape say Bish Bosch, and in this case it is Bish Bosch, it's not Bosch Bish.
Bosch Bish.
They've hit that nasty gusty bit that you hit from the 1-2 through to just below the 1,000. Bishops are now into the wind shadow, so they're going to take full advantage of that and not give Bosch the chance to get back. And then coming up round the course, we've got the Masters sneaking Ravens Clark in the first heat that happened shortly after this coxless fours race. It's still very close though. Bosch are not letting go of that Bishop's crew. And they've handled that rough stuff well. I gather in the Western Cape they get to see quite a lot of rough stuff. And you can tell they handle it very nicely. But Bishops has still got, they're pulling out their lead. They've got about a length and a half now of clear water. And they've got the bit between their teeth. They're not going to let Bosch come back to them. So it's a coxless boat, and as you can see, the Bosch boat is investigating a few different lanes. So they didn't like lane 3, so they're heading, and they're quickly crossing lane 2 because I think the sound of the crowd might inspire them if they get into lane 1. And they pushed nicely, they've made up a little bit of that distance. So let's give them a big rousing cheer. Let's see if we can help them get a little bit closer to the Bishop's crew. And they're hitting a wind shadow now, both crews now in a wind shadow. I think they're going to run out of river though. Bishop's coming through. There's still 2 lengths of clear water between the boats. And Bishop's taking away. They know that bar anything but a disaster, they've got this.
Yeah, Weasel!
Nice row, gents. So the Masters one time. A lot of these guys competed in World Masters at the end of last year, which was a fantastic event. And I have to say the commentary there was excellent. The commentators tended not to hit themselves in the face with the microphone.
I don't know what just happened. I sort of tried to eat it, clopped it on my teeth. Yeah, you mean the World Masters commentating with you? Fantastic. And you. And you, and you, and you. We had such a jaw.
Yes.
Are you going to pull Michael? Won't you introduce Michael? It's a lot later. I'm going to say that.
Do me a favor, call for Graham. Just ask for the lane. They need to do the lane draw for the.
What's Graham, if you could please report to the commentator's tower, please. Graham, we need to do the lane draw. It's lane draw time.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Yeah, apparently it's one of the
What is it? He was saying in the marching in the back.
Yeah, so it's called a drum major.
Yeah, the drum
Yeah,
major.
so you hold a mace.
Mace, that's what we were trying to think for. That's it.
So is the live draw going to be on the Instagram?
Yeah, I think we're going to put it. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to. I think we're going to do it here.
Okay.
Again, Graham, if you could report to the finish tower, please, Graham, for the lane draw.
Yeah, it's just orange blue, he said. Are they on their way up? Probably didn't listen to my announcement because I didn't got called.
Ben and Rob are actually next door to each other.
Rob was just here like minutes ago. That's what it is. What is
So if you happen to be a rowing parent who also rows and our regattas run late, I want the Masters to please remember that, because we're currently waiting for the Masters who haven't had a race in a while to get onto the line.
So we're going to record in front of the banners in the clubhouse.
Okay, so it's probably too far for the mic to reach.
They've got the, I think it's the skulls race now. So we can, I think about 11 o'clock we'll do it.
Skulls are out there.
But you saw the skulls about 10:30, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just told to call you, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, because Vince came and said we need to call you to do the lane draw now. So, who was Vince? Alright, so I'll come and watch.
You can just come and commentate to that on the live stream. They can understand what's happening with the draw.
Okay, you know more probably about that. You know the tradition. But we're not doing it yet because he's still here. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Just keep waiting till he goes over there. Yeah. Perfect.
Right. So you open up, I think the scullers are on, so we won't do it now. Probably at 11 o'clock after the silver skulls.
Should I summon Vince now?
Where is he?
Vince Jackson, could you please report to the finish tower? Vince Jackson, to the finish tower.
I'm used to saying commentator's tower.
I don't know, but it's been the last tradition. That's what I was handed over, and that's how it's done.
And so it shall be.
No, it's commission control.
Ah, look, I summoned him.
The blue
There he
team's
comes.
control. Yeah.
He wants it.
Sorry, it wasn't me.
Well, no, because you wanted just to tell him not now to do the lane draw. Wait until 11.
Not on screen.
Yeah.
Aren't you scaling up? Isn't the silver skulls at top of 10?
Yeah, it's in basics.
Yeah. We'll wait till you got the silver skulls. And the bands at 150. Straight up. Isn't it? Oh, just
You said you wanted to do the lane draw now with Graham.
No. I was
They said
asking.
to call Graham to the tower to do the lane draw, and that's what you were calling.
No, I'm not super.
And I'll wait till there was the camera.
And I'm just here but just in case there's
For someone. Oh, Dana.
You guys go
You guys are looking at each other
That's
like,
all the grand. So what the grand is a manual lane draw.
Yeah.
So that the program's going to lane
I think there's some sort of miscommunication on this. Vince is like, what are you talking about? Graham's like, I don't know. I didn't call you. You did call me. What are we talking about? Which lane draw?
No, we need to listen what he said. We're all getting so they're saying that the lanes haven't been released from the heats for the skulls final.
Yeah, just saying that there's a shoe, right?
So you can release it.
Must I do the lane draw without you? That's not cool.
It's just a grand. It's just a grand. It's a manual lane. Not yet. So Gareth was waiting for me. There we go. So yeah.
I think there's only one lane draw, which is for the grand, not for the silver. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, race 116 and race 116.
Gareth was waiting for me.
Huh? Gareth, surely.
I'm coming.
He may or may not do the second race. No, it's been sent to sleep for 2 hours. Yeah, he really wants to do it. When's Billy now? It's 10:30, right?
Okay, he's busy doing it.
11:38, I think.
The 136 is great.
Yeah.
126? The 8s? Are they off? Is the off on its way?
Has the umpire at the 1K please tell us how the petrol and the oil is doing? So Alina at the 1K, please tell us how the petrol and the oil is doing.
126 is on its way? How can I not see this? For the Vikings? There must be. How are you today? I look like I was. Oh boy. Not so much.
150 is published.
No, man.
And 132 I'm going to work on now.
It's all right. It's on the line. It's all right.
So it looks like 126 is trying to line up, but not.
You have 150 details.
Was it the color that was out?
Okay, 150 is up.
That's the B final and then the silver skull.
B final and then the A final is 132.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Tammy from Sea Spirit phoned me to say hello and said greetings and check on her hand, but she has a condition such that she cannot be there. So I said to her, send me a voice note and I'll send a greeting in the group. It's there.
So I just knew that there were lots of people So I had lots of masters.
I had a message from Miss Alvin's mom going, "Where are you? It's 7:07 and there's no sound and we missed your shirt." I was like,
Where was this intro note?
sorry?
This intro note?
You just sent me a note.
Yeah.
No, but also they missed the beginning. So they only had enough pictures so they couldn't get going.
Yeah, so that was also. So we're, so wait, you might know, Kate, before you leave.
Oh, is this the name
What's going on with the,
Yeah.
you're not on the group? Where are these masters races?
I just did it now.
Yeah, I saw you doing it. Yeah.
What's happening with 123, 124,
126. And I'm giving you 132 now.
So it's 126 first, and then we're going back up to the masters.
Okay. So this is
Thank
the
you.
big
So
one.
we're lining right now for the eights. Yeah, I see. I mean, sorry, Octobus. Yes, I know that. When you get caught up on a brain fog.
You're going to print a time machine.
Right. Okay. So we're going to
No time to print the time machine. You have to do the whole thing in order to do just one page.
And we'll go back up to
Morning, Rika. Welcome to the microphone.
Back again.
Back again. You were down on the jetty. How's life down on the jetty with your rower?
It was a little bit better than earlier this morning.
Is that on?
No, it's not. Hold on. Oh.
Are you live now?
Attempt number 49 for this morning. I can't even remember the question anymore.
I asked you how it went down on the jetty this morning with the with the singles, with the girls singles.
Yeah, but they went out this morning in the doubles and to head down into the race direction. But it seemed to have calmed down when it was Ben and me earlier. It was Whitecaps here at the finish line. So hopefully it continues to calm down. It makes for pleasant rowing, survival rowing. You know, it fits well with the Viking theme. But,
That's right.
I prefer the flat water racing.
And speaking of Vikings, we'll let you know that right now, race number 126, it's event number 11, the junior men's, junior women's, 15 octs are lining up at the 1K mark.
Let's
Gosh.
try that again. We had such practice on Thursday.
We
with
did
that.
practice on Thursday, but then I became so accustomed to so many races firing off so quickly at the 500-meter mark yesterday that I've now been conditioned. I have to recondition my mind. So the octs lining up at the 1K mark now, junior women's and junior men's, 15 octs. Let's tell you who's going to be in what. In lane 3, St. Benedict's Riccardi crew. In lane 4, Rondebosch, Fonsel Smith. In lane 5, St. John's Guamanda crew. And in lane 6, St. Stithian's Kurebwa crew. Say Kurebwa crew, back to back, 5 times fast. That's a tongue twister. Do it. I'm telling you, try it. If you've had enough coffee, you can. Kureba crew.
Kureba crew.
There we go.
That was only 3.
All right, you're cooler than me.
Isn't there a song?
Cooler than me. As cool as I am.
No, there is a song.
All right, tell me about it. You might be winning.
It's an Afrikaans song, I think.
Oh no, here we go again with the Afrikaans songs.
He's no help. No help. You know, yesterday he was very good with, Geel Perskes and Mampoer and songs, and now suddenly today
Yes.
he's like, I know nothing. I know nothing.
Well, if you just be doing what I've been doing, I've used that for my brain power.
But it does look as though the wind has released its hold on us just ever so slightly. It's not looking quite so hectic out on the course. I hope I haven't done the commentator's curse on that, though. You see, now here comes the gust.
You guys want to remind all the Masters that they published on the Masters?
It's not the regatta. It's
Then for the Masters, there's masters.regatta results at Servo.
So it's a separate tab.
No, it's a separate
website.
You're
But
right.
they would know where it is.
Yeah, it's in London.
Okay.
And they can see their results. And just a reminder.
something like that.
Not that I don't know the first thing about golfing really, but I know that happens.
I was also going to say it's tricky for me to comment on the golf because I'm also not so much on the golf. I played in Afrikaans. The way that I played was called Moerensoek.
That would be probably what I would do, like Happy Gilmore, you know, just like a hockey player.
So just a reminder for the Masters races, and the technical advisor gave me the look that I was going to screw it up. So I'm going to hand the mic over to him. So he's going to give you the exact information where to look for your race, because as mentioned before, you might cross the finish line first. It might not mean that you can come and fetch
Because
your
of,
medal.
say it with me now,
Eddie.
prognostics. So Gareth, please just to let us know, where can the Masters racers find their results?
Thanks, Kaz. So Masters results are published at masters.regattaresults.co.za. They are also published on the normal regattaresults.co.za site, but just to know that you must get your results from the Masters version, because that's where your prognostic is calculated. The normal site just gives you the finish order plus a raw time, and then the Masters site adds the raw, the actual prognostic to the result.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Gareth. So we're looking down the course, and we see event number 120, race number 126 with the Octs seem to be underway. We will be going back for the Masters races, which are races number 123, 124, and 125. Those will resume after this Oct.
Benedict's maybe. St. John's looking pretty strong. Rondebosch.
So we're looking down the course, and from here right now, St. John's, St. Benedict's, and Rondebosch looking like they've got a good start. St. Albans Muller also not too shabby in lane 1. Really giving it some good strong arms out there against the wind. The Vikings coming. The arm. Giving it legs. We're giving it legs.
Giving it horns.
Giving it horns. Giving it legs, horns. But Vikings have the horned helmets. Did they?
In recent culture they have, but
Okay.
apparently they didn't have the beginning.
Or television culture. All right, looking down the course, to me, it's looking like it's a race between St. Benedict's and St. John's. For the first place position. I don't know if we can see from here. We need Kate to give us her eagle eye to see who's in front between those two, as they are sort of far across the course from one another. Both of them have peeled away from the competition, St. Benedict's and St. John's. I'm thinking it looks to me like St. Benedict's is out in the lead, hey?
Yeah, I think St. Benedict's.
All right, so Rick and I are conferring, and it looks to us as if St. Benedict's is out in front of St. John's. Not by very much. They probably have about a half a boat length or a canvas of contact between them. But the race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th are definitely very tight, spread across those lanes. St. Stithians, Rondebosch, St. Albans. It's a mad sprint, a mad dash. These guys putting everything in. How are their rates looking, Rika? Pick a number.
High to higher.
High to higher. St. Benedict's really coming in strong and smooth. Look at the leg power these guys have applying. St. John's not giving up half a boat, but St. Benedict's pulling away as they cross the finish line. Just ahead of a little bit of water between them. St. John's coming in the second place position, followed by St. Albans. Rondebosch and St. Stithians. And we'll look down the course, give a shout out to the guys from Grey with a broken blade. You can see it sticking up on the west bank side. Well, maybe it's not broken, but he's lost.
Just stuck.
But it's stuck underneath the boat. Might not be broken. This
Stroke. When your stroke guy goes down, all hell breaks loose. It's like slammed on the brakes.
And that's Gray in across the line. Shame, guys. Yeah, I just got stuck. We're going to go backwards now. We're going back to the Masters. Should be event 123. Should be the Masters singles, men's.
Your next race is race 127. It's at the 2,000 meter mark. If you can get up there.
All right, looking down the course at about the 1K mark, halfway down already, the Masters single sculls. It is race number 123, event 26.
So that's which race are we?
What race is this? 127?
Should be 123.
Coming down now.
So this is race 123, heat 1 of the Masters single. VLC Alfred's Beard. I'm trying to get Andrew Beard to come and row at Elgin, doing, keeping up my single squad going there. Then we had Old Ed Backers, lane 3, lane 4, Old Ed's Backer, and lane 5, Ravens Clark. I'm going to say it's looking good for Old Ed's in lane 4.
Ravens, I think.
It's Old Ed's, Ravens, and Alfred's. Isn't one of our fellow commentators racing the single? Rob? Ben as well.
But I think they're not.
Oh, Ben is in the next heat.
They're against each other.
And they're against each other. They didn't plan that right. It looks like Andrew Beard from Alfred's here in lane 2, closest to the clubhouse, picking up the rate. His boat's running well. Clean blades. It looks like Old Ed's falling back into third. It's going to be a sprint between Ravens and Alfred's. It's not there.
So it's Alfred's, okay.
Yeah.
Alfred's and Ravens.
It's between Alfred's and Ravens. It might only be 1,000 meters, Cass, but it feels like 5 when you come past the last race. Probably about another 10 strokes. Looks like Raven's going to take this, fighting out still for second. So that's lane 3 from Old Ed's Backers. Okay, should we ask their ages so that we can figure out who's the winner?
How are the prognostics?
Yeah, the real winner.
There's their ages right there.
Yeah, their ages are actually in the program. Those tucked into the left-hand corner of the program, Beard 39, Backus 50, Baker 45, and Clark 44. But we don't know how to apply the prognostics.
We'll leave it up for the technical specialists with these 4 computers and 3 cell phones.
The big G knows how to do that. Again, when the Masters would like to find their final results, they need to go to the Masters results page.
Next race for the men's master single, 124, heat 2, Old Ed's Price. Lane 3, Ravens, Ben Double B, Bernard. Lane 4, Ravens, Riccardi. And lane 5, VLC Johnson.
So I see those 2 green tri-suits for the Ravens. Ben Bernard in lane 3. He seems to be out in front of the pack. And VLC Johnson probably just behind him, but I would say the second place position's pretty tight between Johnson, Riccardi, and Price. Price of Old Ed's.
They seem to have shifted to lanes 1, 2.
Although it does look like the rowers have shifted to the West Bank side a little bit. Old Ed's in lane 1, Bernard in lane 2, Riccardi lane 3. Johnson out in the far side lane. Bernard well ahead of everybody else. He's got a couple of boat legs, really applying that leg power, trying to take the burn off of the arms. But a windy patch just ahead of Ben Bernard. Kind of clearer water in the outside lanes for Johnson. Rob Riccardi taking those deep breaths, really trying to apply himself now, trying to get that right through that big gust of wind. The guys neck and neck. Rob and Tom going mana a mana. Lane 1, lane 3. Ben Bernard about to cross the finish line. Well done to our own B squared. And breathe, Ben, breathe. Ian Johnson from VLC, the navy blue tri-suit with the yellow panel down the side, just about to hit the finish line. And Rob Riccardi, just about a boat length ahead of Tom Price. Tom trying to catch up, Rob across the line, and there's Tom across the line. Well done, gentlemen.
How's my talking shit?
Very good. I think when you're in that corner, you have to call it because I see hats and so I can't.
Yeah. I'll be happy to switch with you.
Hi, how can I help?
All right, Rick, I can see there's a lot of activity at the 1,000 meter mark. It is the Masters women's, quads and fours getting into position. We should have VLC Dutoy in lane 2, VLC Johnson in lane 3, VLC Williams in lane 4, and out in lane 5, De Jocher from Wemmer. Again, this is race number 125, event 27. Just about to get underway at the 1K mark. All right, it looks like the women are off. The women's masters, quads, and fours competing in a combined event.
Is somebody going wonky? Is lane 2 coming in across? It looks like lane 2 came behind lane 1 and they're heading to the west bank. Are they coming off the course or are they just steering badly? There's trouble steering. They're straightening out. So it looks to me like lane 2 maybe out in the lead. Lane 4, second? Am I right?
All right, from where we're looking right now, it's looking like VLC Johnson has positioned themselves maybe in the first place spot. Perhaps Wemmer looking pretty good behind them, De Jocher crew.
Am I right? Who's the white group?
But there was a bit of a lane change, so some steering issues back there in lane 2.
So Williams, or is it Johnson that went over? Who went over? Or is it Dutoy that's out?
That's all the way on the inside.
So who's in the lead? Is it Dutoy or is it Johnson?
I think it's Johnson. To me it looks like an old age screw if I look at the tri-suits.
Are they red and white?
Did we have any late entries or changes in this? Rachel?
Are there any change? Is it still VLC, 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 Wemmer in this?
As I can tell, yeah, I haven't been told anything different.
Those look like men. So those are men. Wait, those are women out there. There's VLC women. Oh wait, that's women. Sorry. Okay, this is going to be... Okay, that's Killian. That's out there. Killian and Gaynor in the back in the green. So this has got to be... This is VLC. It's like a VLC Old Ed's combo crew. Is Kim Bernand one of them? Or Renell Price? Johnson, I think, is out in the floor.
You guys got a full crew.
Sorry, you put up a what?
Stand by for finish.
Okay, so is that you stuck in the middle of the course?
I know Dutoy is back here. Dutoy is in this group. So this has got to be Johnson. This has got to be, yeah, that's lane 3. So that's Johnson crew coming in over the line.
So in first place, it took us a while to figure this out. Lane 3, It looks like the Johnson VLC crew. Then Wemmer de Jager, lane 5, coming in second, and then VLC Williams in third place, and then VLC de Toy in fourth place.
Right, but now we mustn't forget, as they come in over the line, prognostics do apply. So regardless of what their finish order has been, once those prognostics get applied, then we know actually who comes out ahead. The average age of these crews, as we look across, the Detroit crew average age 57, the VLC Johnson crew, who came in first over the line, 46, and then the Wemmer crew average age of 44, and VLC Williams 49. So the VLC Detroit crew definitely has that prognostic application there for a slightly more generous application of prognostics to them.
So, guys, in masters rowing, it's not frowned upon if you have somebody walk up to you and say, "Can you row on Saturday? How old are you?" "Oh no, you're too young. It doesn't work for us." So you do look sometimes for a person a little bit older, because they take the average of all 4 rowers. So you kind of have people from 27 and people from 65 or 75 rowing in the same boat together.
Right. So it's a balance between age and sort of your strength in the boat.
Graham, could you please come to regatta control? Graham, fairly urgently, if you could please come to regatta control.
So where are we now?
We should be 127 now. So now it's senior men's A pairs.
Coming down the course now should be the senior men's A pairs. Tux Bernand in lane 1, Tux Bontais in lane 2, Breitenbach from UCT in lane 3, Chabalala from Tux in lane 4, UCT Salot in lane 5, and UCT Durant in lane 6. And several of these rowers are also coaches of the teams that are here. So we'll see their kids out here cheering for them, I'm quite sure. All right, Rika has a look down the course with the far-seeing binoculars and says it's still very tight race. Passing the 1K mark in the approach to the creek. We'll see what the wind does to these scullers. Their pairs. Sweep rowers. Sweep rowers. You asked me if I could do the accent. Sweep rowers. If I can imitate you. Sweep rowers.
Is that what I sound like?
Sweep rowers. Yes. Say it.
Sweep rowers.
No, man, you put on your American accent. We're having that body swap
But when I
thing.
speak rowing, I speak American.
Do you?
There's no rowing language in Afrikaans.
You were saying, okay, fair enough, but you were saying the other day that American lingo for rowing is very different to what happens internationally and even in South Africa, perhaps. So give us a couple of examples of what somebody might say in the States with regard to some of the rowing techniques or...
So we talk about the sides of the boats as port and starboard versus bow side and stroke side. So
port and starboard, all right. That's more familiar to me also. Port being the left side, P-O-R-T, 4 letters, left, L-E-F-T, 4 letters. That's how you remember. Starboard on the right.
No, but in rowing,
it's the opposite.
Starboard is on your left.
Oh, no, gosh, because you're swapped around.
Because it goes in the direction of the boat traveled.
Just when I think I understand nothing.
You know nothing, guys.
I know nothing. No, I'm just trying to sit in the seat of a parent who's new to this.
You're not new anymore.
I know, but I'm trying to put myself in that position so that we can explain things. All right, give me another example.
So when you want the rowers to stop, you say way enough.
In America, you say way enough.
Yes.
Way as in W-A-Y or way as in like the weight?
I don't know.
Okay, good question. We'll have to look that one up. And another? So you want to stop as way enough. But now easy, you were telling me about easy. What does easy mean? Where was that experience?
Easy. I think in South Africa, when you call easy, it means you need to stop.
And then, but then you found yourself once just easing up on the rowing, going touching only, and they finally just yelled at you to stop because that's what easy means.
Yes, I thought they want me to row easier and lighter pressure. So there was some communication challenges at the beginning when I came back to South Africa. All right, the field has spread out a little bit. It looks like it is some red caps from Tux and a UCT boat fighting it out for first place.
That's Tux
Savalala. UCT Breitenbach, lane 3.
The wind seems to be picking up again, gusting nicely up here in the tower, but that's a heck of a tailwind for the guys coming down in these pairs. Tux really upping their rate. They do not want UCT to catch them. Really putting their backs into this, pushing with those legs, pulling hard with the arms. Tux rating faster than UCT by my eye.
Higher. Stroke rates is high or low?
Higher. Okay, but faster makes more sense.
But what if you go faster with a lower stroke rate?
Oh, heavens. I can't win for anything I say. I'm just going to stick to the music, I think.
Good.
Well done, Tux. UCT over the line. You see Tux here. This would be the Bernand crew coming in now in lane 1 from Tux. UCT just behind them, and the Bontais crew from Tux just behind them.
Okay, the second race, or the next race, that'll be race 128, the final of the Junior Women's Under-19 First Doubles, lane 1, St. Stithians Taylor, lane 2, St. Mary's Price Hughes, lane 3, Holy Rosalie Rutger, lane 4, St. Andrews Bernard, lane 5, Somerset MacDonald, and lane 6, St. Andrews Lamond.
We saw these girls doing this the sprint yesterday, and what a showdown it was. Some real power with these doubles out here. Holy Rosary Rutger, always a very strong crew. St. Mary's Price Hughes, not to be trifled with. Bernand St. Andrews also a strong contender. Those girls are very, very competitive.
I'm going to say St. Mary's Holy Rosary.
It has been handled this way. They usually like hang back a little bit and then they throw balls out.
I don't know. It's looking like the St. Mary's Price Hughes crew is doing, might be just ahead. St. Andrews Bernand, Holy Rosary Rutger, side by side.
Second place.
It's Danny Price Hughes, Nicole Ledley in lane 2. The bright red tri-suits, easy to see, cruising out in front of the Holy Rosary Bernand crew from St. Andrews, but Bernand is making a move. St. Mary's into a big wind patch right now, as I think most of the girls are hitting this. Although the St. Stithians crew, Lucy Taylor, they are in a slight wind shadow. The Price Hughes crew from St. Mary's can see St. Andrews in the peripheral vision, not giving an ounce or a bit of water away to them. St. Andrews really pushing hard. Woodgood not giving up, also keeping right on the bow ball of St. Andrews. It's going to be a tight race into the finish between St. Andrews and Holy Rosary. It looks like St. Mary's has got this in the bag. Getting a little bit of clear water, pulling out ahead of St. Andrews, and it is St. Mary's over the line. It's going to be tight between Holy Rosary and St. Andrews. Holy Rosary, it looks like might have done a little bit of a thrust.
I think Holy Rosary got it on the line.
I think Holy Rosary just got it at the line. There comes St. Stithians, Somerset, and Holy Rosary. St. Andrews. Thank you.
Started crossing off all of the things.
No rest for the doubles now. Already past the creek coming down. It's the junior men's first doubles. Lower Saxony, Heidergut crew in lane 1, St. Albans de Villiers in lane 2, St. Albans Kyriatis in lane 3, St. Albans Nunn in lane 4, Kez Jones in lane 5, and De Boer from Lower Saxony in lane 6. All right, so from where we sit, it looks like the two crews from St. Albans out in the front. They've peeled away in the middle. St. Albans Nunn, St. Albans Kyriatis.
On the petrol situation, have you heard
Petrol?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
St. Albans Nunn is lane 4. Looks like they're length up on St. Albans. Kyriatis don't take Kez out of the race yet, fighting for second and third position.
We might have thought this one would be in this race.
Senior men's B final for the singles race 1:30. Lane 2, Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club, Gube. Lane 3, what's this? That you know? Hugh J. Clausen. Lane 4, University of Fort Hare. That is the B final for the senior men's singles.
They're filling up there. So Cobus, I'll find Cobus now. Just topping up the.
So it's fine. We'll take the times and then Gareth will sort them out into the correct. Yeah. So you won't change anything on here. I think they'll just go into where they are supposed to be and he'll actually put their time in there.
Okay, we're looking down the course now.
The B final and then the women's. What is the women's race?
It is
Just the women's A final.
sculls final, senior women's sculls. Right, all right, so it's a combined race coming down the course now for the B final for the senior men's single sculls. And it would be Walter Sisulu University in Kube, University of Johannesburg Claassen, and University of Fort Hare Matwa. And then also that's combined with the senior women's singles, and it is University Fort Hare, Asheko Yara and Jean Riemann from Tux, and UFH in lane 5, Ngane.
Jamie to explain.
Do you know what's someone like for us?
Okay, it's given us an idea of who's in the lead. So just a reminder, it's a combination of the men's B final from the heats earlier today and the women's A single sculls, senior women's A and men's senior B final for the single sculls.
So as I look down the field, it almost looks like two candy stripers, Tux, but I think it's actually UJ Claassen and Jean Riemann from Tux. The two of them actually going toe-to-toe. It's looking like the windy conditions are affecting the rowers behind them quite significantly. A lot of lane changes happening, trying to stay straight down the course.
But that looks like, I think that's Jean. Jean in the far end.
So UJ Claassen and Riemann, lanes 3 and 4 battling it out, although they are separate events, but they are just combining in the race. So we're looking at 2 first place finishes is what we're looking at, actually.
It doesn't matter
I
your
got the
age.
thumbs up from the finishing judge. 2 first place finishes coming in side by side.
But really, you want to cross the lane first.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
want the first hooter of noise for you.
Jean is not messing around. She's really putting on all the power, going through that wind, using the tailwind though, to her advantage. She's about a boat length. Got some clear water in front of Claassen. Well done to Jean. Mr. Claassen of UJ. Well rowed. Down the course, still battling with the wind in the last 500 meters.
Who's this? Ben Burnett took the win.
Welcome back, Ben.
Or at least in the heat.
Yeah, it was fine.
And prognostics?
Huh?
And the prognostics? Get the win.
I don't know.
Got the B skulls coming down.
I'll go just sneak down on that. My phone is broken. No phone. It's been broken twice. I took it to a guy 2 days ago. It was all fixed. And then in my bag. It says this Jason's charger. He's gone.
All right, approaching the finish line now. University Fort Hare, Ndungane. Keeping it steady, strong, smooth strokes. You're almost there. And across the line, well done.
Okay, ladies. Okay, so we still have the B skulls coming down, obviously in the weather.
No, look here. This one. Oh, is this one?
Yeah.
Oh, are you looking at that? Oh,
B skulls. Just so everyone's aware, the first sort of premier event of the Buffalo Regatta is about to come down. They're lining up at the start. This is for the silver skulls. This is for the big silver trophy. More than 100, as we heard yesterday, more than 100 years of history in this trophy. Lane 1, we will have UCT deploy. Lane 2, UP Tux Ward. Lane 3, Tux Bale Smith. Lane 4, Tux Howard. Lane 5, UJ Jackson. And lane 6, UCT Emmett. They'll be up at the start line. We can see the umpires setting them up. And they're off. Silver skulls on the line, the big trophy on the second floor of the clubhouse. This is what it's for. Most of these gents will have been training, not even for the last 8 or 12 months, but possibly for the last 4 years. I do know Mr. Barry Bale Smith has had numerous attempts at this, and he's just picked years where he's had monsters to race against and lost right on the line. This is a big one for him, but we've got the youngsters. We've got Ward and Howard right tucked in next to them. Some of them for Howard, for Ward. Second year attempting. Howard, this is his first year out of school. And then don't discount UJ Jackson as we see the ladies' skulls going across the line, and congratulate them. Up there at this, in the silver skulls, we are at least 250 meters down. At this level, there's no such thing really as settling. I can imagine all 5 crews keeping that tempo right up there. Not sure what Bale Smith will be at, but I can imagine all those crews are 32 plus. Bale Smith will go for a little bit of extra rate, being probably one of the lightest in the race there. On the way up, just to give you a bit of a heads up, it is incredibly rough conditions. So as much as these guys have spent their lives, rowing, trying to perfect their strokes, really up there, it's about trying to stay as loose as possible, driving as hard as they can, keeping the rhythm, but conditions are pretty rough at the top there. They'll be trying to clear those blades, push along. For me, from here, as we start getting closer, we've gone through the 1.5 at least. From my eye, Rika, what are you seeing there? Lanes 2, 3, and 4, so sort of almost as predicted. That is Ward, Bale Smith, Howard. Interested to see down on the jetty if Tatu's down there, who his money's on. I know one particular MIC of a girls' school who will be holding thumbs. She will know how much effort, time, dedication has been put into trying to win this trophy. Tatu still casually with his back to the course and going through the 1,000-meter mark now. Again, it's lane 3 and 4. I want to say lane 3 has got a little bit of a lead there, but only slightly. And his blades just from here look like he's clean. He's keeping that tap up. But he has got 2 young gentlemen, Ward and Howard. Be interesting to see if the St. Albans boys will be there to give him a bit of a shout. See if the coastal guys are going to be behind Bale Smith. I'm not quite sure where Jackson's from. But obviously we've got the 2 UCT gents as well, and that's Emmett and Duploy. It still looks like there's nothing in it. Lanes 2, 3, and 4. At this stage, everything is warm, everything is burning, and they'll be looking to relax their hands, row as well as they can. So it's 1,000 meter down, 500 meters basically just round the corner, and again you can see the white, and that's the tux tri-suit. You can't see the color across their sort of chest at this stage, but that's 2, 3, and 4 are all in there. Let's get the crowds to the water. This is for the Silver Skulls trophy, more than 100 years old. Some of the guys in the past, Ivan Pence, Andy Mack, the very own sort of boy from this end of town, Hartwanger. Even many years ago, so a number of the old sort of ex-South African rowing presidents have won it. And it's still neck and neck, nothing in it. If you look at the center of the course, Bale Smith is turning it on. You can see his strike rate is up a little bit. And let me tell you now, he is up at least 34, 35, 36. He has got it going up, but outside of him, on lane 4, that is Howard. Do not discount. Remember him rowing for St. Albans 2 years ago, I think it was. AJ Grant can correct us. Obi, maybe you can correct us. But he's only 2 and a bit years out of school. But Bale Smith here, I'm looking for Alex to see if she's at the side. On a mountain bike ride, he was attacked and was cut in his elbow. And it's taken him I think it took him at least 2 or 3 months to rehabilitate that hand, getting the tendons to sort of grow back. And you can see Bale Smith has it at this stage. He is a length up. He's going to be dreaming. He's going to hear the crowds. If we can hear the crowds on those floors, this is the Silver Skulls. One day your kids could be here. Bale Smith, this is the best in the country. He is up. He has got a length. He's tasting Silver Skulls victory. He's got to hold it there. He's going to make sure he stays off the boys. At this stage, he knows he's strong, he's fit, he's up. Rika, what do you think is going through his mind?
Clean blade work, staying in your lane. The decision to sprint the last 250, will you risk it? It's still difficult conditions, tailwinds
are burning, but he can feel it. He knows it there. He can hear the crowds. Even if you don't know who he is, give him some support. Let's see what the other 2 tux gentlemen can do. That's phenomenal. Coming to the line. Years of training, keep it together. Years going for this. Howard's going to come back. That's beautiful, phenomenal fight. Bale Smith in style. 5 strokes, 4 strokes, even less. Silver Skulls is yours, Murray. And Howard, that is a phenomenal race. Same thing, Ward as well. Tux, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Well done, Tatu. And that is respect. All 3 of those gentlemen. In fact, all 5 guys here. We've got Vincent. Vincent jumped in the race last minute. And he's going to pull off 4th. With UCT coming in for 5th. Huge respect. The crews will all wait to get together. And I'll acknowledge what they've just gone through. Congratulations, all 5 crews. Well done, Mr. Bale Smith. Let's give a hand now to Emmett, one of the greats of the past. Mike Hasselbach gave some wise words and basically said, if you never give it a go, you'll never win it. Watch out for this guy, possibly his first Silver Skulls race. Might be back here in a few years to win it. Yes, yeah, phenomenal youngster. It's a toughie. These guys are, and say it, to put the guys in the skulls. The skulls makes them mean. These guys are. Okay, after all that excitement, another great one coming up. Rika, do you want to call this one?
Race 133, the final for the junior men's under 16s 8. St. Andrew boys, Fletcher lane 1, lane 2, Rondebosch Nair, lane 3, St. Stithians Taylor, lane 4, Chepe Mbata, lane 5, St. Benedict's Text. Oh, I got it previously. Texiera. Lane 6, Hex Kannemeyer.
It's going to be a good one. So there's a bunch of crews in there. So St. Stithians, Jeppe, St. Benedict. Don't discount Rondebosch or Sachs and the St. Andrews boys. So, and it's always funny at under 16s. I think by the time you open, you are maturing a little bit. And so you go into your first 8 or second 8 race. But these under 16s, this is everything. This is all the ego, all the prize to get.
So this is the first year that they rode the 8s, right?
Yep, under 16 first year in the 8s. But saying that, I mean, there is some really first-class rowing. I'm just trying to remember now who's coaching the under 16s in some of these age groups. But really first-class rowing all across all those boats. Some coaches been putting in great amount of effort and time. Long arms, straight backs, just nice driving. The boats are off, coming down the course, probably already at the pylons, roughly 1,000 meters. As we see Mr. Jackson coming in, try and see where his St. Andrews support is, bring him in the boat. Murray. Well done, Vince.
Yeah, Vince!
Out there on the course for the parents interested in the under 16 boys 8s. Everyone in the line there. I think St. Benedict's and St. Stithians looking good. Jeppe in the middle looking good. Hard to see what's going on the out. So they're having a good tussle.
11-4. Yeah, 11-5. Good.
Coaches, I wish I could tell you a little bit more. St. Stithians still there. St. Benedict's still on the outside. Tough to see at this angle. I can see the blue blades. They look good. But again, for my money, Jeppe, St. Stithians, St. Benedict's. I think St. Benedict's on the outside there. Decent patch of water, just around about where they are now. It settles a bit and you can actually have some good rowing in there. Just about to come past us. 2024 Silver Skulls winner. Kaz, what do you think?
Well, I don't know, Ben. I was with you for a while with the St. Benedict's boats, but from where I'm standing, it's looking to me like St. Stithians might have pulled out in the lead.
I would say as well, I want to say maybe half a length.
Half a boat length, perhaps?
I don't want to make a mistake here.
Yeah.
And it's also important now to sort of see when they start revving. With the big boats, they really, if they're going to go for home, they're going to get things going. You've got to get the boat going. So we'll sort of watch now. You saw yesterday in the 500 meter, St. Stithians left it late in that first 8. Started getting the boat speed, but just ran out of course. At this stage, for me, that St. Stithians are up a little bit. St. Benedict's are fighting.
St. Stithians heading into a wind shadow, so they actually got clear water. St. Benedict's still battling with some of the wind out there. You can see that gust coming across. But it looks like there are 2 races on head-to-head for the first place position, and 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th all in a line. Perhaps maybe St. Andrews boys with a nose out in front of the competition.
Good to see St. Andrews have a good performance here in the under 16s, but that looks like it is St. Stithians looking neat and clean.
Yeah, and they're pulling away now.
Having a good race. But we've got St. Andrews just behind. Can they pick up the bronze medal? The dirty gold says. Rondebosch having a race. Jeppe having a race. Selborn on the far side.
St. Stithians pulling away in that front
position. Well done to the St. Stithians coach.
Clear water now between St. Stithians and Benedict's. And it is St. Stithians across the line.
Steal the gold.
Texera crew from St. Benedict's just about to finish. Here comes St. Andrews.
Second place with the bucket rig.
Yo, here they come.
Some local
it's going to be tight.
St. Andrews get the dirty gold.
Bosch.
4th. Sachs 5th. Jeppe 6th. Great rowing by all those under 16 boys.
What a race, gentlemen. What a race.
Got a minute. So it's 12 o'clock. You're going to do the draw for the grand. It's going to upstairs the clubhouse. So Lyle's gonna have a camera up there, but obviously I don't have a mic. So you're gonna commentate on what you
Watch
see
here,
on the
yeah.
TV.
Okay.
No.
So the TV feed's gonna be there, which will be broadcast live. But you're gonna commentate just talk about the grand, the draw.
And there's no mic tags on,
There's
right?
no
So
mic
it's
tags.
just
Cool.
visuals.
So I want the talk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run out and do this. Is it?
I have to tell my coach and I have to wait.
Mr. Jackson? No, you do your thing there. My phone will charge, it's just died and it shouldn't have been out of charge. So it's one of those ones I'm just testing to see if it's died again. I had to take it to a phone repair guy the other day. Leave it there for a second, see if any magic comes in. I'm going to take it back to offline. To the Indian guy. Is it? Yeah, I think it's something like that. He says he's always got the head guys running around, he won't steady here. I'm occasionally saying, okay, coaches, they jump the thing. What happened? Does they check the skulls? And then it took an hour. And Marcus says, Under 16-8 coming into the jetty. Very fortunate guys, beautiful Hudson 8. Congratulations to that St. Stithians crew. And we're talking masters now, doubles, quads.
Oh gosh, Ravens is heading straight for a double. There's like a...
Next of our Masters races. This is the Masters mixed, typically quads. I didn't see any fours go out there. So fours are obviously sweep or one or blades, one or single or rowing. What we've got now is the Masters quads, mixed quads. In the Ravens crew, and that's in lane 2. That is Peter Clark. You saw him earlier on. I think he won his race in the Master Scull. I'm not sure if Amar's there. I didn't see him. It might be Riccardi. I know Mrs. Bastos isn't here, so I think it might be Mrs. Bernand. And then I think it is Jackie Lundberg.
That's what happens when you have inside information, Ben.
Don't even need a draw. In the old Ed's crew, I definitely saw, I think I saw Andrew Craig, Karen King, Tom Price, I saw him, he was also in the Skulls, and Katrine Tandler. And in the Buffalo crew, we saw them do really well in the doubles. So I didn't see Bill Godfrey go out. In fact, I didn't see this crew go out.
I heard him talking earlier. I think he was looking to get that crew together. So he should be out there.
I think he was trying to get out of the crew.
Or maybe.
He was just saying, walking up and down.
Yeah.
And
Who wants my spot?
It's always funny to see William Godfrey. I think everyone knows him as Bill. Yeah, and if anybody's in the clubhouse and you near the toilets, you'll see a newspaper article. And it was the crossing of the Atlantic in a rowing boat. And that was one Bill Godfrey. And apologies to the other gentleman. I know he was a sailor and I can't remember his name offhand. But they went across and won it. And again, Bill's been one of those people for a long time. Everyone thinks he's a bit crazy. He does things like that and wins the Cross Atlantic for South Africa.
An adrenaline junkie, it sounds like to me. But it's a tight race out there. 3 boats on the water.
3 boats. Ravens in the closest lanes, they're in the green. In the middle, that is the red, and that is the old Ed's colours. And then on the far side, that is Buffalo. Buffalo had a great showing earlier on in the mixed doubles. So this is going to be a good one. The steering in the Ravens crew is a little bit suspect at this stage.
Yeah, they were actually outside a little bit earlier on, heading for the rowers heading up to the start. So luckily they're back on the inside of lane 1 now.
So coming over a little bit, and in fact, actually, I'm
Look at that
gonna have a
wind.
Look at that boat, just because we had a race in that 2 weeks ago, and we also went all the way to stroke side. So either we're all terrible on our stroke side, or it could be us, or there could be a little bit something going on in that rudder or one of the blades. But this could be close. If Ravens go now, they could catch Old Heads. For my money, it's only half a length. Old Heads are going to put the hammer down. The red and white blades. Old Heads have got a fantastic history here.
It looks like Ravens are dialing in, though. They do not want to give anything away to Old Heads. Wow.
Let's hear the other parents.
Both of them practicing at the same place. They know each other well.
Zimmer frames are on the side, and now we're going for the win. Is it Ravens? Is it Old Heads? Ravens are
Who's it going to be?
race.
The red and the white seem to be about a canvas ahead from Ravens. Ravens hearing it, answering the call.
Yeah, you've got to do it.
What's going to happen?
Line. There they go. This is going to be
it's power for Ravens. They might just sneak it in there. Who's it going to be? Wow. Ravens and Old Heads. What a race, what a race, what a race.
That is
Buffalo bringing it home.
School cruise, senior cruise. That is how it's done. Oh, this is interesting now. Nobody's calling it. A lens cap.
He's looking for another one that's dropped in the clubhouse.
Okay, cool. Just as a quick heads up, for anyone who's in the clubhouse, if anyone, just have a look on the floor, binoculars, the little cap that goes on the front of the binoculars, black cap, circle.
With the ring attached.
Ring attached, and it's probably just bigger than a Kruger Rand or something. If anybody sees a little lens cap for binoculars, fat cakers, please bring them to the PIR or the commentator's box. Let's see if my phone's switching on. Sorry? No.
That was grounded just
right
behind you.
My phone is. Yeah, mine broke on Monday. I took it up to a guy. He fixed it. I thought, awesome, all good. And then I put it in my bag today. I'll give it another go. Third time I'm taking it too. We still don't know the results. Oh, okay. They're old. So we asked what the ages of the crews were. I'm going to take a guess at this. So sorry, we had a very close finish there. Now, it actually is not going to matter what the ages are. It does officially.
But they were close.
They were close. So we still got to see who officially went over the line first, and that's all the bragging rights. But I forgot there's going to be a handicap system.
Prognostic. Use the right word. Prognostic system.
And I'm just trying to think. So Baker, in fact, have we got the ages on there?
All right, so it ranges 45, 46, 47. Ooh. So the Ravens Clark crew average age 45, Old Heads Craig 46, and Buffalo coming in at 47.
And do you know what I think is going to happen? Old age, that 1 year extra going from 45 to 46.
Do you think it'll just tweak it?
So this could be a situation where Ravens snuck it on the line, and it's going to be ripped from them because of a 1 year age. I've never looked at the prognostics properly. We'll have to get Nigel Backer down to see. But I think when you go from 45 to 46, you change classes, don't you? Can't remember.
I'm not sure below 50 we change.
Yeah.
Then if we look down the very windy course, we've got the senior women's C's for the quads and the fours coming down.
Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club.
And UFH.
And UFH. So they're in the... but that doesn't look like them. We've got more crews.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And we're combined with the next event.
We've combined the women's crew there. So these are typically development novice crews getting involved, and obviously we heard it earlier on from Kate, lots of work being done down this end of the world on the development rowing. So we'll have the women's crews. We'll try to pick out which lanes they are so that we can sort of commentate fairly to them. And then they've been combined with the men's crews. That is Leander Siki. We're getting some lanes. So we've got Walter Sisulu, that is the ladies' crew, and that is Nombok Kotwana. That has gone into lane 1. So if you're following, then Leander is in lane 2, that is Sikia. Lane 3 is Leander Jevon. lane 4 is scratched. And then we've got UFH Java in lane 5. So that's how they're coming
Jara.
down the water.
Jara, not Java.
Java, oh, sorry, my eyes are.
No, I know. Well, she put
We have our Masters crews here. Ravens, Old Edge, who do you think got that one?
What a race, guys! Good race! Prognostics are going to be everything.
Okay. Old Edge and Ravens, would you like to know the result?
Rob does.
I think they're still trying to find their lungs.
Yeah, let's leave them alone. They're just still trying to recover.
Great racing, great entertainment out on the water. And again, for a lot of these crews coming down, this could be, only their first sort of major regattas. And just a reminder, there are men's crews here and women's crews here, so that's why you'll see the difference. And in fact, we've got a bit of a challenge on our hands here. For my money, we've got the men's, the schools quads coming up behind that. So just as a quick heads up, we have 4s coming down. These are the senior women and men's quads, right tucked in behind that. If you look where those motorboats are, ideally that umpire, if they could get off the course. What we've got coming up fast behind this, I've seen this before, this is the men's under 15 quads. That is St. Albans Muller, St. Benedict's Riccardi, St. Benedict's Brunswick, lane 4, St. John's Guamanda, lane 5, St. John's Kies, and lane 6, Rondebosch. As we see them go across the line, that is a fantastic race, and that is Leander Club. Well done, gents. The other Leander Club comes through. Congratulations, gents. Great racing all the way down the Buffalo. Just on the water, so you understand what's happening, the umpire is carefully managing, and what he's asked is he's asked the ladies' quads to move to the side. Just to be polite, what's happening is the under 15 quads have caught them from the 2,000 meter mark. So the umpire's made a call that it's not going to make a difference in that race. There's a clear sort of winner. And so he's asked politely if they can sort of move off the course. And what he's done is he's slowed his rubber ducky down to settle and not create wake.
So
on the water.
Yeah, that looks like the St. John's Kies crew pulling it in lane 5, out in front of everybody. And then it looks like the 2 St. Benedict's crew, Regardi and Budwig, side by side with St. John's Guamanda crew just behind them. On the outside, Rondebosch and St. Albans Muller on the inside. But far and away, we've got the Kies boat moving at a great clip.
Yes, this Kies boat, they've obviously taken advantage of the conditions. Nice and quick off the start.
St. Benedict's
being challenged by the St. Benedict's crews.
St. Benedict's Riccardi just ahead of the Budwig crew. About half a boat length ahead. St. John's Kies over the line. First place finishers in that event.
Some very
Riccardi,
boys there.
Budwig,
great racing.
And it's Bosch and St. John's coming in next. St. John's just a little bit ahead of Rondebosch. And here comes St. Albans Muller.
Nice racing there. And again, probably a result that shows you anything can happen on the Buffalo. Rowing's a rowing sport. I have to share this guy now. I've got backstories, but this is quite a cool backstory. You saw what happened there. It's basically a race that started at the 2000.
No.
With this tailwind, the quads.
No, they're under 15s. Those are the under 15s, so they're only at the 1,000. That's why they were so quick.
So many years ago, we had the senior A doubles. We were coming down the course, and the umpire was coming up behind me and saying, "Move over, move over." And I was counting the lanes, and I was in the middle of the lane. And again, he says, move over, move over. And I'm going, I'm not moving. And my partner at the time was Zach Wood. He looks over his shoulder. He was in the bow of the boat. And we caught the woman's 8.
Oh, my goodness.
So the umpire was steering us around, sort of, put the indicator out, overtake it, and go around. So that was funny at the time. It didn't upset any of the results. And every now and again, those things happen, and it makes for good stories later on in life.
It's like the song that features in Madagascar, I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it.
King Julian.
King Julian. Let's get this tin can on the go. Smile and wave. Yeah, that's what we want you to do. Is you come past the commentator's tower, we'll smile and wave. You smile and wave back at us. Makes our day.
Okay, and just checking in with the parents, how the parents doing. Everyone surviving.
I don't think they're listening to us, Ben. I think we've got to have a sort of a code word to check in on them. What should that code word be? Give us a holler of some sort. What kind of holler?
Mr. Manson, have you recovered? I think
A shout out to the parents watching, and grandparents and aunties and uncles and teammates watching at home.
Sorry,
Eagle Media doing the live streaming. Sorry.
Eagle Media. Here, just an important also message. At 12 o'clock in the clubhouse on the second floor. So that's where the food is. That's where the merchandise is. At 12 o'clock, we will do the grand draw. That's not a raffle that you missed at the gate. That is, again, a really cool tradition at Buffalo. They don't base your lane based on the heats times. They base it on an actual draw out of the hat. So we will have the coaches or captains of all of those crews in the clubhouse on the second floor, and each will take a turn to draw their lane out of the hat.
That was a good race, huh? That's an upset. And a big upset. I think
St. Albans, if we could ask you just St. Albans quad, the under 16 quad, if you guys could just stay out of the way quickly, let's get this boat in for the Clarendon girls. St. Benedict's quad, just let's get this border crew in so we can get Clarendon crew out.
Way too many St. John's kids on the
Quick message to some of the kids on the jetty. It's good for you guys to help out, but if you don't have to be on the jetty, let's get off, just to make sure that boats can get in and out. I can't see them.
oh man, this they're gonna have to change
Just go all the way up in our spot.
The objection was found. I cleared the one they were waiting for me to clear the previous one, but I was busy taking this one. And then they cleared it, I cleared it, and then they had an objection. This is a traffic jam.
Again, little message. The school kids helping out on the jetty, great. But if you don't have to be on the jetty, let's try to clear out so the jetty marshal's life is a little bit easier.
They're not listening. Are we going out to the 2K? What are they doing?
It should be the women.
No, man, but there's nobody at the
So we're jumping ahead here. I'm assuming this is the men's B pairs.
There's nothing even lining up in the lanes, it looks like. But one Oh wait, there they are. 1, 2. So maybe pairs, yeah.
Oh, the drinks.
She did.
It's quite annoying. As I said, I went there, got it fixed. I actually have to go back.
I get weak if that happens. That's something like makes me.
Because the first time I dropped it, when I got it fixed, so you say, okay, I dropped it, but like this has been sitting in my bag untouched.
Again, message please. Kids who aren't jump off the jetty.
They actually did swap something.
An injury. Medics. Changing that. We should actually have a swim spot. Or is it, what is the doubles on the board?
Seeing some under 16 quads get on.
I think it's a small boats coming down.
So we're just trying to see.
138 is ahead of 139. I mean, 139 is ahead of 138.
Okay, yeah.
We're just told that race 138 was ahead of 139. Sounded like Nas Porter saying whoever wins the most points wins. So we've got the senior men's B pairs. That's Tux Rawlins, Bryn Rawlins, Troy Zillan. Then we've got lane 2, Tux Powell. So that's Matthew Powell, Connor Hurst.
139, right?
And then lane 3 is Leander Jevon. So it's Wesley Jevon and Murray Chandler. So they're coming down from the 3,000, from the 2,000 meter mark. 3 crews in that senior B pairs. After that, as a quick heads up, we've got the boys' first falls. That's the final. Rondebosch, St. Cydian, St. Benedict, Jeppe, St. Andrews, and Bishops. In the race after that, we have the boys' coxless falls. St. Andrews, Sax, St. Cydian, St. And Brandon and Lebole. High fives to the crew. Is that Sorry, Mr. Jason.
Okay, here they come.
In the middle of the course, what do you see, Cos? Yes. There's a guy working.
Cuz,
for
am I?
Cos. Yeah,
I thought you were calling me Cuz. All right, bro. I don't know. It's looking tux. Leander, let's have a look down and see.
For my money at the moment. It's interesting that Leander crew on the far side looks good. Yes, I'm only seeing 2 boats, and I'm guessing those are the 2 tux boats.
I need the long lookers.
And with the fat cakers, I think that is Matthew Powell and Connor Hurst. But those, no, I'm going to take that back. 2 crews neck and neck, and you can see what I thought was good water earlier on. For my money now is looking very rough.
Inside lane, probably.
Yeah, so at this stage, inside lane. So there could be Bryn Rawlins and Troy Zillan. But those 2 crews are close together. It looks like the crew closest to us moved over into the other crew's lane. It's looking a little bit messy out there, so that just tells me those conditions are tough. But this should be a good race. This is neck and neck. Some really good, sort of strong characters there. They're going to fight this out. This is for again, the pride, bragging rights within Tux. You want to come off here beating the other Tux crew. Huh? Did we get it or did they get it? They got it, but we've got to see now by age. But it is a photo finish. I know. Oh, it's alive.
And so the mayor of Brandenburg or something came down and accepted
Still looks like it is the Rawlins crew. So that is Troy Zillan, Bryn Rawlins, closest to us. And it looks like they've moved up. I wouldn't discount the other crew. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail to come back. And to tell you the truth, for my money, what's happening here is the crew closest to us keeps on shifting across. They're shifting across onto the stroke side. And every time they do that, they're having to straighten out a little bit. And every time they do that, Mr. Connor Hurst and Matthew Powell are coming back. Let's look for the go for home now. Looks like Connor and Powell have got their act together. They're coming back. They hit a bit of bad water. It's just about putting the next 30 strokes together, even less with this tailwind. Again, Troy and Bryn have got their act together now. They're holding it. But as you can see, though, they go gain across the stroke side. So it's just about staying straight. They can stay ahead. In fact, at this stage, with this tailwind, just placing it, drawing together. Connor and Powell going for it. They've got to go for it together. Those crews are pretty close. There's contact in it.
Yes.
5 strokes left. All the way to the line.
Pulling away.
Great fighting
just
there.
now.
And it's Tux from Tux as the Stearns and bars almost touch.
Tux Rollins in first, followed by Tux Powell, but only just.
Now we're going back. What's now in the course? So we're going back to.
So we just did heat 139, but we are going back to heat, the race 138. Looks like those crews are lining up at the 1,000-meter mark. That's the junior women's 4 times, so that's the quad. And I think we're just trying to hold it up a little bit as we had a couple of the Clarendon crews having to swap and share boats. So I think just having a little bit of time because they are being nice and sharing stuff. So what have we got in this race? We've got under 15 girls quads. Lane 1, Clarendon Sutherland. So Kelsey Sutherland, Kwando Kaziza, Lawandle Maleki, Melissa Makwebabela, and Amayoli Rungu. Clarendon in lane 2, that is Rohana Pathan, Janelle Moss, Tando Kappa, Tanda Vuyi, and Melani Mangisa. Lane 3, and there's a good name that we know, Alice Hartwanger, Somalezo Madilki, Phoebe Coleman, Tatu Ranti, and Gabby Assam. Lane 4, Somerset Wilcox, Emma Wilcox, Mabit Joyner, Jessica Cook, Maggie Ander, and Jessie Seward Case. And on the far side, another Hartwanger. This is Sophie Hartwanger. Jem, could be Jemima Van Rieken, Chelsea Rennie, Laura Hen, and Lusave Songkaba.
Rachel, do you know which one's coming down now? Are we going back to 138 or are we going 140? Are they doing the 1,000, 138?
I would say so. Because once they get here, they'll be able to set up the boys.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
So we're just trying to, again, there's a gust of wind coming.
One stray boat.
Really tough
What is this?
water. We have a crew coming down the course, but they're not in a race. I'm guessing it could be one of the under 15 girls quads.
That looks like
That's
maybe?
no, I'm rushing up, pick up the phone.
Thank you. I think lunches are coming, and I think eventually Rico's going to come back.
That was about 2 hours ago.
But that's the running joke. You're like, takes an hour and a half. Yes.
How was that
race
race?
out there, Rick?
No, it's really good.
Pete's power.
No, just hits his rhythm.
He goes, and then I was going, Pete, extra 2 gears because we were behind.
So so that Walter Sisulu crew could have been from one of the previous races. That would be my guess, and either missed their start or possibly had an issue. And just having a look at the 1,000-meter mark, the fact that they've cleared crews off the line says to me they might delay it to let the Clarendon girls get up because they were swapping boats, which means we could go to the boys' fours, and that's the first fours up at the 2,000-meter mark. If it is, let's just tell everyone what that is. That's lane 1, that's Rondebosch, Delbridge. Lane 2, St. Stithians, Roland. Lane 3, St. Benedict's, Jason. Lane 4, Jeppy Jarvis. Lane 5, St. Andrews, Boys, Swart. And lane 6, Bishop Sheminai. Jump into the fall.
You still have that to come down.
But is that coming down?
No, not yet. I think there's.
Yeah. But that's what I thought. They put them, it looks like they put them all the course.
They're all. I think they're all clustered on the side. There's some crew in the middle, but I think they're going upstream. Oddly enough. There's nothing racing.
There's no racing.
Yeah.
They just, my umpires can't seem to comprehend the whole rack and stack concept.
It's heading up.
Touchdowns the line.
It is pretty tough out there, I'll tell you that. We were even in the Masters, so we tried to come up in a start, and then we drifted, and like some actually down, some guys were up, and going. Everyone, you got to be ready.
You know what, today, how many, okay, I mean, other than like, probably the junior men, and maybe the junior women at the moment, but with all honesty, I want to say that Ravens all the race came down to a bubble. Like, how many Masters races really come down to a bubble?
What's the next race that's happening?
Comment on what you see.
And the process is, the captain or the coaches?
I think the stroke. I've asked for stroke between.
And they pull it out of the can?
Yeah, just waffle some crap.
Waffle.
Somebody may have been there once before.
Ben Waffle? I don't think that is even possible. He's so concise and like.
Somebody may have been there once before. Just
really.
And you're going to pull it out of
a bag, like a rabbit.
First with his words. Just.
And today you want.
It's a bag. No, I'm talking about a woman. It's an actual physical bag. And then they pull out their lane number.
Okay, cool.
On a cork, really?
Why not?
Too fast.
What do you reckon?
Little piece of paper always get like.
That's quite classy.
Yeah.
No, look. It's almost like a lotto draw.
Yeah.
You get back the ball.
The balls.
You should get ping pong balls.
Get one of those
And then
bingo.
you could get you could just load them randomly from a
Bubble, yeah.
and then you just shoot them out.
Or we get corporate sponsors and they each
Yeah,
have a colour and then they got to row in that colour
Yeah.
suit.
Yeah, that could be quite cool, eh?
Oh wow.
And then there's prize money. Then the corporate will put up prize money if their crew wins.
Oh, this is now getting intense.
Remember when
Into the realms of the ridiculous.
I liked our idea.
It does look like now at the 1,000-meter mark. So we were just double checking whether the first fours were coming down. But it looks like the girls' quads are lining up. And again, just understanding the dynamics. Clarendon School had lent out some of their boats to the previous senior C quads. So needed to do a sort of a hot seat swap, get their under 15 girls into those quads and up to the 1,000-meter mark. And with this tailwind, the races are faster, but getting up to the start takes you about 15 minutes with this headwind. And I can imagine little under 15 quad girls, that's quite a thing to get up. Again, at this point, I take my hat off. And parents, please, if you see people who are part of the umpiring and officiating, some of them stand out because they have the bright red hats, but some of them don't. To thank them. It is non-stop here, changing races, waiting for crews to get up, and the intention is always, nice, free, fair racing. And let me tell you, it's not easy. We rode the Masters race just now, and I was saying that wind is coming down so fast, or so that water is moving so quickly. We lined up behind the start, and by the time we were going, we must have been at least 60, 70 meters into the race. And of course, by that stage, the liner who sits on the side of the course can't even see, sort of where you are. But all good spirits in the POJ. Times are being entered into the laptops, and that's another great thing that's happened in South African rowing. We're here with Mr. Jason. We spoke to him yesterday. His son won a fantastic pairs race earlier on, really classy pairs rowing there. But Mr. Jason is the guy with 4 laptops in front of me here. And the reason, and I'm going to say it again, we heard that there were some grandparents watching from the US, from the UK. We've got 3 sets of parents up in West Africa. We've got some parents in Botswana. And the
Zambia.
reason, yeah, that's Zambia. And the reason they can watch is because we've got guys like Eagle Media putting it out there. And the reason everyone can see their times is because we've got all the timekeepers here making sure they get the times across. And then, as I said, Mr. Jason looks like a pensioner DJ with 5 laptops here entering results as they come through for each race. And that's just obviously the wonder of how our sport has sort of moved on, the use of technology. I did think it was quite funny. So a lot of parents were saying, you know, the sculling times weren't on the system last night at some stage. Now I'm sort of going, guys, 500 meters, wind all over the show. It means nothing. Really.
And also the qualifications were different too. So sometimes it was fastest times, which is, you know, a little bit easier in the system. And then sometimes it's the heat winners and it's 1 or it's 2. So there's a lot of buttons that the tech wizard has to manipulate and then post. And every once in a while something goes maybe a little astray, but with a smile and a wink, he says, sure, I'll fix it, and up it goes. And it's a pleasure to sit with him and work with him up here.
Again, I'm going to do this reminder a couple of times just for something of interest. Any of the parents on this side of the bank, in 10 minutes time, there'll be the Buffalo draw. So down on the second floor in front of the trophies, Mr. Graham, the big honcho here, is going to have the crews that will be racing for the Grand Challenge. That's the other big silver trophy. Tradition is you don't get your lanes from the speed of or the time you got in your heat, but you're actually going to draw a lane number. So 10 minutes time, 12 o'clock, go grab your lunch, pop down to the second floor. We'll have the official drawing of the lanes for the Grand Challenge.
Is that what?
And
numbers?
just a reminder of what the Grand Challenge is. That's the coxless 4, so that's the premier race of the regatta. Men's coxless 4, and again, it's been raced for 100+ years. Again, some really epic duels. We had, and sorry, I'll bias to sort of our era. We had Old Eds and Rhodes Cox's for many years. It was Mike Hasselbach, his brother Steve Hasselbach, together with Fussell in the bow. So he was an ex-Kes boy. You'll see, I think one of the Kes 8s might be called after his dad, Bob Fussell. And I wish someone could send me a text. I'm trying to remember the number 2. All I can remember is that he worked for SA Breweries. In the Rhodes crew for many years, it was Andy Mack, Jeremy Ashton, and then the Hartley brothers. And one of their traditions was dyeing their hair purple because they were from Rhodes University. But for many years, the Grand was contested between them. Then AJ Grant from St. Albans. He jumped into the Rhodes crew for a number of years with Rod the Bod, who is the St. John's coach. He was also in the Grand, and they typically tussled it out with a phenomenal VLC crew who formed the basis for the lightweight Olympic crews at Atlanta, Sydney. And that crew was Roger Tobler, Ross Hawkins, Graham Cook for a while. If you've ever seen Graham Cook at VLC, he was in the crew for a couple of years. And then Gareth Costa came into that crew. Mark Rowan, who went to the Olympics together with Gareth Costa and the rest of those two. Then at some stage, to Mike's horror, he'd always been a stalwart of Old Eds. And then for a couple of years, he moved across to VLC. And they had an incredibly quick lightweight Cox's 4 that won the Grand. And then post that, probably one of the nice bits of history was the Britton brothers. So I've got to get all the names right here. So Dave Britton was the dad. He's one of South Africa's top oncologists. He was a really top class lightweight rower. And he rode in the squad preparing for Atlanta. At that stage, it was a pity. I really feel sorry for the guys who came in at that age. We had been out of the Olympics for the period before that. Lightweights went around. And I think Dave just came in at sort of the twilight of his rowing career. But then he fathered 4 monsters of sons. I actually can't tell you how many golds they've got from world champs and Olympics. But as far as I know, they won the Grand Challenge as a family. They got one of the brothers out of retirement and came down and won it and won the Grand together. And it'll be a long time before we see that again. The Croniers, you guys are going to have to produce 2 more if you're going to get that.
Ben, no.
But again,
we have to mortgage the house like 7 times to feed.
That's exactly it. But again, awesome tradition. Come down, the names go on the trophy, and you become part of a legacy or a history of this regatta. Again, in a few minutes' time, we'll have the Grand Challenge draw. The strokes of each crew will meet up with Graham in front of the trophies, and they will pull a little cork out of a bag, as tradition goes, with the lane number on it. If we are live streaming, I think we're live streaming, you will see the cameras moving. Oh, okay, not as yet. We've got one of the cameras making its way to the clubhouse. This gives you a little bit of a feel of what's going on in the regatta. On the left-hand side, we have the boathouses. On the right-hand side, you've got the water there of the Buffalo. Straight ahead, RMB Buffalo Regatta. That's the clubhouse. Been there ever since the bridge was built on the right-hand side. So history goes, when the bridge was built, and I want to say in the 1970s, the pylon to hold the bridge up had to go through the old clubhouse. So the EPCM or contractor at the time, as the economics go, said, let's rather build you a new clubhouse on the other side of the bank, so we can put our pile in to have the bridge go over the river. Looking down the course, we're still waiting for the under 15 quads to line up. Again, for anyone watching on TV, it's tough out there. The umpires are doing their best to get these young ladies aligned. And while we wait, big shout out to those parents who can't be down here. Again, Eagle Media bringing fantastic footage. I'm standing here with the boss as he navigates, figures out which camera to go to. Fantastic job now coming up. We know that the camera's going to go into the clubhouse just now so we can see the draw. We'll see the trophies. And interesting just to stand here behind the controls of the media company. And you forget the big challenge in this valley is the Wi-Fi, the connectivity. So we've got a camera now. It's going to make its way in a short while, and we'll bring those images to you out there. And as I said, a big shout out to all those parents around the world. As I said, we've heard there's some grandparents in different countries following their kids. I don't know if Mr. Riemann, I think you might be up in Guinea-Bissau, hopefully watching your daughter earlier on. We're going to cut across now. There they are. There are the trophies. That's the Grand Challenge, the Silver Skulls. Estimated value somewhere 3, 4, 5 million rand, depending on how much value you want to put to history and legacy. Oldest trophies, as far as we know, in South Africa, possibly on the African continent. So really part of South African sporting history. It doesn't matter which sport you enjoy or you love. It's really nice to enjoy the history. So we're going to juggle a little bit. So as one of the cameramen get ready to set up for the draw, we see that we've actually got the quads race. This is under 15 girls quads. We've got a number of the Clarendon crews in there. and they're on their way down the course at the moment.
Let's just check these crews quickly. We're going to juggle a bit because I've got a funny feeling Graham's going to start there. Sorry?
It looks like there might be.
Yeah, we got the.
Down now. The girls seem to be on their way.
The quad.
This seems to be the girls under 15 quads now.
So again, reminder, we got under 15 girls quads. That's Clarendon Sutherland, Clarendon Pathan, Clarendon Hartwanger, Somerset Wilcox, and Clarendon Hartwanger again. So 5 crews, really great to see, all from this end of the world. Clarendon, split by Somerset. All coming down the course. It's taken them a little while to line up. The umpires are bringing them down the course. Looks like it's lane 1. Could be ahead, and I'm just wondering if that's Somerset, because the tri-suit just looks a little bit different, but that could be the difference in the blades. UCT representative, you wanted in the clubhouse to do the draw. We need the UCT representative for the Grand Challenge draw. So someone from the crews, probably the stroke, and the representative. So UCT representative, if you can hear this, please go through to the clubhouse. At the moment, again, I would, you want to say it's Clarendon because there's 4 Clarendon crews in the race. But for my money, it does look like it's Somerset. Possibly not in the right lane, but for me, that's a different color tri-suit. So I think we've got Clarendon on the far side and Somerset. I'm going to say Clarendon Hartwanger because I'm 50% right. And Somerset Wilcox. And they're going to fight it out here. These are the local ladies. They're going to fight it out. And this is it. This is for all the marbles. This is for the gold medal. This is for the prestige at Buffalo. Just a reminder, we're looking for the UCT representative. We're going to be switching just now to the draw for the Grand Challenge. As we watch the quads come down, we're juggling a little bit here. As the gusts pick up, we've got Clarendon coming down. Oh, a little bit of a crab in Somerset. Take your time, get the blade out. It's worth stopping just to get the blades out. Hate to coach from up here, but take your time, get the blades out and start again. That's how you're going to secure second. But out in front, let's clap them coming through. This is the Clarendon crew, lane 5. So that is Hartwanger, Sophie Hartwanger, Jemima van Rieken, I hope it's Jemima or Gemma, Chelsea Rennie, Elara Hen, and Lucifel Songaba, which looks like that's wrong. But that's the crew we had on the draw. Somerset have got their blades out. Going to steal that second place. Tough conditions. 2 Clarendon crews coming down. The Cox pushing to get them out of the way. Great race for those under 15 quads. And I know the PHG is quite relieved we got that race down the course.
Check this draw.
Okay, we're probably going across to the draw if we know if the UCT representative has gone through. So hopefully the UCT representative has gone through for the Grand Challenge draw. You needed second floor of the clubhouse. What we've got now, you can see some of the crews gathering. This is on the second floor of the clubhouse here in East London. The gentleman in the black shirt with the white sort of flash is Mr. Graham. He's the big boss. He's been coordinating things down here. You've got to look at the e-magazine, read up on some of the history, and you'll see in the background there, we've got a number of the Tux boys with the white and yellow flash kit. They're standing in the clubhouse. Just to their right will be those 2 trophies. And I assume they are, in fact, those 3 gents there are probably discussing the skulls that happened just now. Be reliving the stories. Again, it looks like we've got all the Tux support there. We're just now waiting for UCT's representative so that we can do that draw. So we will just juggle and see if the next races are coming down. It all looks good at the moment, but as a heads up, we'll read out what those crews are. So it is the men's under 19 fours, and that's the coxed fours. That's going to be lane 1, Rondebosch, Delbridge. Lane 2, St. Stithians, Roland. Lane 3, St. Benedict's, Jason. Lane 4, Jeppe Jarvis. Lane 5, St. Andrews, Swart, and that's boys. And Bishop's, Shemanai out in lane 6. That's the coxed fours. That'll be followed by the coxless fours. At this stage, you can have a look. So the imagery for those people around the world. Those are the 2 beautiful trophies. A number of the other ones, you can see the bowl in the front there. Just trying to see from the images. I think that's the grand. Yeah. Just so everyone who is watching, streaming, and saying what's going on with the camera work. Again, the clubhouse is built old school, so thick walls. And obviously everything's running off Wi-Fi. So here in the, I don't know what you'd call this, the camera box, they're just trying to coordinate that the cameraman stays close enough to the door for the Wi-Fi to stay connected, so we can get the images of the draw. And just hoping that the UCT representatives for the Grand Challenge have gone through to the clubhouse on the 2nd floor.
Like, we don't have the same chutzpah as yesterday. Was a lot of chutzpah.
Okay, so we just found the UCT rep, but he's with us. So he's running on his way now to the 2nd floor of the clubhouse. On his way. So Graham, if you can hear us, UCT rep is on his way to you now. On the course, I think we might end up having the first fours come down before the draw actually happens. Any movement off the start?
No. I'm seeing some flashing, so it's not flashy, flash.
Ben, how many things do you do? How many things do you do?
They're about to do the draw there, but they've got no mic there, so we got to talk to them.
We have to just talk, like talk.
Looks like we're going for it. There we go, we're live streaming now. This is in the clubhouse of the East London Boating Association. So what we've got there on the right-hand side in the black shirt, that's Graham. He is just explaining to the crews the process. So what will be happening, as I said, Grand Challenge. When you've got 130 years of history, there's some nice traditions. What Graham will show them in a short while is he has a little bag. Inside that bag is, you laugh at it, wine corks with numbers.
Ben, we just want to let people know that underway right now is event 46, race 140, the junior men's first coxed fours. So they are on their way. Rondebosch, Delbridge in lane 1, St. Stithians, Rollins lane 2, St. Benedict's, Jason lane 3, Jeppe Jarvis in lane 4, St. Andrews, Swart in lane 5, and Bishop's Chemnay in lane 6.
So what we can see now back in the clubhouse is that is the UCT gents on the left-hand side, the Tux guys gents on the far side. They're representing the 5 crews that will be racing for the Grand. In the background there, you've got some youngsters there, so we're getting a bit of a camera shot. As we move over to the trophies, you'll see the trophies in the back there. That's what they're racing for. So one by one, each crew member will go up and they will pull out the cork. So we're going to balance things. So we've got picture in picture now. We're probably okay. We're going to get tight just now. But what we've got is we've got the first fours coming down. We will chop across to Kaz as those fours come down, because we know a lot of parents will be interested in that. And what we're seeing on screen now is the first Tux stroke. He is going to look in the bag, put his hand in the bag and pull out the number. I can't guess the lanes. We'll hear them in 2 minutes just now. Maybe if Graham, if they can show them to the camera, we can tell us what lanes there are.
About the weather patterns are playing a whole.
This is the second UCT, second Tux crew. He's finding out which lane. I'm going to cut across to Kaz quickly.
All right, and we're looking out up the river. The wind is really howling down the river valley as these coxed fours are on their way down. It's looking like the race is on between St. Stithians in lane 2, St. Benedict's Jason in lane 3, Jeppy Jarvis in lane 4. They are going toe-to-toe, chin-to-chin, bow ball to bow ball. Lane 5 looking like it and St. Andrew's boys, Swat in lane 5, also giving a really hard push out there. They're just about at the 1K mark.
And that's it. So as that happens, just cutting in quickly, that was the last of the UCT crews. So we've got 4 crews competing in the Grand Challenge. They've drawn their numbers. It is what it is, and they've got to play the sort of the cards they're dealt. Thanks very much for everyone coordinating. Again, Eagle Media, fantastic sort of camera work there. And we're back to the under-19 fours.
And Ben, it's an exciting race out there because if you're looking across, there's like 5 different weather patterns on this course at the moment. It's like polar exploration with striations on the ice. It's kind of really hard out there, and you see lots of movement in the boats. St. Benedict's seem to have a bow ball ahead, but we've been noticing lane 5, St. Andrew's boys. They've got Swart, Crew and Escort, Moorcroft, Callum McMurray's the cox in that boat. They are doing a great job keeping them all together.
I'm going to try and go get this fixed, so I'll be back. Yeah, right. Oh, no. And I'm picking up Jade, so...
I'd see you.
And the interesting thing over here, Kaz, we always keep a lookout on the Marshall boat. They tend to be right in the thick of the action. They are right behind the St. Benedict's boats, and they've moved now across to St. Stithians and Rondebosch. Rondebosch, Delbridge, they're in lane 1. They've been holding and hugging on those boys, and they've moved across, so there is a little bit of movement in that boat. St. Stithians holding nice and tight, but St. Benedict's, we see the blue, and that's when St. Andrew's Swart is slowly starting to put a push. St. Benedict's, St. Andrew's are slowly moving away from Jeppy. Bishop's lane 6, they seem to be out of the running at the moment.
St. Andrew's still really holding on tight out in lane 5. Rob, you've got the binoculars. From where we stand, how's it looking?
It's almost like a waiting game. You know, the boats are looking at each other. The stroke rate is fairly controlled. They're coming up to the creek. They know exactly what needs to be done over here, and they're going to start showing what they've got. Remember, it's all about momentum. If you go from that distance, it's painful, and you may not make the finish line. You're trying to get across as fast as you can as you get onto the line, but it's a tactical. And the next race is really on the way, but we're looking at it now. St. Andrews are still in it. They're right at the top there, lane 5. They've moved away from JP. Those are big units. St. Benedict's have got their bound.
Yeah, wow.
St. Stithians are going nowhere. St. Andrews are going nowhere. They've decided they're going to wait until the finish line. They can hear the shout of the crowd, and they're starting to show their cards. St. Stithians have picked up the rate. They're starting to rate up nice and high, nice controlled strokes. St. Benedict's are going a little bit of splashing there, but they're recovering nicely. They are going, and they're all guns in.
They are.
St. Andrews can hold it.
Yeah, I think St. Andrews now probably lost contact with the two the two in the front, St. Stithians and St. Benedict's probably.
Last few strokes, they are throwing everything in the fridge at this. St. Benedict's are just a little bit
there we go.
Same as Duncan Rowlands. They're going hard.
They've got contact into the finish line. It's half a boat ahead for St. Benedict's. And it's Benny's, followed by St. Stithians.
St. Stithians in second.
That's right.
St. Andrews in
St.
third.
Andrews.
I'm excited. I was interrupting you. I'm so excited.
It's all right. It's all right. As long as we're calling it, that's what has to happen.
Yeah. Rondebosch
coming in.
Bragging rights against Jeppy. Jeppy must
and
have
Jeppy.
because they were right there in the thick of it until at least the 750 meter mark. They are paying a lot of price, and they're paying it in acid.
And the Chamonix crew looking smooth and strong, still finishing up this final for the junior men's first coxed fours. But already on the course at the 1 kilometer mark is now race 141, event 47, the final, the junior men's Atley crew in lane 5, and their teammates St. John's van der Westhuizen in lane 6.
They're going to have to deal with similar conditions from the race before. They are a little bit lighter. They are.
What?
They're a little bit lighter. They don't have a cox in the
There,
boat.
okay.
So that's why they are
Just because of
flying down the course.
They don't have a little man tucked into the boat.
Man who had to weigh in, and so they are coming down. Very difficult to control these boats. You've got to be well balanced. You've got to make sure that you're all coming in at exactly the same time. And the waves are smashing the blades.
The waves are,
They're
for
smashing
sure.
the blade. So you're trying to lift the blade ever so slightly above the water so it doesn't catch anything.
That's
'Cause if
right.
it catches, it's going to go under and you're going to get crabbed out.
All right, now I'm looking down the lanes. It looks like lane 5, St. John's might have a good lead out there, but it's really hard to tell. St. Benedict's also by their side, the DeWucci crew, and St. Stithian's Lobbin crew also keeping a tight hold on the race.
Exactly right. You've got St. John's are out there. I think St. John's, the second crew, seem to be a little bit out of it, just a bit behind. But St. John's, St. Stithian's are there. Sac St. Andrews, we're going to keep an eye on them. They in the tight lanes, a bit closer to us, 1 and 2. But it's lane 3 St. Stithian's, lane 4 St. Benedict's, lane 5 St. John's. They are pushing and they are moving. And look at the boats. The boats there, the marshals are keeping an eye on Saxon St. Stithians. They're just making sure that everybody holds their line. Just remember, right out there, it's not
Look, there's the two boats coming really close together, Rob. What can you see?
Oh, that looks very, very close. They're trying to come apart. You know, you're not allowed to look at the boat next to you, but you can feel and sense exactly where they are. They are very close to each other.
Is that St. Stithian's and St. Benedict's?
St. Stithians, St. Benedict's. St. Stithians have shown their
Pushing
hand already.
over, yeah.
So have St. John's. St. John's and St. Stithians are pushing. St. Benedict's hasn't gone anywhere. They're just holding on there. They are pushing, pushing, pushing. To me, it looks like it's St. Stithians, St. John's, just gone a little bit ahead, but this is where you've got to go.
This
You've
is
got to
where-
start thinking about your strategy and what's coming up. On the inside lane, you still got Sachs pushing, but St. Stithian seems to have been moving away all along. St. John's is the only one who can hold them. St. Benedict's are still there. I'm not sure if they're struggling to hold that pace.
It looks like they are half a boat length back behind St. Stithian and St. John's. Maybe even a boat length behind Balbal to the sterns of those two boats. St. John's really trying to hold that line. For my money, I'm looking like St. Stithian's might be ahead of St. John's at this point in the game.
St. John's, we've seen the power of Billy Crinier and Jason Aspoas. They are big, solid units, and they can lean into those foot plates and move the boat. As I say, that St. Stithians are coming.
They are crossing the lane, St. Stithians. St. Stithians just heading towards the east bank. Now they're... Wow. All right. So they're now actually out literally in front of St. Benedict's, side by side with St. John's. St. John's saying, no, sir, you are not going to do that. Really keeping contact, pushing hard. These boys in the lane 2 also.
St. Stithians have done a bit of it. Anything drastic changes.
St. Benedict's.
St. John's second. Fast moving. St. Benedict's in third. Saxon fourth. Oliver Ashwell.
Right, and on the inside lane, we've got the St. Andrews boys coming in tight on lane 1, and then the far side, Van der Westhuizen crew from St. John's, finishing up the final here for the junior men's first coxless fours.
checked. I was going, oh, shoulders.
Rob, coming down the course now. Race number 142, event 50, the Masters Mixed 8. Buffalo, Godfrey Crew in lane 3, VLC Johnson in lane 4.
And there's been a bit of a swap around. VLC have been trying to poach our Ravens rowers, and we've gladly
Have you lent them
allowed
out?
to go race in there. I
Okay.
think we've got Jackie Lundberg. She's there from a recent victory. She always hangs around us over here. You saw her.
Yes,
I'm sure.
yes.
So she's in that boat. We're looking forward to see what they're going to do. This is a coastal versus inland race.
Aha. And it's looking like a pretty tight race so far. Perhaps the Buffalo Crew might have a little bit of an advantage out here. Half a boat, perhaps. What do you see in your binoculars?
You've got those red blades, and I agree with you. Red blades, Buffalo, they just seem to be a little bit ahead of the VLC blue blades. There's still a bit of race left in this, but I think it's the Buffalo Crew. They seem to be ahead there. They apparently have got Bill Godfrey in the stroke there, so it's going to be interesting to see if he is there. Johnson Crew, if they've got Sam Johnson, she's had quite a few races today already, doing a good job. Alexa Marquetos, the mother of Quinton Marquetos,
Yes,
the
indeed.
sprint champion. She's in there. You've got Tracy Williams, Anne
And Gaynor and Anne, yeah.
Yep, they're there. And I think you've got Jackie Lundberg. They've brought her in for the power and the technical ability that she has. But look, Buffalo going, but there's a bit more water splashing there. It's all about momentum. Have you built up enough over the last few hundred meters to make a tactical move?
It might even be a boat length out for Buffalo.
Oh, and I see what's happened. I've been confused. Buffalo have asked Jackie Lundberg in the group. She's gone coastal. I see Vikings there. I think that is Mel Cruz, Jackie Lundberg, Buffalo coming down. Red blades swishing. You've got the VLC crew with the blue blades coming through. They've left it too late. A fast-moving crew.
Good race for the two.
Jackie Lundberg, so exciting for the Ravens crew. I think that's her first victory in an 8, and I know that because it's her first 8 she's ever raced.
Well, good for her. That's a great way to break the ice.
We now are on race 143, looking out across the water. Junior women's under 16 quads. Remember, we've got 2 races left until the official break at 12:08.
Are we taking a break?
We're taking a break. We might be taking a short break, but anyway, the ladies are on their way. It's junior women's under 16 quad, cox quads, and then you're going to have the junior men's cox quad. Those are the next races. So currently on the water, we've got lane 1, Holy Rosary, Fairty, lane 2, St. Stithians, Chikwatamba, lane 3, Clarendon, Jordan, lane 4, St. Andrews, Lum, lane 5, St. Stithians, Van der Brechen, and St. Andrews, Dos Race. How strong do you have to be to have 2 teams in this race? St. Andrews showing a lot of domination in this event. Is anybody scratched here? Do we know?
Race 143, any scratches? Oh, yes, right one.
Holy Rosary.
Yeah, very out.
Holy Rosary, I think, is out. And it looks to me like Holy Rosary is out. So St. Stithians Chukwuemeka, lane 2, closest to the stands. They're coming through, looking like St. Andrew's Lum. That's Megan Lum, Gabby Manson, Yakalo Sebapalo, Anastasia Maimona, Santanda Chabalala. And just on the inside lane, they've got Clarendon. We've got Sarah Jordan. I think she's a stroke there. Funden Bosch, Pushit, Gibbons, and Maganese. That's Yoli Maganese, who's the cox, still holding in there. And it looks like to me Clarendon and St. Andrews are slowly breaking away from the rest of the group. St. Stithians not out of it yet, but they are struggling. There's still the 2 St. Stithians boat. St. Stithians Chukwuemeka, lane 2. St. Stithians Funden lane 5. This is looking like a great race because St. Andrew's Lum looks like they have gone ahead, followed closely by Clarendon, and then it looks like St. Stithians Funden in lane 5, keeping an eye on them. But this race is slowly starting to split up, and they haven't even got to the crick yet.
Rob, you said that as I was drinking some water, I almost saw it come out my nose. I had to walk away, breathe carefully, and recover.
So in the just off the pace at the moment, St. Stithians Chukwuemeka and St. Andrews Dos Race, leaving us St. Andrews in the lead, followed closely by Clarendon and then St. Stithians. I think Clarendon and St. Stithians, that's where the race is going to be. But Megan Lum, you know, with the power of Manson, Sebapalo, Maimonis in that boat, that is a strong crew. You know, I think they've done most of the damage in the first 500, 750 meters. Now moving away.
At the spectator stand.
And look at the race behind there, Kaz, because you've got St. Andrews coming through, St. Stithians at the top of the picture, and they are attacking Clarendon. They are right next to each other. I think they can sense that the other team's right there. St. Stithians might be just a little bit of the pace.
Already the junior men's 16 quads underway. St. John's Cullinan in lane 1, St. Benedict's Vicente in lane 2, St. Albans Muller in lane 3, lane 4 Jeppy Solomon, lane 5 Somerset Norke, and lane 6 Kez Taylor.
And so all the races coming down, timing, the time is doing a great job here. It looks to me like it's going to be the 1, 2, 3, 1 St. Andrews, 2nd Clarendon, and 3rd St. Stithians, if nothing changes. St. Andrews, nice, powerful. They've controlled this race right from the beginning. Done a great race. Clarendon was holding them as long as they could, but just couldn't keep up. And St. Stithians, they are slowly breaking the back of St. Stithians, who's going to come in for a 3rd. So St. Andrews take the win. There with Megan Lum.
About 2 boat lengths ahead of Clarendon. Clarendon 1 boat length ahead of the St. Stithians crew coming in. Van der Breggen.
And 3rd is St. Stithians crew Van der Breggen. And 4th it's St. Stithians Chukwuemeka.
Race coming.
Well done, Jackie!
That's Dos Race coming down now.
Yeah.
St. Andrews.
And we see in the far lane, closest to the east bank, the Dos Race crew from St. Andrews, finishing up the event 51, race 143, the junior women's 16 quads. Just
And-
about at the creek,
Yeah.
though, is where the
And-
action is starting to pick
And
up.
it is starting to pick up. If you have a look, you were telling us about that St. John's crew. The St. John's Cullinan seem to have gone right ahead of St. Benedict's Vicente, and then it's Kes. They the red of Taylor. They seem to be up there, and the two of them have split and have gone away from the rest of the field.
Is it Vicente or Vicente?
I think it's Vicente, Enzo Vicente.
Is it not a chip?
That's if you tell you.
I keep saying Vicente.
And the Kes crew at the top. Bradley Taylor, Alex Christie, Andre van der Zee, Travis Gall, Cox by Brody Kruger. They are doing something that we haven't really seen today. Lane 6. They have gone right into the lead. They seem to be way ahead of the rest of the field. And just on the inside lane, St. John's still hanging in there, but right through the middle, you're getting St. Albans.
Who's just, is that Jeppy or Somerset?
And we think it's Somerset. It's either Somerset or Jeppy, but I think it is Jeppy. I think it is Jeppy. The Somerset crew are behind, and things are starting to change ever so slightly. I think St. John's must have burnt themselves out because they seem to have slowly moved off the pace. Kes are coming in hot. They've been holding that position for some time, but it's the placings. It's St. Albans Muller. So it's St. Albans Muller, JP Solomon, and it's St. Benedict's either Vicente or Vicente. We're still confirming which one it is. We like Vicente. We think
Vicente sounds very...
Vicente sounds great. They're off the pace. But this is Kes. Kes doing a great race at the moment. Up there in lane 6.
But gunning for the second place position in this final. It's a tight one. St. John's not letting up the pressure at all.
It depends how much
crew.
It depends how much power and who's got what, because St. John's, St. Albans, and Jeppy. Jeppy seems to me to have that second position. They are just maybe a canvas ahead. They are holding strong, but St. Albans and St. John's have found some more power. They are leaning into it. They're trying to connect with the water there. It is a very tough, hard race now. And it's so hard. You expect there's something going to change here, but the boys are tired. They've been going for 2 kilometers nearly all out. Kes are going to take the win. Jeppy have found something. They're coming in second. And St. Albans, Jeppy. St. Albans, St. John's. Who's going to take it? St. Albans seem to be moving fast on the water. St. John's are going for it. This is going to be a very close race. Jeppy make it across the line.
St. Albans, St. John's.
It looks to me like it's St. Albans, St. John's. It's a beep race. We'll wait for the finals to tell us what's happened. Somerset, James Nokia coming across the line. And Kaz, what we've been waiting for to say, St. Benedict stroked by Enzo Vicente. Vicente, we love his name. Good job there by those young men. Vicente, Temlet, Villanella, their parents will be in a Masters double later. And then, of course, Evan Sheesby. St. Benedict's crews always have a Sheesby in them.
A Sheesby or a Riccardi.
Very well done to that crew.
Right, they're waving signs. Who's the waving? Are we taking a break for?
10 minutes time.
Regatta time.
It's 12:50.
So regatta time is 12:50.
All right, just a friendly announcement to the crews and coaches. Regatta time is 12:50. The next race to go off is scheduled for 1 o'clock. That is the senior men's B final for the coxless 4, race 146, event 54. Tucks and Tucks, Aiden and Rollins. If you're not out on the water right now, you're late. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Beatrice, I'm yelling at your son, Christopher. Christopher Aiden, are you on the water?
I don't know which crew's out there, which one's not, but.
And I think it is the Cox crew. That's the Tix crew. Cox by no Coxes because it's a senior men's 4. We've got Christopher Aiden, Connor Hurst. But I think Connor Hurst has been swapped out with Troy Zillan because I see Troy Zillan trying to get in a boat there. Behind, and there's Jubair Smith. Jubair Smith, I know he's not only a row, but he's a mountain climber at Tix. I know that. Troy Zillan sometimes going a little bit slower than the others because of those 8 distinctions he got in matric recently. And it's nice to see the other Tix boat Rawlins. You've got Bryn Rawlins, Ethan Pritchard, Troy Zillan, and Darren Ferreira. So I think they've done a bit of a swap there. Looking to see where Ethan Pritchard is. He's the former captain of the St. Benedict's rowing last year.
That was the oldest river. Let us see about the youngest river.
And straight after the senior men's, the 2 Tix boats, we are going to have the junior men's under 19 second 8s. And there are some big boys in those teams. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to do. We've got St. Andrews, Bishops, Care St. John's, and then 2 St. Benedict's teams.
on to 147.
All right, a shout out to the Aiden Tux crew and Rollins Tux crew. You guys, that race number 146, event 54 has been scratched, canceled totally. You guys are a bit late, so unfortunately we have to move on to the next event. It is race number 147, event 55. The junior men's second eights will be starting shortly. They'll be starting in about 4 minutes' time. So it will be St. Andrews, Murray crew in lane 1, Bishops, Hendricks in lane 2. Lane 3 will be Kez, Edwards crew. Lane 4, St. John's Grayling. In lane 5, St. Benedict's Dos Santos. And in lane 6, St. Benedict's Vicente. Or Vicente. Portuguese or Italian. But that race will be getting underway shortly. Again, the Tux versus Tux in the senior men's B, coxless 4, 146 is no more.
Okay, as we're upping our commentating game, we have strolled around to the
Eagle Media table.
Eagle Media.
And wow, we're looking at the start.
There is now, is it a camera on the boat?
A camera on the boat, we said. This is very exciting. And this will be event number 55, race 147. Look at this.
Through the process, and then hopefully we'll be, when the race is gone, we'll be down line.
Yeah, so this will be the junior men's 19-second eights against St. Andrews in lane 1, the Murray crew. Lane 2, Bishops, Hendricks crew. Lane 3, Kez, Edwards. And in lane 4, St. John's Grayling. In lane 6, St. Benedict's Dos Santos. And St. Benedict's Vicente in lane 6.
There we go, thank you. Keep it as steady as you can. You're moving around a very lot, also you're on the water, so I don't know if you can hear me at the moment.
You take your seasick medication, Rika, to watch this.
You know, it's really funny. For many years, so I've had a couple of drowning experiences when I was young. So swimming is not my favorite thing.
Oh, okay. This speaks to our conversations about going for a swim.
Yes, and then also I really do get seasick. And then a couple of times when we're rowing at Lake Washington, you have these big tugboats, and they just give off these rolling wakes. And it was so that I kind of have to stop and just rinse my mouth with my water bottle when I'm rowing in the 8. So I do get really seasick.
So it's going out now currently.
We can see St. John's up at the start line, actually. The St. John's crew. The cox of Brad Safi in the back. From behind.
He's sitting in the
Thank you.
He must be there behind stroke. So is that 1, 2, yeah, 7. I always keep the numbers.
Right, the cameraman working from Eagle Media, working really hard to try to bring you a stable view from out on the river, on the boat, to catch the action for the second eights. Those of you watching at home. No, the next, yeah. So we didn't get to send off the tucks and tucks. Yeah, bad race. 146, race number 146 was canceled. And then we're moving on to race 147, junior men's second eights. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go and get...
We saw yesterday you guys posted Holy Mary instead of St. Mary's or Holy Rosary. I think it was meant to be St. Mary's. It was very funny. Holy Mary!
Right, please, start shortly with the
when you're talking, no one's listening, so you're like talking to them even though they're still not listening. If you're saying you're not listening, but you're still talking to them.
Charge 15 Rand for an hour.
I'll tell the guys at the top. No, it's the guys that are giving you money.
They're going to charge it.
No, they've got nothing.
Oh, is that their card machine?
Yeah, for the gates. Yeah.
So we're on this one here.
What's
It's like a normal Samsung charger.
like a C to I got a C.
We've got everything.
I mean,
They
I've
just
got a
want to
C
charge it. Yeah,
charger.
they can't charge that thing, so we'll just leave it here as
I
possible.
actually have a C to C. This is just my. It is my charger. So you guys. I have to set brain as long as it's C to C.
It's not well.
Oh, I know, it's Mo Salucci. Look at it. Hold your mic. Hold your mic. Hold your mic. No, I'm hide it from Mo. You'll grab it. Yeah. Are they underway yet? Yeah, they're underway.
Right, we're on the race. Stay there now. We'll come to you.
All right, it looks like the race is underway from the 2K mark coming down the river for the junior men's second eights. I see lots of blades flickering. What do you see, Rika? Blades flickering. Still the wind is pretty strong coming down. We're looking at some pretty big waves by the finish line and gusts coming across the river. So I'm sure if it's like that here, it's going to be even more intense up there.
Unless the two are really far back.
Surely the umpire boat would be behind the last boat, yeah?
Oh, I see a boat very between 2 and 3.
And even next to them on the East Bank side, there are 2 dropped back, but I can't tell if they're 8s or. Kez, Young.
Oh. Confused again. We're still confused.
So Rick and I are doing our best to tell you what we're seeing down there, but it looks like it appears as if there are 4 boats coming in advance, perhaps 2 boats behind them. Coxless 4s behind them. Okay.
Has anybody scratched from the second 8 race? The St. Andrews and St. Benedict's Vicente crew?
I see some Benedicts.
Yeah, there should be 2 Bennies. How many do you see? Bishops?
All right, 2
2 and 6 scratched. Okay. Or they did DNS and 6 DNS.
All right, so the update here from the tower is that lane 2, Bishop's Hendricks is not racing. Also, St. Benedict's Vicente crew in lane 6 not racing, so it is now St. Andrews Boys Murray crew in lane 1, Kez Edwards in lane 3, St. John's Hreiling in lane 4, St. Benedict's Dos Santos in lane 5. A pretty steady or even field out there, Rika, from what I can see.
It looks like the race is developing between St. John's and St. Benedict's, really making it tough on St. Andrews in lane 1 because they're quite removed from the race. So it's always an advantage having a crew quite close to you because you can pulled into that energy and racing and making it tough for the crews, almost like being disconnected from the race.
Yeah, so then you sort of have to race yourself.
Sometimes there's an advantage, especially when steering becomes a problem. So if you're disconnected from the other crews, you have your own water and you don't get interference with blades, but it is really difficult to race all by yourself. And it's still St. John's and St. Benedict's over on the far side. And then between 3rd and 4th, it is Kez and St. Andrews in the lane closest to the clubhouse.
And I believe we're not looking at the camera work from behind. We're looking at this race from in front at the position of the finish line. It's looking to me as if St. Benedict's might have about half a boat length ahead of St. John's at this point. They've got some nice clear water ahead of them with sort of where a wind shadow is. St. John's not letting up. They're really trying to hold tight, but it seems like St. Benedict's pulling away, breaking that contact.
Now a boat length, eh?
All right, it seems as if St. Benedict's has pulled away the Dos Santos crew. Jordan Dos Santos in stroke. Chutlapeco is cox. About a boat length or 2 between St. John's and the St. Benedict's crew out in front. Kez and St. Andrews on the inside 2 lanes. Probably Kez out in front just by a half a length or a boat length ahead. St. Benedict's crew looking really clinical and strong as they are into the final stretch. St. John's still giving it lots of leg, lots of back, lots of muscle. No arms this time.
I was going to say, should I wait for you to say lots of arms? Although what I can remember from my racing days, in a tailwind, your arms do take a lot of strain. Maybe not so much in the sweep boats, but in the sculling, it was cramping forearms.
Yeah, Rob Riccardi was saying as he just got off the water, with it being so wavy that you start scrunching up your shoulders because you're trying to stay stable and you're trying to hold that out there. St. Benedict's looking cool as cucumbers, actually, coming in over the line. Well in hand, 2 to 3 boat lengths ahead of St. John's. St. John's firing it up. St. John's over the line, the Hreling crew. Kez now out in front of the St. Andrews boys, a boat length or two ahead. In the middle of the lanes, the bright red and white. And St. Andrews boys in lane 1. Good race, Kez. Well done. Finishing it off is St. Andrews coming in now. And then
Race 148 lining up at the 2K markers. The junior women's under 19, coxed 4, lane 1 Clarendon, lane 2 St. Stithians. Hold on, some communication from the PHA.
Have they started yet? What's this? It's the tux guys that must do it. So they're just coming down anyway. So they haven't started yet.
all right, there will be just a slight technical delay for a boat situation down at the start for race number 148, event 56, the junior women's 19 coxed 4s.
On the line. The girls haven't started yet. There's a
One, 4-8.
148 to go. 149. Should be. I believe so.
We're moving to race 149, the junior men's under 19 first quads. 148, there's just a technical problem with one of the boats. We're waiting for them to fix. So 148 got stopped.
And is being... Yep. Right.
So the official word, 148 got stopped. Now 149, the junior men's first quads at the starting line, and 148 will start after them.
Exactly right.
Exactly right. This is for at least for this minute. Who knows? All right, lane 1, St. Benedict dos Santos. Lane 2, St. Albans de Villiers. Lane 3, St. Albans Noon. Lane 4, JP Lake. Lane 5, Case Jones. Lane 6, Rondebosch Fora.
Now, we just a few minutes ago in the 8, though, saw the Dos Santos, Jordan Dos Santos and Struck.
The race is lining up.
Will they put somebody else?
They're doing that before that.
Yeah, no, I know this is coming.
The entire
So they haven't.
Are they there to the few loads?
One of the boats, is it hot footing, hot seating? What would you
Hot
go
swap.
down? Hot swap.
Hot swap. But they're jumping, the guys jumping out of the St. Benedict dos Santos crew from the 8, and they were hoping to make it up for event 57, race 149, but 149 seems to be underway. Perhaps have a look, see.
They haven't started yet. There's boats crossing.
Still boats crossing, all right, so they haven't started yet. They've got to clear the course before they begin.
Flag is sideways. They're off. Okay.
Is it race 149?
All right, we've been peering into our binoculars. We saw the flag go down. Event 57, 149, the junior men's first quads are on their way down. St. Benedict dos Santos, St. Albans de Villiers, St. Albans, sorry? St. Benedict, oh, that's right. So St. Benedict's lane 1, which we were just discussing. Dos Santos didn't make it up in time, so they are a DNS. St. Albans de Villiers in lane 2, St. Albans Nunn lane 3, Jeppy Lake in lane 4, Kes Jones in lane 5, and Rondebosch Fowler in lane 6. A short attention span.
Which crew?
Which crew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh.
Let's go have it. All right, we're going to go look now at the live stream video. Oh, look at this boat from behind. If you're watching on the live stream at home, what a treat you've got with a boat out on the river.
I can't see there. I don't know what I can't see there.
You can try to do that.
So now you're so caught up in the race, so you're not commentating.
But trying to see who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jeppy behind, but then out in front is...
Yeah, we got to see the lanes.
All right, back to the real thing with the naked eyes and the binoculars.
It took me 2.5 days to train my eyes from this angle and now to switch from the other angle.
Yeah, and when you're looking from behind and they're panning across, you're not sure which lanes you're looking at. So let's see if we can't give you a hint about who's out in front.
I'm going to say St. Albans in lane 2.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. It's looking like the De Villiers crew from St. Albans in lane 2 has a pretty steaming start.
Or is it none?
And next to them, St. Albans, none. It's a pretty tight field out there, Rika. I'm looking down here, difficult to call.
But lane 2 is actually lane 3, is it not? Is that none? St. Albans, the first De Villiers crew. I mean, the first St. Albans crew. Not the one in front of the umpire boat.
So this is 148, right?
Yeah, so it's probably the one that umpire's boat.
148 down first.
No, 129 is coming down.
The 149 rainbow fed. What time?
All right, so from where we're looking, and just in front of the umpire boat, it appears that the two St. Albans boats are really duking it out. Also out in lane 5, the Kes boat looks to be holding their own, pulling perhaps in front of the Jeppy Lake crew. Rondebosch, Fowler really giving it a good go out there in lane 6. But the two St. Albans boats seem to be out in the lead.
Yeah, so there's 50,000.
Yeah, it looks like the St. Albans Nun crew might have about half a boat length ahead of De Villiers at this point, just past the creek. They're at about the 750 mark. Legs, arms, and lungs are all burning. Big tailwind gusts coming down the course. These boys are pushing hard.
Is up about length.
St. Albans Nun seems to be breaking away ahead of De Villiers, and behind De Villiers it looks like Kes pulling up in the third position. That's the Kes Jones crew, and then Jeppy Lake and Rondebosch Fowler duking it out behind Kes. Rondebosch seems to be trying to catch up and get some contact with Kes. Not sure they'll be able to pull that off, but looking in the lead, still looking strong. St. Albans Nun crew pulled much farther away now from the De Villiers crew.
The women's coxed forward has also started.
Yeah.
All right, and then looking up the course quickly as these men are approaching the finish line, we'll let you know that race 148 is underway, event 56. The junior women's under 19 coxed fours. Clarendon in lane 1, St. Stithians Olivier lane 2, St. Mary's Shaw in lane 3, St. Andrews Dana Dick crew in lane 4, Somerset McDonald lane 5, and St. Mary's Pistano crew in lane 6.
And as the boats are coming to the corrugated part of the river, they've got St. Albans, none have picked it up, and it's very hard because as you're trying to push for it, this is where it starts to load up the body, just makes it ever so much harder. Aidan Jones, Quinton Marquettes, Andrew Van der Zee, Alex Christie, Lonati Lucy from Cairns pushing away. They're in the second position.
Second, yeah, this is Lake Crew to finish us.
So there's been a bit of a crossover of lanes, but it looks like St. Stithians, Aaron Olivier, Zanis Kumans, they are doing well. They got Pron Crystal, and that's coxed by Jessica Crooks in the St. Stithians boat. They're holding in. We're expecting something to happen. St. Mary's Shore, St. Andrew's Dick. Somerset College, remember they got Zandra Axton, she's a sculler, and she's an axe sculler, so she's very good. So we've got Lisa McDonald, and in fact, Amy Smith, Teresa Adendorf, Somerset going to do a good job. Great to see our Captonian friends coming for a visit.
Absolutely.
Come over to lane one. St. Mary's is ahead of the Where's that Clarendon? No, Clarendon's in back. St. Stithians are second.
So we still think St. Stithians in the lead. We're just trying to figure out if there's been any change of lanes. Right there in the center, some of the bow balls do go out of sight with the waves and with the wind, so it's hard to see when you're in your lane. But I think they might.
Bishops, but they didn't. I think they were late.
I think Bishop's just taking an easy row, getting ready for the next few races, and at the moment things are slowly changing. We're having a look. To me it looks like St. Mary's, St. Andrews and Somerset are starting to show their cards, but St. Stithians are a little bit out of mind because they're over here in lane 2
and really
sneaky, and they're going for it. The other crews, sometimes when you worry about the other crews, you just leave one of the crews by themselves, and that's how they get the win. So you've just got to make sure you keep your attention in the game.
Yeah, and they're really battling some heavy gusty winds out there. You can see this. I mean, not only have we got the waves, but I don't know how you would describe it. It's like a super shimmer. It's like a secondary air blasts on top of the waves.
Yeah, it's always tricky. You want smooth water with a stable platform so you can get a good drive out of the legs and the quads. Over here, there's a bubbled water, which isn't great because you try claw into something and your blade just slips straight through. So trying to keep composure is hard. St. Stithians, Olivier doing a great job over here. They are coming straight through and they are going to create a bit of an upset here. St. Andrews, Dick, Somerset, McDonald, they are just a little bit off, but they are coming through for those medals. St. Stithians look like they've got gold secured. St. Andrews, Dana Dick, stroke there for St. Andrews, doing very well. And look at the hard charging McDonald. McDonald have picked it up. Their rate is 1 or 2 pips higher than St. Andrews. St. Andrews are starting to respond. St. Stithians coming through to take the victory.
St. Andrews seems to have about a canvas or half a boat length ahead of Somerset as they surge into the finish. St. Stithians brings it home for the gold. Here comes St. Andrews over the line, Somerset over the line. St. Mary's Shaw coming in now for a strong finish. And we see St. Mary's Pastana out in lane 6. And the Clarendon crew in lane 1.
Who's coming down?
There's at the 1,000 meter senior men's and women's C doubles.
There's a 4 or quad or something coming.
It's probably the St. Benedict.
St. Mary's Pastana coming through, and then Clarendon Septon.
Well done, St. Mary's. And here comes Clarendon.
Rika, seems to be getting ready.
What? I wanted to see you, Ray.
Rika, why? Why? Why are you leaving us down?
Now.
Okay, there we go.
Now that I've retired.
Swapping, eh?
Yeah.
All right, we have a swap of races. Race 151, the senior men's A coxless fours going ahead of race 150. So down in the lanes, lane 1 UCT Durant, lane 2 UCT Cochrane, lane 3 UCT Deploy, lane 4 Tux Howard, and lane 5 Tux Bontais, but I've just been told that UCT Durant has scratched in lane 1. So again, UCT Cochrane lane 2, UCT Deploy lane 3, Tux Howard lane 4, and Tux Bontais in lane 5. And then we will follow race 151 with race 150, which is the senior men's, women's C doubles and pairs combined.
So I knew that they were doing their And we've got the St. Benedict's boys, Daniel Banan, Ethan Pritchard. There's also Nicholas Bontes and Jordan Craig in the Tix Bontes crew. They are doing well. They seem to be right up at the top. But we're looking out for Murray Bell Smith, Braden Howard. Those are some strong units. Matthew Ward as well in the Tux Howard boat. Having a look, a lot of shiny bits off the water, so it's kind of hard to see the boat numbers. But it seems like Tix Bontes are taking this race, and they're taking that rate up. They are smashing it out the park. A lot of power in these young men. Okay, let me have a look. I'll tell you now. It looks like Braden Howard.
That's Pumi in the 3 seat, yeah.
And it looks like Pumi in the 3 seat. So we think there may have been a little bit of a swap out there. Very exciting. Did you find out?
Yeah, that's definitely. That's the Howard crew.
That's definitely the Tux Howard crew over the line first.
And then the UCT crew are coming through. That's UCT with 3 in the bow ball, so that's George Deploy, Oliver Kane Smith, Breitenbach, and Thomas White. And now I see the boys. There's Daniel Benand in his slightly grey cap, Ethan Pritchard behind him. In front there's Bontes Craig coming through for that 3rd position. Nice applaud to the rest of the team for a good, hard-fought race. The 2nd UCT crew, what a name, Beg Cochran. He's a stroke there for UCT, coming through nice and strong.
So we're
Going back to 150. Should be 150. Twos and doubles. Yeah.
You're right, Kaz. I think we are just going back to the senior men's double. So we've got from WSURC, there are 2 boats, Moshoko and WSURC Nombokotwana. There may be a 3rd late entry. We'll keep you updated. And behind them, they're bringing down the crews for the next race right behind them. But we're going to call down these crews for you. We see a 3rd crew right at the top. Kaz, you can see them by the creek, just there on the far
I see
right.
them by the creek, all y'all.
All y'all.
Looks like they're wearing some blue. Hard to see though, with the glare it's quite difficult. Definitely the inside lane has a distinct lead.
And I'm looking at the next crew right on the outside, and I think they've got to hit brakes. Otherwise, they're going to run aground there, and that's exactly what they've done.
So they're adjusting their steering. That's a Buffalo crew that's out there, Rob.
I think it is a Buffalo crew, so they've turned. They knew they'd gone too far when they could feel the grass on the side of their elbows.
Tickle, tickle, tickle.
But the crew's coming down at the moment. It is going to be Moshoko, WSURC, it's Leon and Tiwanse. What's going on? We're looking at Powerball numbers. And Kaz, it's always a bit tricky because you're not really sure of the color of these tri-suits. They are kind of new to our eyes, and so we're learning as we're going along.
So we think that it's Moshoko crew coming in first on the inside lane. And Nombokotwana out in the further lane.
Yep.
And then we see the Buffalo crew out beyond them, closer to the bank, and a little bit further back. Staying strong in this double coming in. Almost to the finish line, Rob.
Almost there. Big old tough race. Buffalo crew have decided to turn sharply back onto the course. They are struggling there. Getting back.
Shoko from the Walter Sisulu University Rowing Club. Their teammates just across the way, Nomo Kutwana.
And this is tricky because it looks like they've got a Selborne kit out there.
What do you see with your big eyes, Rob?
I see Minale Tatterfield. That's the name of the boat. The cameraman's getting excited. They are zooming in.
That team. This one. This is Buffalo.
And it's...
Keep going! Keep going!
And our teams are coming through at the moment.
Is that Buffalo that's
We
just
think
come over
it
the
is.
line? They're just tricking us with these tri-suits, Rob. Or are we wearing funny glasses? Maybe that's the problem.
Now we're going to be treated for some fun Masters rowing in the Masters doubles. We've got Old Eds, we've got Graham Baker, Rod McDonald. Rod used to be known as Rod the Bod McDonald when he was younger. We're not sure if that's changed recently, but it's always good to have a name like that. Lane 2, Ian Johnson, Pavel Dobritsky. Ian Johnson just recently come in from a victory over myself, so he's flying high. In third place, Harry Moorman, Stephen Escort from Alfred's. Eclipsed by their kids. So Rod, if Ben Bernandri here would start going through the history, and I think you are exactly right. So Rod, I want to pass to you, Rika. Rod McDonald.
Physics department teacher. It's John's.
There we go.
Yeah. And he's
Wait.
Hand it over to her.
Kristen McCann is his wife. He's coaching the first
Rod McDonald's credentials go back a long way. Did do some international rowing in his career. I think was on the Olympic program. Did a really good job and was one of the top strokesmen in his time. Kirsty McCann and Rod are married. And Rod is also one of the coaches at St. John's that's come through and put a lot of changes at St. John's, doing some really good work there.
No, I was going to go.
And the teams are coming down. Always nice to see the green of Ravens. You can see them nice and clearly, but they have fallen off the pace. I think it is going to be a very rich race for Tony Villanella and Greg Temlett. Right there in the center, it's looking Alfred's, Harry Moorman and Stephen Escort are doing a fine job. But look at what we're seeing here. Graham Baker, Rod McDonald, Old Eds.
Yeah, I do.
They're rowing nice and comfortably. Tom Price, Andrew Craig not out of it at the moment, but Old Eds, they're in the far side of the course.
Is the camera off?
Ian Johnson, Pavel Dobritsky from VLC, also doing some nice, fine, comfortable rowing. Pavel moving up through the ranks, first Div 3 master, and slowly making his way up the ranks. But we're being entertained to some fine rowing here by Rod McDonald, Graham Baker for Old Eds. They're down as a second crew, but they seem to be in first place. And there are some pairs and some doubles. So if you ever wanted to see what the difference is, you'll see it out there now. I think the pairs it's almost impossible to keep it in a straight line on such tough waters. So I think the double is going to be way more controlled, way more balanced. On the far side, Andrew Craig, Tom Price for Old Eds, also doing a great job. Third place, Alfred's Moorman. Is it Rod McDonald? And we had a quick look at it. It's Andrew Beards from Alfred's. He's sitting in the stroke seat here with Graham Baker. So Rod McDonald is concentrating on the coaching and not on the rowing at the moment. Fine rowing from the seasoned veterans coming through for an Old Eds ARC victory. And then in second position you've got Andrew Craig, Tom Price coming through for Old Eds, being hunted down by Alfred's. Moorman Escort are pushing. They are going, and they may have left it too late. They've picked up a few strokes. And they were rowing in a pair, so that's very impressive. And look here, right behind us, we've got the Ravens crew in VLC coming in hot. Ravens in their lime green doing a good job there. Long stroke work by both Ian and Pavel. Nice and controlled, may not have enough distance to catch up to the Ravens crew. Ravens making it across the line. Temlet Villanella taking it from Johnson and Dobritsky.
This could be Sam Johnson and Jackie.
Looks like the person on that side is up.
Yeah, that's it.
She's on the left side.
So looking out on the water at the moment, it's the final of the Masters Ladies Sculls. It looks like VLC Samantha Johnson, and the race behind her husband Ian Johnson has just finished, so Sam's having a good go. I think this is her third or fourth race of the day. We only see two rows out there at the moment, so I think it's Jackie Lundberg from Ravens. She jumped onto a St. Benedict's boat and decided to throw her hats into the ring. Wanted to ensure that she at least had a Buffalo Skulls race to her credentials.
Were they?
So 2 out of those 3 were scratches. And Ravens was a late entry. We do see the Elgin racer, which we unfortunately don't have in this race. Tired. The great thing about Samantha Johnson, always got a very pristine, almost perfect rowing technique. We always see her at VLC doing some fine work. And she does set a standard as to good rowing. Look at Jackie Lundberg. She started rowing almost about a year ago, decided to take up World Rowing Masters. Tipped twice in the sculls, getting ready for the start of the race, once in the morning, once at the start, and still finished. So she's got a lot of grit, a lot of tenacity, and she's rowing very nicely. Nice connection with the water there. Maybe a bit more attention to blade work, but she's doing nice.
This race you get 3 Buffalo credits instead of just 1.
Yes, I agree with Rika. 3 Buffalo credits if you finish this race, because it is such a treacherous course today with all the wind. And that's Samantha Johnson coming across the line, nice and controlled. Good stroke work. It's amazing how she puts a blade in, like she's posting a letter at the post office, just placing it nicely and then driving the legs.
Placing a letter at the post office.
That's when you post a letter and you put it through the post box and you connect it slowly.
And it disappears down the black hole.
Exactly. And Raven's coming through to take a silver. That's Jackie Lundberg. Nice to see her in the boat and not swimming. She's got 2 more strokes. Jackie Lundberg taking across the line. Jackie is a legend. Very proud of her.
She's flipping you off.
No, she's waving. She's waving.
And that was definitely a wave.
Well, she was holding the letter in the other fingers.
But that is great racing. Well done to her. I think I've got to go help her carry the boat.
Don't let her fall in when you go and fetch on the jetty.
No worries.
I think you did. You were too busy chatting with everybody. Didn't get your
Guys, moving back to the 2K start line. Race 154, the final of the junior women's under 16 doubles. Lane 1, Clarendon Willis. Lane 2, Holy Rosalie Farity. Lane 3, St Andrews Lum. Lane 4, St Andrews Manson. Lane 5, DSG Murray. And Lane 6, St Stithians Krail.
I remember seeing these ladies out there earlier in some of the bigger boats and giving it some real muscle, so I expect to see a nice race on now. They appear to be just about to the power lines, which is the 1K mark, coming down the course. Lanes 3 and 4 maybe, pulling out in front. Are there
any scratches in 154? 154? Are there any scratches? 1 and 6.
Right, so lane 1 and lane 6 are scratched from this event. So it's down to Holy Rosary Farity, lane 3, St Andrews Lum, St Andrews Manson, lane 4, and DSG Murray in lane 5.
One, two, I see 4. One's in front of the umpire boat. Just to the... Maybe so lane 2 and lane 4 out in the lead? Or I can't see where lane 1 sits. I think it says St Andrews close.
This one. Manson.
Oh, look, it's all leaky now. Oh. All right, I'll get a different one. I think my one's leaky too. Oh, this one shouldn't be leaky. Oh, yeah, I always think it's going to be if we can turn that one off.
Now, what you must do, so in 3 weeks' time, at SA Champs, you make sure you don't come third, you come in second or first. At first, second or third, you'll definitely get a medal. Promise you. Okay.
So it's looking for, right now, as if the 2 St Andrews boats might be out in the lead. And perhaps DSG Murray pulling in behind the Manson crew in lane 4. Holy Rosie Farity not far behind the Lum crew from St Andrews. But Rick is saying it looks to her as if the Gabby Manson crew out from St Andrews in lane 4 seems to be pulling out ahead of the other crews.
It is a guessing game, but I'm guessing that it's St Andrews on the right.
Guessing game.
It's really difficult to see with the way the water and the sun's reflecting off the blades. But if I just have to rough eyeball it, sometimes the verkyker doesn't help.
But we saw some great rowing earlier from the Manson, the boat stroked by Manson from St Andrews. Lots of strength there. Their teammates Lum, Megan Lum, and Anastasia Mayamonis also doing a really stellar job out there. staying ahead of the crew from Holy Rosary.
What might give us a bit of a hint is if we start hearing the St. Andrew's drums, then we know who it is.
Right. There come the drums.
I hear the drums.
We hear the drums.
It's definitely St. Andrew's Cruise in lead. According to the program, that will be St. Andrew's Manson, and then followed by St. Andrew's Lum. Holy Rosary currently sitting in third with DSG in fourth.
DSG just passing the creek now. Still lots of wind out there on the course. These smaller boats getting pushed from behind. Testing their steering and their steering ability, I think.
Testing almost everything. How
Yeah.
many races
It's
has
been-
these girls or
Yeah, they have-
athletes have done?
I think a lot of these kids have done at least 3 races a day. That's a lot of up the river, down the river, boats up and down the roads, clocking in a lot of steps, a lot of strokes.
St. Andrews looking quite comfortable. Quite a big distance between them and the second, but it doesn't look like they're taking the race down or the rate down. Are you going to guess the rate?
I am not going to guess that rate. I'm still trying to... No. I'd have to, seriously, you'd have to start the clock and then I would count for a minute. And I'd even know, and knowing me, I would probably lose count because I'll see a squirrel or something.
Strong finish from the St. Andrew Cruise. Clean blade work. Doesn't look like the tailwind interferes much with their own.
No, they're looking very cool, very confident. They've got it well in hand. Just about 2 more strokes to get over the line. 1 and 2. The St. Andrews Lum crew now bringing it home. Just about to cross the line. Just behind them, the Holy Rosary crew of Faraday and Webb.
Oh, what happened? Why is everybody going home?
And looking down the course towards the start, race 155, event 67, the junior men's 16 doubles on their way. Gray, Lekela, and out in lane 6, Sachs MacArthur crew.
Has there been an addition into event 155? Is there? Yeah, when you're done? Yep. Yeah, lane 5 for.
And the surname is Sibolela.
Okay.
It came through as a later entry into the heats and he made it through the
Okay.
All right, so we see a 6th boat out there, lane 5 for the junior men 16 doubles. It's the Sibolela crew from St. Albans. So 3 St. Albans crews in this event: Muller, Muthre, and Sibolela.
Out here, who's that in the? Is it Kez?
All right, Rika's having a look in the binoculars, says that Kez looks like they're off to a powerful start. Also, the lane 2, which would be St. Albans Muller, if they're sticking to their lanes, which I think they have been.
No, I'm saying Muthre. I think Muthre and St. Albans behind. Yeah.
And then the St. Albans Muthre, St. Albans Sibolela crew also holding their own just behind the Kez Taylor crew and St. Albans Muller. Kez is rating up. And then this is Muller, hey? Also. Kez seems to be picking up their rate a little bit as they're hitting the last quarter section of the race. Muller answering also from St. Albans. But a nice strong lead for the guys from Kez. Breaking away further and further into the field. Getting lots of clear water between the Kez boat and the St. Albans boats. Right, so Kez still keeping that clear water out in the front of this junior men's double, under 16 doubles. St. Albans Muller seems to be in the second position. Then Muthray crew, then the Sibulela crew, all three from St. Albans chasing down the Kez. Will they be able to catch him? The betting part of me says not so much. I said, are they going to be able to catch him? So not so much. No. They would have to do something superhuman. Grey College really working hard to keep up, chasing down the St. Albans boats. And we see Sachs MacArthur. Those guys battling that wind a little bit, that gust just past the creek. So some steering corrections there to keep on course. And it is Kez across the line. St. Albans Muller. But now it seems like we've had a switch in the lead. Sibulela, lane 5 from St. Albans. Just, and a surge. Muthray just in ahead of St. Albans Sibulela, it looks like. And here comes Gray.
They're late. 8 minutes.
I like this sense.
George, why are you late? No. Oh, shit.
Who's on their way now? Well, that's still the... Whoa. What's the Mrs. 6? Okay, so this would then be this one. Which would be
George,
senior.
if they're not on time, they miss the race.
We have 2 more boats coming down the water now for the senior men's women's combined B final for the doubles Buffalo Rowing Club with Purdon. What does that mean? Women. The women's B crew Purdon from Buffalo in a double, and Tuck Smith crew out in lane 4. Is that a sure thing? Okie dokie. All right, there's Tux Smith crew over the line. Well done, gentlemen. Excellent row. Showboating a little bit. Big, strong muscles out there. Yeah. And then the Buffalo Women's B double on its way.
We're in 156. Combined women's, men's, senior women's, men's doubles.
Far end, 219 second quads. Look-see.
So when you just give them the radio, would you mind just asking to make sure that race 158 is into their lanes and ready for when R1 gets there?
Looks like an underway.
Yeah.
Okay, looking down the course. On their way in hot pursuit to the finish line, it is the junior women's under 19 second quads. Holy Rosary Molefe in lane 1, St. Mary's Killian in lane 2, in lane 3 St. Andrews Dick Crew, in lane 4 St. Stithians Olivier, lane 5 Pistana from St. Mary's, and Barnfather from Somerset in lane 6.
So they've done up to that. And I thought, I don't know where you got to, but I kind of...
If anyone can call them,
so I was actually correct. I started, yeah. I was looking for something and I didn't pay attention there. Okay, so you've ticked over here. All the ones I ticked, I have done. No, I think I ticked it because I saw it was there. I saw it, yeah. I didn't go back. I might have been taken.
Rika, you're having a look down the course. Are you seeing anything that looks like we should make a call on who's out in the lead? It's looking, from my eyes, pretty tight. I think both of us are thinking that at this point in the game, St. Andrews Dana Dick Crew might have a slight bit of a lead.
And then also to the right.
And St. Stithians Olivier and St. Mary's Pistana also holding their own. So the center lanes leaning out towards lane 5, really giving it a big push as they pass the 1K mark.
Grace is still for the 1K.
Getting to Chevron.
No, not yet. It's 52, 53.
All right, it looks like St. Stithians might be making a move. That's the Olivier crew. Getting a move up on the St. Andrews Dana Dix crew. St. Mary's Pistana seems to be dropping back just a little bit, or else it is St. Stithians Olivier really raiding up and trying to make a move as they start to pass the creek, where the conditions begin to change just a little bit again. Killian dropping back. The St. Mary's Killian crew and Holy Rosary Molefe crew also dropping back a little bit. So our front runners, St. Andrews Dick and St. Stithians Olivier, really giving it a battle out in front. St. Stithians Olivier crew seems to be pulling forward just a little bit. We'll hear the St. Andrews drums as they approach the boathouse. St. Stithians keeping hold of that lead just behind them. St. Andrew's Dick and St. Mary's Pistana behind that.
Molefe seems to be ahead of Killian. That's Holy Rosary in lane 1, ahead of lane 2.
And looking in lanes 1 and 2, the Molefe crew from Holy Rosary ahead of the Killian crew from St. Mary's. And Somerset Bondfather out in lane 6. St. Stithian seems to be breaking away, getting some clear water behind them in front of the St. Andrew's crew. And behind them then it is Daniela Pistana, St. Mary's. Most of the hard work is done, but the final push comes on now. Will there be a challenge from St. Andrews to the St. Stithians crew? Rika, the winds don't look quite as wild as they were earlier. It seems like the water's slightly calmer this end of the course. I'm not seeing the insane whitecaps like we saw earlier. Still a tailwind, though. A boat length between St. Stithian and St. Andrews as they approach the finish line, going for home now. They're tired, but they want to get there faster.
Sprinting for the finish.
Quite a big gap between the St. Mary's Pistana crew and Holy Rosary Molefe, who's in the 4th place position. And that's St. Stithians over the line. Here comes St. Andrews, Dana Dick crew. Daniela Pistana. Noku Ntombeni, Anastasia Clark, Alexis Root, and Kia Lebo Ramansi from St. Mary's. Here comes Holy Rosary going for home. And St. Mary's Killian, Somerset Bondfather. Good race, girls.
Oh, thank you. I don't know whose this is earlier. Somebody, it's open, but it doesn't look like anybody joins in. I think this one's mine.
You didn't buzz through.
It's on the way.
Race 158 already on its way. The junior men's under 19 second quads. Lane 1, St. John's Naidu. Lane 2, JP Harrison. Lane 3, St. Albans Branch. Lane 4, Rondebosch Arnold. Lane 5, St. Benedict's Home. And lane 6, Grey Gibbs.
Race 159, can you confirm for us lane 3 Jones and lane 4 East Wednesday?
History, don't know much about.
I'm gonna say St. Albans.
Don't know much about the French chapter. But I do know that I love you, and I know that I love you too. I don't claim to be an A student.
We don't need no education.
Yeah, Pink Floyd.
Well, then we might as well just hit Peter Gabriel.
Luckily it's Graham.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, my cat reflexes are waning a little bit. Normally I would have.
And they'll be racing alongside DSG Lane 2 and Holy Rosary Lane 4. Lane 3 is a scratch and Lane 5 is a scratch.
Roundabout than St. Albans. Really? I see three boats. It's like this.
Lane 1 is I'm not sure.
So my money is on Roundabout. Roundabout St. Albans.
All right, looking at the race coming down the course just as they pass the creek. Roundabout and St. Albans. Probably in contact with one another, those boats. Rika's having a look down with the binos, saying she thinks St. Albans branch crew might be just out ahead of Rondebosch. But it looks like a tight race for that first place. Neither one will concede to the other. We'll see how far they can push this race. It might be exciting, the timers and the finishers here in the tower getting ready for a tight finish. Jeppy Carrison not giving up, really trying to give it some guns.
Snipers, Vikings, guns. I'm thinking Roundabout, dude. My money's on Roundabout.
But from my vantage point, I'm also thinking that Rondebosch might have the lead over St. Albans branch at this point. Half a boat length ahead, perhaps, but we're going to have a closer look and see. Is it my angle?
159. There's a no short didn't check out or something. So we've moved the men's A double into lane 1 of the junior women's first quad
160.
final. Just that
they've gone to 160. Okay. So they're going to 160.
A double racing.
Definitely Rondebosch out in the lead as they come for home. It looks like they are a boat length out in front of St. Albans. The branch crew trying to hold tight. Some clear water between them. Bosch on their way home. We can hear the coaches cheering from the jetty. There we go. Rondebosch crossing the line, taking the gold. St. Albans just behind. Jeppy Carrison coming in behind them. The St. Benedict's home crew in the 4th place position. And the two outside lanes dicing it out, St. John's and Grey College. Looking neck and neck, actually, Rika. Do you think Grey College might have a little bit of a lead? Yeah. All right, Grey. We think Grey might just pull this off. St. John's trying to rate up here. Blade work getting a little excited in this wind and in the home stretch. All right, there goes Grey. Just about to the finish line. We'll hear the hooter, and in comes St. John's. And finishing it up in the 6th position, St. John's College. All right, we're making just a small adjustment to the schedule. That event or race number 159 is being combined with race 160, which will be happening just now. Tux has scratched from 159, and the UCT Cochrane crew is going to be racing with the junior women's 19 first quads in the B final. That's event 86, race 160. Yeah. Right, so, and the UCT Cochrane crew from race 159 in with them to give them something to chase.
Spectacular timing.
How what?
All right, so coming down the course now, it is that combined race 159 for UCT in with the women's B final of the other under 19 first quads. DSG Murray in lane 2 from Lower Saxony, Holy Rosary Vaughan in lane 4, and a scratch from Clarendon.
Oh, look at that brownie. We're like, brownie. Okay. Thank you. I love brownies.
It's very nice.
Where's that from? Really? Brownie request. Ooh, And I get the like cocoa overtone at the end.
That's the nice chewy to it.
I like chewy brownies.
Okay, great. Now I can set up my favorites. You need to get over another.
Brownie. I have your phone number. You got mine.
All right, Rika, so we've got 3 boats in this race. UCT looking pretty strong, which is the men's A double, UCT, against these women's quads in the B final. And then it looks like Holy Rosary might have just a bit of a lead over DSG Murray. Holy Rosary Vaughn looking really strong out there in lane 4, powering down the course. DSG not wanting to give anything away, though, really trying to hold tight on their tail. That men's double from UCT, the Cochrane crew. Bear Cochrane, Matthew Emmett of UCT. It is a double, right? Am I saying it? Yeah, double. Okay.
Oh, you can leave me with an yawn. Yeah, dude. The winner of the B final? Is it only for the South? There's no point actually. I mean, how on earth can that go?
All right, coming into the home stretch, we see the UCT Cochrane double. And alongside them in front of the boathouse, the B final, the junior men's first 8, B final contenders on their way upstream. So the big boats passing the small boats there. A couple of big gusts of wind helping the crews along as they head for home. The Cochrane crew from UCT in its final approach. Timers on the ready. One eye dialed in. They're doing the squinty eye. The squinty eye. And here comes UCT.
Whoa, my voice just went a bit AWOL.
Cruising in is UCT just over the line, and they are finished. Well done, gentlemen. And the Holy Rosary Vaughn crew. Vaughn, Webb, Nzenza, and Dos Santos from Holy Rosary. Finishing off the junior women's first quads for the B final. Taking the first place position there. Followed by DSG Murray. It's Murray, Boyd, Ford, Palmer, and Wilkin.
else because they combined things that went.
So we've got Lower Saxony in lane 3 stretched and Clarendon lane 5 stretched. And this one's the gate? No.
They just don't look like
the other
eights.
rubber stretched.
What am I seeing? What race has just started?
And then go to 160 for me on lane.
Those are eights
two,
down there? Really? No, I'm seeing eights going up.
It's the
I'm swear.
final.
Are you sure it's eights?
They should be going down. They went off at 14. Yeah, it's coming already. Nothing like a little bit of this is tailwind, the women's B, and it's a
Yeah, that I know. It just looked like they were smaller than eights, but it's okay. Okay.
So your next race is the 165.
All right, coming down the course now, approaching the 1,000 meter mark is race 161, event 88, the B final for the junior men's under 19 first eight. In lane 1, Selborn, Hartvanger. In lane 2, Kes, Parves. In lane 3, Sachs, Ashwell. In lane 4, Bishops, Breslin. And lane 5, Gray, Douglas.
What's with the beard, Bruce?
All right, the Vikings on their way down the course, heading for home. Bishops out in the lead. Sachs just behind them, trying to keep contact, keeping their bow to the stern of the Bishops boat. The race is on between Kes and Gray. And we see Selborne College in lane 1. The Bishops Breslin crew really trying to bring it home before Sachs can catch them. What's going to happen here? Maybe half a boat length. Sachs is really pouring it on. Is Bishops going to keep the lead? They are half a boat length ahead, but Sachs is pushing it. Creeping up seat by seat as they approach. Bishops over the line, followed by Sachs. Kez roaring into the finish in the third place position, followed by Gray out in lane 5. And here comes Selborne. In the 5th place position, it's Selborne finishing up the B final for the junior men's under 19 first eights. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you for a great race.
$162 is scratch. Full scratch on 162. Okay.
Just looking at you because I don't know.
You're looking at me. I'm looking at you.
Have you done the
And all teams did scratch out of race 162, event 76, the junior women's under 15 doubles. So moving on, it is the junior men's under 15 doubles, race 163, event 77. Rondebosch van Zijl Smit in lane 1. St. Benedict's Riccardi in lane 2. St. Benedict's Ramos in lane 3. Jeppy Standfest in lane 4. St. Benedict's Budwig in lane 5. And Gray Douglas crew out in lane 6.
I suppose it's better than nothing.
These boys out here seem to be creating a platoon, all clustering in the middle lanes.
Not saying that. Thinking it. Not saying it. St. Benedict's.
All right, it seems to be that the 3 St. Benedict's crews are out in the front without being able to see their bow numbers. Assuming by where they are, if it is the Riccardi crew from lane 2, seem to be just ahead of the Ramos crew from St. Benedict's, who's also neck and neck with the Brudwig crew, and sandwiched in between them Standfest Jeppy. Out behind, Rondebosch and Gray. Coming awfully close together, Rondebosch and Jeppy seem to be wanting to migrate towards the lane line. All the St. Benedict's crews coming together as they head for home. It is the Riccardi crew from St. Benedict's out in the lead, now 2 boat lengths ahead of their brethren. The Ramos crew from St. Benedict's in the 2nd place position, followed by the Brudwig crew from St. Benedict's. All right, Bosch ahead of Jeppy and Gray at this point. Bosch with about half a boat length ahead of Gray, but they're pulling out, rating up. And now, clear water between them. Here comes Bosch to the finish line. Gray just behind them. And Jeppy Standfest finishing off this junior men's under 15 doubles final.
And then 160 was Holy Rosary.
There's 164 running as.
All right, looking down the course on the 1,000 meter race, it is the Masters men's fours, quads combined. So I'm not sure exactly. We've got Old Eds in lane 2, Alfred's in lane 3, and lane 4 Ravens, Clark crew. Old Eds seems to be out with a handy strong lead. Not a lot of distance between the Alfreds and Ravens crew. Alfred's out in the lead just a little bit, maybe half a boat length, but still Old Ed's holding strong out in the lead, probably about 2 boat lengths beyond them. You'll see Alfred's in lane 3, Ravens in lane 4. The average age of these crews, Old Ed's average age of 45, Alfred's 43, and Ravens clocking in at a 51. So, of course, the prognostics will affect what their results are. You'll see how the race goes, but it's never a sure thing until you add in the prognostics for the Masters rowers. Old Ed's cruising into the finish line, smooth as you like, making it look pretty effortless out in that wind. Congratulations to Old Ed's for finishing first. Not necessarily the gold. We'll see how those prognostics work out for you. Alfred's coming in over the line. And the Ravens Clark crew, that's Peter Clark, Roberto Riccardi, Greg Temlett, and Tony Villanella from Ravens. Well done, gentlemen.
There should be 165 now. But let's see. One boat, maybe.
All right, I see that there is heat. There's coffee just placed in front of me. That's the best thing ever. All right, it is Heat 1 of the Masters Women's Doubles. Race number 165, event 79 underway. Wemmer Bannon in the Wemmer Viking crew of Bannon in lane 2, VLC Harvey crew in lane 3, and De Jocher from Wemmer in lane 4. And this is its own final. The average ages of these crews, the Wemmer Viking Bannon crew 44, average age Harvey from VLC 34, and Wemmer De Jocher 43. So VLC Harvey, you guys better row so fast that you leave them behind in the dust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, the next race.
Perfect. Thank you. We have to ask. I can go in the brownie run. The tuck shop. Shall I go look for brownies? It's just the Masters women doubles. That's okay.
Yeah, it's fine, but the way the message comes to the delivery out the I'm allowed to speak for the next 3 years. I'll lose my introvert status. But I don't
Do you? Yeah. Well, if you come to Joburg, you can come. But if you include me, I talk to people all the time, but like, I much prefer. I need to totally, my social battery runs flat really quickly. But once I get going, then I run on empty, and then I cannot be held responsible for what happens.
Yeah. 165 doubles are heading for home now, past the halfway point. It's looking to me like the De Jocher crew from lane 4 from Wemmer out in the lead. The Wemmer Viking crew of Bannon in the second place position. Third place position, VLC Harvey. That's the younger crew, so that prognostic's not going to work in their favor at the age of 34. And just behind them, the second heat of the Masters Women's Doubles, VLC Marquitos, average age of the crew 51, VLC in lane 3, the Johnson crew, average age of 51, VLC Dutoy crew in lane 4, average age 60, and in lane 5, VLC Ravens Lundberg, average age of 52. So the slightly wiser women in the second heat of this, but each of the 2 heats of this event 79, their own finals.
Slightly wiser woman. It's definitely.
Definitely wiser. Rika's correcting me. They are very much wiser. I would say they're very much wiser. Gaynor and Anne. Take my hat off to them. Over the line. It is the De Jocher crew from Wemmer.
No, it's that one.
That's lane 3. Oh, wait, lane 3, sorry, VLC. Yeah, I was thinking that was the VLC. My bad. VLC Harvey crew.
Yeah, and then that one.
And then Wemmer coming in. No, Wemmer Viking crew, and now the Wemmer De Jocher crew. I got to look at the bound numbers.
They should just stay in their lane.
They should stay in their lanes. I don't know what's going on. Good race, ladies. Speaking good race, ladies, the Masters Women Doubles now on their way. VLC Combo Ravens out in lane 5. So the giant Gauteng platoon contingency coming down.
Who's this? Now, I'm not even going to call it till you tell me a lane number.
There's,
Until a bound number, I mean.
There's an old Eds.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, that should be white
Like-
lights. I mean, 5.
Is that lane? Yeah. But there's... Okay, so that should...
It should be 5.
It's either 4 or 5.
Look really close, so...
Gaynor, and it's either Gaynor and Anne, or Jackie and Tracy.
In a minute.
It's 4.
In a minute, look there.
Sorry?
Ravens is down there.
Which one? It's Ravens one. It's far out. So this must be...
This is 3.
Gaynor and Anne.
This is 3.
No, it's not Gaynor.
This is 3. Marquitos.
Marquitos out in the lead.
No, wait.
What are you saying?
No, wait. Harvey. No, Johnson.
You see, there's something about trying to call these mountains races that makes you go loopy.
Johnson.
All right, so this is VLC Johnson with bound number 3 far out in the lead, coming in over the line.
This is Anne
All right, Anne and Gaynor, the Dutoy crew from VLC in the second place. Look how calm they look. When we talk about the wisdom, very calm, very cool, keeping their heads about them, methodically getting themselves over the line. A tight race here for the 3rd and 4th position. Marquitos, Lundberg.
Confusion on the finish line. Lane 2 almost missing out on that 3rd place finish. Kaz, do you know that Gaynor does the program entries and is involved in the regattas and all of those things? So she often has to remind crews like, you do know that today is the closing date for the Buffalo entries. Are you planning to come? And the people say yes. And they say, you need to enter your boats today.
Today, you have 2 hours left.
So I think that's why Gaynor looks so calm and controlled, because she has to deal with all of those things. So
Yeah.
rowing down the Buffalo River, where it's almost the Buffalo Ocean, is not a problem for Gaynor.
Yeah, I think she holds steady. That she's got a lot of strength, a lot of nerve to control all of the chaos behind the scenes. So rowing down here in the wind would just be a walk in the park, really.
Exactly.
Easy like Sunday morning or Saturday afternoon.
I don't even know which day we are on anymore. So just a refresher that it was VLC Johnson. Finally, after 7 name guesses, we figured out that it was VLC Johnson. She also won the single race earlier, quite
Yes, she did.
convincingly.
Are we doing... That's... Wouldn't we do that? Yeah, that was long ago. This should be... No. So there should be 2 8s coming down.
That was Silver Skulls. When's the Grand Challenge? Isn't that the... No, that's the Silver Skulls. When's the Grand Challenge?
The Grand Challenge is the...
The coxless.
The men's coxless has come down already.
The Masters one.
No, universities.
Universities. Yeah. I don't know. So we should see down course.
We had it. It was Howard.
Oh yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did that long ago. Tux, Howard
Race
took it.
151.
With a yellow card.
Tux won it.
Violation. Crossing for 1 lane. Not as per instructions.
What? It should be 167. We're looking for those crews.
167. Yeah, that's 167.
I see them. Are they getting in?
Race 167. False start for me. Kaz, if we were awarded yellow cards, how many raids would you have had over the weekend?
Say that again?
If we were awarded yellow cards for false starts with the microphone,
False starts.
dropping it on the floor. We're not going to count pronunciation in this.
I've done a few, the pronunciation, I think we would have been red carded long ago.
Yeah, that's not, we don't discuss that.
My
here.
best move, though, was earlier today when I went to put the mic up and then I jammed it against my teeth and then stunned myself for a moment. I don't know why I was so excited to speak, but...
I thought you were in a boxing match, a little bit of
Yeah,
sparring on the upper lip.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's
coming
my-
back to race 167, the final for the senior men's, women's B under 23 eights. That is the longest name. Red card for Kaz for interfering with the commentator.
I made her laugh.
Oh, that's the longest name for the race, like senior men's, women's combination, coxed eights under 23s.
Senior men, women, B,
I
under
forgot the
23, coxed 8.
So in,
yeah.
lane 3, the University of Fort Hare,
She didn't
Jara.
drop the mic, though. She didn't drop the mic. As you were.
And lane 4, University of Fort Hare, Jacana.
I'm going to disconnect one of the mics to put a receiver on top of the container so that it can be picked up for the pipe giving distance. Then once it's reconnected, I'm going to come and give it back to you. Okay.
So you're making us go down to one mic for the
You're
next
gonna
little
have
while.
one mic,
Yeah.
just until I get the receiver on top of the container.
Okay.
And then you'll have both mics again afterwards. I don't know which one it's going to be. I'm just going to unplug and move, and then you'll try and talk, and you're going to not hear anything. Then you know the other mic's the one they're
And then we
with.
give you. Okay. Oh, I see. So the mics are staying here.
Yes.
You're just
I'm just-
turning off the channel.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, but that's,
All right.
have you got spare batteries there?
There should be.
Let me take this one, and then we'll replace it.
Okay, there you go.
There. So that's a lamp. We just spread it out to show people.
Yeah.
There's some of our. This was not our best. Oh, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. There's some of our steaks, rump, frozen. I don't know what I'm going to flash at you just now. I don't think this is. This might be our meat. I think this was somebody else's meat, though.
Okay, so if I come
Sometimes we buy other people's to look and see what
if
they're doing.
I come up to SA Champs in March, can I?
Yeah. Yeah. And how long will you fly that, or will you?
Yeah.
But we've got docs.
Following in, he's on the quad.
The 2-8s are on their way down past the halfway point, past the creek. The Jacona crew in lane 4, about length or so ahead of the Jora crew in lane 3.
What? You didn't put your name on it. But look at your...
You got a medal. Well done. We saw the race.
But that's stunning.
And then, just so you know, this one here, you can give medals and medals, or you can rate them because they're women and men. Yeah. Against each other. There they come.
All right, the 8s are in the home stretch. Lane 4, Jacona crew from University Fort Hare. The Jora crew from University Fort Hare behind them in lane 3. About 3 boat lengths back at this point, trying to keep their composure as they head for home.
They're doing really light blade work. Look at that. It looks like they're just... Look at the blade work on it. It's like...
These are the slaves that got caught on the trip out. They don't know how to do the vacuum.
Yeah.
It's like mailing a letter, like
This is like post office. They're not getting a lot of purchase on their strokes.
So Rika, so what would you make of the stroke work that we see out here?
I think the 4-seat looks like it came out of the seat.
Oh yeah, it looks like the 4-seat here and the crew that just finished over the line. Well done, gentlemen, good race. You can stop racing. Looks like his seat came off at race.
She gave it to that one. She just gave a good sound check.
Which one?
The one with the lights. Yeah.
I believe you got to do the check.
The sound check.
That's the microphone. That needs to go that side. If that one goes that side, nothing's going to work.
Okay. Don't get the mics confused.
The denty one stays here.
The dainty one stays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one stays there.
The nice one goes for prize.
The nice one goes down for prize giving. We're not going to remember this.
In one ear, out the other. It's a function of old age up here in the tower.
Is it race 168?
Race 168.
According to our program and our lane draws, it says 168. Lane 2, Clarendon Williams. Oh, wait, which race it is?
It is the junior women's under 16 coxed 4s that we see coming down at the 1,000 meter mark at this point, halfway down the course.
Lane 2, Clarendon Willis. Lane 3, St. Stithians.
Chikwatamba.
She has practices all weekend long. Lane 4, Clarendon Jordan. And lane 5, St. Andrews.
Dos race.
Did you discover if it's Vincente or Vincente yet?
I haven't. I still don't know if it's Vicente or Vicente for
I'm going to
St.
assume that
Benedict's.
both is right because we haven't been corrected yet.
That's right.
Eventually the same with the accent.
Vicente.
Don't you have to do
Vicente.
a hand movement as well?
Vicente. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Vicente. And if the Perry hits you on the derriere, it's Vicente. My phone is going to start pinging and people are going to tell me to stop singing. Pinging the singing, make it stop, they'll say.
Well, last night I was kind of preparing a couple of one-liner songs, but it was not enough to make up the score, which was what, 257 to 3.
To 3.
Even if I brought
And the
up
3
all
were the
Afrikaans
Afrikaans songs from Orkney, Snorkney.
The good Afrikaans songs. Which would those be?
Troopstoel by Arno Karstens. I recommend that one.
A beer. Are we beer? Is it beer? It's beer o'clock.
Which beers? Because last time Kaz spoke about some good
Emerald
beers.
Vale.
It's
Oh,
not
root beer. So we're having a conversation about having some beverages up in the tower. But now Rob Riccardi talked about root beer. Do you know what? You've had root beer. You've been to America. Did you drink any?
I tried to.
Did you not like it?
Not at all.
Oh, heavens.
Not at all. No. It's terrible.
I think you had the wrong root beer because some of it, there's a brand that's quite a sharp taste, but I find South Africans find that root beer tastes a bit like medicinal. But A&W makes a really fine root beer because it's along the lines of a cream soda, but not a green cream soda. I don't know what that's about. That bright green cream soda where you feel like you start glowing when you drink it.
It is glow in the dark, yes.
Yeah,
like the
that's
American grape jelly.
It's not grape jelly is so not green and bright. It's dark purple.
But he threw us off because he has some good Afrikaans songs. Can I?
Gareth.
Yeah, Gareth. Come on, Gareth.
Let's ask Papa G for what he thinks is a good Afrikaans song. Or are you a fan of?
No, I'm not actually. Afrikaans guys can sing to anything.
That's true. If you have enough brandewijn, anybody can sing.
Enough brandewijn.
I'm just surprised that you didn't.
St. Stithians Chikwatamba Cruise are way out in the lead now at this point in lane 3. Clarendon Jordan Crew seem to be chasing them down. But I think it's Chikwatamba, St. Stithians. As long as nothing goes funny between here and the finish line, they'll bring this one home.
We have seen a couple of funnies, a couple of crews stopping before the lane.
We have
finish
seen.
line, and a couple of crabs.
We have seen that. So you'd never really know until it's over, until the fat lady on the mic starts singing. But
it's Vicente.
Vicente. St. Stithians Chikwatamba looking good, keeping the smooth strokes. They've got a little bit of clear water between them and Clarendon Jordan crew. And out in the lane 5, Dos Reis from St. Andrews. You hear the drums cheering them on, cheering them home. Over the line, St. Stithians taking the gold. Second place position belonging to Clarendon. Holy Rosary. St. Andrews, forgive me for that. I don't know what happened. Vicente.
Yesterday, I'm sure you brought up a Nelson. Oh no, a mulligan. That's golf, no?
A mulligan. A Nelson. I was talking about the Nelson. It is in cricket, because we got to event 111.
Because calling the wrong crew or the wrong name for the crew, I was going to say no, you cannot.
I know.
That's golf, isn't it?
What, a mulligan in golf? Yeah. What? How many strokes over par is a mulligan?
No, isn't a mulligan? We don't count that one, and you can redo it.
Is it a redo? Oh. A bogey?
No, bogey's when you go over the recommended.
Yeah. Well, see, you know more than I do. I should not be a golf commentator. I see the eights going up, putting in. When all the eights are out on the water, then the sides of the river get very empty. But then all the parents flock to the edges of the river. So we tilt.
Race 169 coming down, final of the junior men's under 16 coxed fours.
Bishop's Planting in lane 1, St. Benedict's Texera in lane 2, lane 3, St. Stithians Taylor, St. Andrews Fletcher, lane 4, Jeppy Mbata, lane 5, and Farquharson from St. Andrews in lane 6.
And I'm a believer.
Monkeys.
It's like, oh, we have Grease, Saturday Night Fever, The Galaxy, Forrest Gump.
Another Pulp Fiction. My mom said Sleepless in Seattle. Run. Lose the weight on the way.
Lane two, St. Benedict's Texera look like they have a bit of a lead over the St. Stithians Taylor crew. St.
Who scratched?
It's Jeppy.
Jeppy not very slow crew up the top, and I don't know if they've been turned around.
It's St. Andrews.
All right, it's a tight race coming in the home stretch. St. Benedict's and St. Stithians. Is it bow ball to bow ball? What can we see?
I think it's St. Benedict's by 2 seats at the moment.
Pushing into the thrust, 2 seats. St. Benedict's over the line just ahead of St. Stithians. St. Andrews in a tight race with Bishops. But it looks like St. Andrews is going to get there first. Wait for the beep beep. Bishop's beep. There we go. Good race, guys.
And that's St. Andrews Farquharson. Yes.
And we see St. Andrews Farquharson coming in.
I reckon that's straight. This is the other St. Andrews crew. 6. Thank you.
Nice.
Oh, Nunu.
So cute.
Let's not go back. How many races? Thursday.
4.
Is it underway? Are they moving? On the go. Yes, I see some splashes.
All right, race number 170 on the way down. It's event number 84, the final for the junior men's under 16 coxless 4s. Bishop's Hudson in lane 1, St. Benedict's Spark in lane 2, Mberry from St. Stithians in lane 3, Rondebosch Nair in lane 4, Selborne Thompson in lane 5, Kez van der Pfeiffer in lane 6.
I'm gonna put money on Mo Zuji showing up for the last 8s.
Rick, it looks like a pretty tight field for these junior men's under 16 coxless 4s as they approach the halfway mark.
Looks like they're starting to drop off.
Lane 6 starting to drop off. But the rest of the field remaining in a fairly tight line.
Bishop's Hudson looking pretty strong.
What is it, line 1?
Yeah. What do you see? Are they ahead, or is it just the angle of the river that makes it look better? Lane 4?
It looks like the race is starting to sift out a little bit. The inside lanes pulling ahead of the outside lanes. That should be St. Benedict's and Stydian's Rondebosch. Selborne also keeping pace. It's looking to me like St. Stydian's might be starting to pull away from the pack. But it's still looking really close for those boats out in the lead. 1, 2. St. Stydian's, Rondebosch, Selborne. Giving each other some sideways glances to see who's going to pull out, who's going to make the move, who's going to reveal themselves as a leader in this pack. Rondebosch Nair might have taken the bite, pushing out in front of the others, St. Stydian's. And Rondebosch St. Stydian's starting to peel away, leaving Selborne just behind them by a little bit.
Bishop staying out of trouble in lane 1.
Bishop still holding on tight in lane 1, a bit for hold the bank line.
Rondebosch in the lead now.
All right, Rondebosch has pulled up out in front of St. Stydian's and Berry Crew. It is Rondebosch, Nair, Smith, Domis, and De Beer. Behind them, St. Stydian's and Selborne.
You're going to miss the race. You're going to miss it.
Everybody's gone.
All right, Rondebosch going for Clearwater, going into a sprint. Daring the others to also join the sprint to the finish line. Bishop's really pushing hard, trying to catch up and overtake St. Stydian's and Selborne. That lane 1 pushing in towards the middle now. Now they're showing their muscle. Let's see what happens in the middle of the lane. St. Stydian's see Bishop's coming up on them. I don't know if they're going to catch them, but it's definitely going to be a much tighter race than it looked like for a while. Saints responding nicely to the charge from Bishop's, holding their own, but it is not out of contact at this point. Rondebosch just about to hit home. Here comes St. Stydian's. Bishop's really pushing it in with a thrust, half a boat length a difference, but it looks like Saints just had it by the thrust. Selborne finishing now, and in comes St. Benedict's Spark Crew, and Kez van der Pfeiffer Crew finishing off that final for the junior men's under 16 coxless 4. Wonderful race, guys.
Premier events for the 3 races to go.
Rick, I'm really excited now because we're in the home stretch. The last 3 events of the day. A very, very exciting premier event on tap for us now. The junior women's first quads. And this is where we see some absolutely outrageously athletic young women.
So junior women's under 19 first coxed quad, lane 1 St Mary Shaw, lane 2 St Stithian Skierman, lane 3 St Andrews Bernard, lane 4 Holy Rosary Rutger, lane 5 St Mary's Babaya, lane 6 Somerset McDonald.
One for you. Check. That got an injury because it got dinged by a boat. I walked into a boat that was turning left.
Thanks, man.
And one of them I dropped. I don't know which one. Gareth?
Good race, Jack.
All right, so stopping Rob's going to do the final piece.
We should get Mo Salute. He's good, but he's against me.
We're all right. We got this.
Chairman and Sam is
Updates to the
Varkijker. I know. My long eyes. So I'm still drinking my coffee. Like, here. Coffee, beer, I don't know what to do.
Rob, welcome back to the mic. How exciting that you're dropping in. Some of these athletes you love to talk about. We got the junior women's first quads up now. This is the premier cracker of an event. And they are off, according to Rika, in her looking down in her.
They are off. It's 2,000 meters. Their sun is scintillating off the water, and it is beautiful out there. Everything's kind of changing. The water's settled down a bit. The corrugation is kind of settling, so it's going to make for some fast racing. We've got the finest rowers in the country for the under 19 first cox quads. We've got St. Mary's Shaw, Isabella Shaw, Guamanda van Logrenberg, Kingwell, Motsukunyane. St. Stithians, we've got Skiermans, Taylor, Goos, Chrysel, and Crooks. St. Andrews, Jade Bernan, Chrissy Xavier, Mackenzie Lamont, Amber Potgieter, Joanne Marr. Always nice to see that Ben Bernan disappears around about this time when you see a Bernan stroking a boat. Holy Rosary, you know I'm a favourite, I'm a partial, but Hannah Rutger, Robin Fatty, Nicola McDonald, Ashley Thurwell, Vanessa DeSantos. They've had some fine racing. You've got Hannah Rutger still carrying that gold medal around her neck after winning the sculls. St. Mary's. Some very, very strong races here. Sophia Babaya, Danny Price-Hughes, Nicole Ledley, Justine Swingler, coxed by the wonderful Heather Welshman. Somerset, you've got Lisa McDonald, Zandra Axton, Amy Smith, Teresa Adendorf, coxed by Josh Hurgett. And they are flying down the course at the moment. I think they're taking advantage of the wind. But we're going to see if they're going to change any of the lanes to see if there's any tactics, what's going to happen. Sometimes lanes are changed. You are allowed as long as it doesn't impede some of the other athletes. And we're going to see if it's a fair race. Marshals are right in the centre of the lane, which tells us that St. Andrews, Holy Rosary, St. Mary's are there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did somebody scratch out of the women's quad in event 171? Somerset's out.
So we think lane 6, unfortunately, Somerset might be out. They are out. I'm getting a nod from Rachel Jackson. They are out. And so we're looking now. It is going to be a fine race. Lots of tactics have been employed the last 3 days. Some of them blast straight out the block. Some of them wait until the last minute. You've got to lay down something that's going to put everybody off guard. And sometimes you're going to be willing to do something that others are not.
All right, so it looks like St. Stithians, the Skierman crew has moved over to lane 1, sort of. But out in the lead, St. Andrews, Holy Rosary, St. Mary's, the Babaya crew really pushing it hard. It might be Holy Rosary Rutger taking the lead, but I don't know. St. Andrews Bernand crew keeping tight contact on that from where we sit for now. I wouldn't want to call it from this position. We know that all of these girls are very, very hungry for the win. They are tough competitors.
And Kaz, they've won lots of medals in the last 3 days because they've been in sculls, they've been in doubles, they've been in the quads. And they are flying in all their various races. Now we're putting the best of the best. We're putting them in the quad. We're giving them a driver, telling them to whip those ponies, get them down to the finish line, and see who's the best in the country.
So they got the thoroughbreds, the warm bloods, the Clydesdales. What have we got in terms of whipping the ponies
we
down?
just get everything. They got
The
thoroughbreds.
Frisians,
And
the Arabs, Nooitgedachters, Basotho ponies,
and a boerperd.
and a boerperd.
And those boats are really close to each other. At St. Andrews, Holy Rosary, St. Mary's. I'm curious to see if Holy Rosary, if Nicola McDonald, she's had a tough weekend, but she's sucked it up and she's back in that boat. Hannah Rutger's going to be stroking like she stole it. Jade Bernand is the young gun, the stroke in the St. Andrews boat. She's doing a fantastic job there for that team, and she is strong, and she's tenacious, and she's got grit.
Well, it looks to me as if they're peeling out from the pack. St. Andrews and Holy Rosary pulling out in the lead. We've got St. Stithian, Scootermans, and St. Mary's Babaya not far off their tail. Those two about neck and neck, but for my money, I'm looking at... it looks to me like St. Andrews might have half a boat length over the Holy Rosary, but we do know that a tactic that Holy Rosary likes to do is just wait a little bit longer, and suddenly they come out of nowhere with a rocket ship booster going.
And we're looking for St. Mary's, and you know the blaze of the sunshine on the water there is very tricky. St. Mary's are normally up in the running over here. We expect them to be in the running, and I'm not sure if they've fallen off the pace, but looking there, it looks like St. Andrews, Holy Rosary are pushing each other neck and neck. They are pushing, they can hear the crowd going nuts. It looks like to me, it looks like the St. Andrews boats are close. I'm not sure if they've changed any lanes. We're looking to see, and it's very difficult to see the colors of these boats.
I'm thinking a half a length ahead now to St. Andrews.
Joanne Moore from the St. Andrews boat is pushing them. She's saying, you've got to go harder than you've ever gone in your life. Holy Rosary is hanging on for dear life. They are pushing, they are driving.
The heat is on.
And this is unbelievable. Look at that closer lane. So
pulling away.
Closer lane, St. Stithians are coming in. Xana Skumans is finding something more. That is Jane at her finest. She's pushing all the strongest girls. Xavier, Lamont, Potketer, Joanne Mars driving them. They are going to take the victory here. Holy Rosary.
There is
second. The girls from
St. Andrews
taking 1 and 2. And look at the fast finishing St. Stithians.
St. Stithians cruising over the line. St. Mary's Babaya.
And Skumans, Taylor, Khoos, Creasel, Crooks from St. Stithians. They scream as they come across the line. That's how much it meant to them. St. Mary's making it across the line in 4th position. They went hard, their hands are burning. They've done as much as anybody could ask of anyone.
All right, and let's cheer on the St. Mary's Shaw crew as they come over the line as well, finishing up this final for the Junior Women's Under-19 First Quads. Well done, St. Mary's. Great race.
I mean, St. Mary's have got their 2 boats in there. You always think, you know, a slight changing of the guard, but the girls of Bedford View, you know, you've got Holy Rosary, the Queens of Edenvale, Bedford View, St. Andrews pushing through, and there's been a slight changing of the guard there. Nice to see that, and you've got to say to yourself, has Jade Bernand being added as a stroke, has that made a change to the St. Andrews crew? And I would say yes. I would ask Ben Bernand, and he would just ignore me.
He would just say that girl still doesn't clean.
That's right, the girl who doesn't clean her room.
Yeah.
All right, we've got 2 more races left for the day, Rob.
We've got the big guns and the big guns. We've got the senior men's 8. The octuples, if you will.
The A final. The Viking ships. 2 heats of Viking ships.
Oh my goodness.
And we are looking out there, and it's been a big weekend for the university crews.
All right, let's tell you as they load up the lanes with the Viking ships for the senior men's A finals. Event number 87, race 172, Tux, the Aiden crew, Christopher Aiden and Stroke in that position. Tux, Braden Howard crew in lane 3, and Leander Club in lane 6. I see some pretty big names in here, Rob. What do you see?
There are some big names in here. I know some of them. Murray Bell Smith, one of our top scullers in the country. Braden Howard, top sculler last year, I think, taking out most of these sculling races and actually racing internationally with Miles Leyburn.
Pumi Chabalala as well. Daniel Bernand. Matthew Ward, and Coxed by brothers, Pumi and Simpiwe Chabalala. So Sims in there for the in the Cox position, and then from Tux.
Yeah. Do their visuals there. Do they want to go commentate over there?
It's hard. It's hard.
Hold it steady. Alright, just using your hand.
The stroke in the Tux boat is Christopher Aiden, the last year's captain of the St. Albans team. His younger brother Matthew, still rowing for St. Albans.
Yeah, it's too hard. Are they on their way? No. Yeah, they are on their way.
You've got to bear in mind, these boys are fast. The water is fast. It is a fast day. And if you ever had an incentive to get to the finish line, today's the day. Bragging rights for the rest of your life. Tux, and Leander.
This one time at Buffalo?
There's one time at Buffalo. And I think that's what you want. You know, one of the boys, I was walking through the boat park earlier, or the boat path, and I overheard one of the young men who had driven up from Johannesburg, and he had said, "I fought really, really hard to make the team, in order to race at Buffalo."
Yep.
And then as I was walking, I heard him say, "And you know what? It was worth it."
It was worth it.
It's hard, and this is a big race, you know. The first time you come to Buffalo, you remember it very, very, very well. You know, we've spoken about how it's a river, there's a jungle, it is tricky, there are waves, there are 5 different weather patterns in one day.
And you've got to climb Mount Everest to get in and out of the boats on the jetty. Rika was saying that the jetty is a particularly difficult jetty to get in and out of because of its height off the water.
The jetties are hardcore. You come in there and the chance of you falling in are it's very dangerous. You see everybody getting out the boats.
Hands, knees,
your quads are broken, and then you've got to try wobble along the jetty.
You got to put the rowers on belay if you're a climber.
Belay.
On belay on.
And the teams coming in now. We've got St. Andrews who've just come in on the jetties. Holy Rosary are having a bit of a team talk. St. Stithians are hugging. These are the memories for a lifetime.
Memories like the corners of my mind.
And some of them, in fact, for many of them that we know, it's going to be their last race as a scholar at Buffalo. So it is a changing of the guard. There's always opportunity to join some of our fine universities. You know, looking at the Tux team, they've said Leander was put in as a late entry. I see them out on the far side. I think they said they're going to put them in lane 6. Hopefully this is an easy race to call because we've got Tux Aiden, Tux Howard, and Leander.
Oh, sweet baby.
Leander, though, giving it all that they've got. It's quite a spread outfield. The guys are quite far apart in their lanes, so we're not getting the magnetism between the boats. We're not seeing them going right into each other where the blades start getting crossed. But still out in the lead, Braden Howard and the Chabalala brothers.
And on these boats, Kaz, all you hear is the shouting of the cocks, calling out signals, and you just hear the huff and the puff and the grind. That's all you hear. Nobody really says a word. You know, eyes in the boat, and you just focus on driving the quads as hard as you can into the boat, and just hoping for the best.
And luckily the wind has died down somewhat. The finish line looking like some pretty flat water. Supreme finish conditions, wouldn't you agree?
It's great, great, great. You know, they're coming down. I think the tide has sort of settled, but there is a little bit of windy conditions out there, but it's much better than it was earlier. Earlier on, we saw some of our lady scullers reaching to the heavens to say thanks for not falling in, because it was very hard out there. At one stage, there were gusts of wind blowing them right across the course before that even started.
All right, here they come.
The hunt is down. You'll be able to hear them. The power, the strokes coming through one by one. And that's going to be Braden Howard who's pushing it through. We expect to see a Bernand in there. That means Bernand won the previous race and this race as well. This is some fine rowing from our top rowers in the country.
The Candy Stripers doing what they do best, rowing.
The Candy Stripers indeed doing a great job coming across the line. Nice and powerful. Look at that long reach.
Great row, great row.
You go to that single-handed peacock rowing, which we love.
And the Aiden crew coming along from Tux as well. Also looking strong, smooth, confident.
They're coming through nice. We see Troy Zillen there, and that seems to me Joubert Smits at the back doing some fine racing. This is some top racing by some of the fastest guys in the country.
And let's give a shout to the Leander Club across the way in lane 6.
It just shows you how difficult it is. You know, the top crews just to match that power the entire way down. I mean, the guys coming down now are no slouch at all. These are fine, strong rowers, and they were struggling to stay with the power of the Tix crews.
Last racing. Not too low to the water, please, Angelo. Interfering. Just maybe let people know that after the last race, about an hour, prize giving will be at 5 in front of the clubhouse.
6.
At 5.
An hour.
You can
drink until then.
All right, then, if you're looking for information about the prize giving, it will be taking place an hour after the last race, so 5 o'clock in the boathouse is where prize giving will be. So 5 o'clock boathouse prize giving. Please stick around for that. And until then, support our vendors, our food and drink vendors. Help them empty their stock. If there's some brownies left over, Rick and I are looking for the brownies. We've seen them on Walkabout and we got a little taste, and now we're on the hunt for the brownies. Hint, hint.
And if you ever want to see tradition and legacy, it's the final awards this afternoon. There's something so beautiful, so intimate, and so endearing. And we're talking about over 100 years of this tradition, and so everybody's here as part of that. And it's something that really stays with you the very first time that you see. It's incredible. We are now looking at the junior men's under 19. It's the first octuples. These are the finest rowers in the country, some of the finest schools in the country, and it's going to be incredible to see what they're able to bring. We're going through them. There are a lot of family members in these crews, strong. Their parents were rowing early in the Masters.
And some of the parents are standing here at the microphones.
Some of the parents are here, but I'm thinking more about St. Andrews van Reenen, Swart, Kruin, Moorcroft, Escort, Herring, Wood, Stapleton, Smith, Cox by Callum McMurray. From Rondebosch, you've got Daka, Polter, Jason, Securitas. I think he's been swapped out. Then you've got Wetton, Sheesby, Dewuji, Daniel, and Zillen. Securitas swapped out by DeSantos. Lane 4, you've got St. Stithians, Rowlands, Leyburn, Judelson, DeFoss, Krishnasamy, Stewart, Lobban, DeFoss, Cox by Jack Dodgen. Lane 5, JP Jarvis, Root, Lake, Bartlett, Zwane, Rathbone, Biagio Mala, Muntangana. St. John's, we recognize these names. St. John's, Batley, Duvenacher, Spouse, Newman, Teeling, Smith, Cronier, Van der Westhuizen, Sadovnik, Cox by Nicholas Lewin.
What's this crew coming down here? Lane of Shame from the previous
race. The one, yeah.
Okay.
Probably all the varsity crews who didn't make it to the start.
Yep. We are looking at the far, far lanes.
Don't worry, it's not the school guys.
It's not the school guys. I think those are some of the crews. May have been a little bit late getting to the start.
Rob, it looks like they're on their way, the 8s.
Keep it as steady as you can as you move down the river. Well done.
I'm coming to look at the visuals at the moment. This is absolutely insane. We've got cameras on the Marshall's crew. We are looking at this powerful strokes at the moment. It is St. Benix and St. Stithians. Rondebosch are on the inside lane. They are still hanging on. The two boats are slowly trying to break away.
Pull back if you can on the camera.
This is absolutely fantastic. The crews at the moment are just absolutely pushing. They're keeping their eye on each other. They are very, very close. The straight lines are so difficult to manage. They are controlling it as well as they can.
There you go, stay there. Okay, shift back a little bit to the right, please.
And already they're coming up to, they've had a few hundred meters and the rate is starting to settle. They've been going really, really hard to get out the blocks, to get into a secure position, and now they're turning onto the fine rowing. They're trying to get onto a tempo that they can sustain, get to the 1K mark, and from there, hold on for dear life and push to the finish.
Stand those two guys in the middle. Stand the two guys in the middle if you can. The boat's moving.
So, lane 1, we've got the St. Andrews boys. Lane 2, Rondebosch. Lane 3, it's the St. Benix boat. They are right next to the St. Stithians boat. Lane 4, they are keeping an eye on each other, both of them with their white tops. But you've got the St. Stithians crew with the stripe on the side. St. John's certainly not out of it at the moment. They are just on the side holding on.
I'm thinking Benny's.
There is no respite in this race at all. Everybody's pushing every stroke. The coxes are almost trying to match each other. They're trying to get something sustainable that they can make, but they're all at stroke rate 30, 32. St. Benedict's and St. Stithians seem to be pushing the pace.
Is that boat going to get out the way? I mean, surely they can.
Remember, we've got JP St. John's. They're still in the running. They're just on the outside, but right in the center. This is where you're seeing all the excitement. You've got St. Stithians, St. Benedict's that are trying to snap the elastic for the other crews. Rondebosch are holding on, but this is an insane pace. Can they hold it to the end?
We're really hoping, Rob, that that crew coming down, that university crew gets out of the way and doesn't impede the race coming down for the outside lanes. You see them there. Exciting stuff happening just past the creek coming in. Back to you, Rob, looking at the close-up camera angles.
We're having a look at these angles and it's very tight. St. Benedict's and St. Stithians are right next to each other and Rondebosch is making a push. Remember, Rondebosch on lane 2. We've got St. Andrews in lane 1. They're just out of the picture at the moment. It's very difficult for them. JP are still in the hunt, but I think they're going to have to resign themselves to a 3rd place. It is far out, but this pace is insanity.
Thank you. Move to the left. Keep it in the center.
It's either St. Benix or St. Stithians. You can't say who's in the lead at the moment. Kaz, you might be able to see from your angle. What do you
Right,
see
so
up
I'm looking up the river, Rob, and it looks St. Stithians and St. Benedict's just going head-to-head, man-to-man, oar-to-oar, blade-to-blade. What's it going to be? But also, Rondebosch not giving up in lane 2. They're really holding tight. Jeppy on the outside, just ahead of St. John's. It is a very, very tight race. I hope that the finish judges are ready. One eye squinting in on the finish line. These guys pouring it on. St. Stithians seems to be up. Benny's is rating.
But St. Stithians seem to have this race. They've got it under control.
Where's your mic? Put it on.
Here,
go.
And they're pushing. To me, it looks like St. Stithians have made a push. Can St. Benix respond? It seems too hard at this pace. They've been pushing so hard, it's almost impossible to try and find something more. St. Stithians have got payback for their races yesterday. They seem to have St. Benix under control. I think it's going to be St. Stithians. They are pushing, they are finding more. St. Benix are not able to hold on. The rating is too insane. They're going very hard. This is going to be a St. Stithians win. St. Stithians are coming through. St. Benix are going to take second. This race has been unsustainable for too long. Rondebosch have found something more for 3rd place. St. Stithians take the win. St. Benix second. Rondebosch on 3rd. 4th place is all going on at the moment. We are looking at Jeppy. We are looking at St. Andrews. St. Andrews have made it. They had the momentum. Cheppy have come through across the line, followed by St. John's. Batley. What a great race. And that is some fine rowing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as close as yesterday as Selborne. Selborne was very tight racing. Here there was a bit of open water.
Maybe just announce again.
And just so everybody knows, we are going to be having prize giving at 5 o'clock in front of the boat sheds. So what we've asked is everybody...
I take from what you were saying, it's not so much.
Well done today.
I'm also not. But I do like the...
It's not like I do it,
just not so much.
Thank you very much. Are you going to be up here still for another 10 minutes?
Yeah, I'll watch.
Rob, did you get a new battery?
I got a new battery.
The
We're back in sync.
Down to one. There was so much excitement, I think we blew out the battery.
And the battery was off, and people were saying the commentary was so much better when the battery was off.
We were the sponsors, so it's obviously RMB, but there was a nice certain. Let me ask a question.
And some fine rowing from the St. Benedict's crew. Well done to our young men. Great job there.
ECDC. Yeah. And
For some of them, that is not their final buffalo. For others, it may be.
Just a big thank you to our sponsors, Buffalo Tourism, for helping all of this take place, but ECDC, big kudos and thank you to you. Also, very much a big thank you to RMB sponsoring the event. And we would like to send a big shout out to Eagle Media for giving eyes to the people who aren't here and people who are here even, so they can watch this again. To the sound guys for keeping the music and the mics working. To all the officials, from the technical officials to the POJs, to every official out on the water, commission control, the traffic directors on the in and outgoing jetties. You've all been wonderful. We can't do this without the volunteer work of these amazing human beings who give so much time and energy to support the rowing. To the coaches and to the athletes also for putting their hearts on the line, making the memories, and to the parents for making it possible that these kids are here to compete, young and old ones, and the masters rowers as well, like you, Rob.
Yeah, some absolutely fine rowing. St. Benedict's crew coming in to get their drinks, and they're probably going to go for a cool down. The professionalism is palpable.
Look at that. Look at the pose there. Stock still.
Stock still, great
like
balance.
statues. Wow.
That is some fine rowing, and there are going to be stories there for a lifetime.
St. Andrews. Look at Jason.
And there we have all these St. Benedict supporters, all the crew and teammates, giving their team a round of applause. As Bennies go out for their cool down, we have the St. Andrews crew that are coming in. Big, sizable boys.
We are. Cheers, ladies.
Cheers, thank you.
To the airport. I know you are. Yeah. Safe, I'll chat to you. I will. Cheers. Is he done with this though?
The team from St. John's coming in.
There they are. Burgundy and navy.
Mothers and fathers looking at their little boys that have become big men.
Indeed. It's really quite a shift to see that happen.
So they're coming in together.
Here comes
with the St.
Jeppy
Mary's crew
behind us.
from their race.
That is. Are you commentating at the prize?
A big round of applause to the St. Stithians 8 coming in. As the Germans say, we do a hip hip hurrah, hip hip hurrah, hoo-ha, hip hip
hoo-ha.
Danke. Congratulations to all the racers. Fabulous racing and wonderful entertainment.
To the plane.
Our time, we go.
Airplane Jane or something.
I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, Jason, hate to see you go.